5-star reviews on Google, and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. That's why our Lowe's Red Vest associates can help with game time decisions. Plus, use in-store mode on the Lowe's app to find what you need. Under pressure at home and want it soon? Order online by 2 p.m. to get it same day. Same day valid on eligible in-stock items and select zip codes only, subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. Exclusions and more terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
All right, guys, you're looking for a fun night out. It's Mike Salk here to remind you that Snoqualmie Casino is just the place to go, unwind, and have some fun and to eat some great food. Make sure to check out 12 Moons. And then Vista Prime Steaks and Seafood has the amazing happy hour menu that starts at 4 p.m. And Falls Buffet, they're serving up all your favorites like the prime rib every day, the fresh pasta made to order, stir-fry noodles, pizza, salad bar, dessert bar. They make their pies every day. All with breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. It is Seattle's closest, only 30 minutes from downtown, Snoqualmie Casino. Please game responsibly.
What's one of the biggest issues when you're trying to hire a roofing contractor? Are they going to do what you hired them to do? On time, on budget? Asset Roofing knows in addition to putting the premier roofing system on your home, the most valuable things they can provide to you are communication and transparency. I encourage you to check out and see what Asset Roofing is all about. Head to AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Guardians beat the Yanks last night in a thriller for their first one of the ALCS. It was one of the best games of the postseason so far with a wild final 3 innings, including a walk-off homer in the 10th. These two face off again at 5:08 p.m. today. The Dodgers dominated the Mets in Game 4 10-2. They've now outscored New York 30-9 and have taken a 3-1 series lead. Mets on the verge of elimination today. First pitch at 2:08 p.m. on FS1.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Happy Friday, everyone. It's a Football Friday powered by the Snoqualmie Casino Sportsbook. Because it is a Friday, Michael Bumpus on the road for a call for the CW. He is going to join us, though. But right now, you got Curtis Rogers in with me for Michael Bumpus.
Hey.
Bump's going to join us at 10, and then he's going to leave again. He's going to abandon us.
Wow.
But it's because he's got a job in college football. You know what I mean? My feelings can't be too hurt.
You mean to tell me he'd rather talk to Jake Dickert in a production meeting than us?
Oh, you'd rather talk to the head coach of a D1 football program? Wow, I guess I've never accomplished anything.
Is Jake Dickert cooler than us?
No.
Who's to say?
Who's to say?
Who's to say?
Who's to say?
I mean, conventional wisdom, maybe sure, but
real ones know that we are also really cool.
Right.
We know a lot about
true.
ball. We know ball.
Yeah,
I've
we
always
do.
said that. We know a lot about football.
That's right.
Probably more than Jake Dickert.
That's why we have all of our camps, our network of camps.
Yeah, exactly.
I want to know who Bump's rooting for this week between the Cougs and Hawaii. I mean, he is a Coug after all, but
Was also born in Hawaii.
born in Hawaii. He's throwing up the
you're gonna
Shaka
turn your
Bra.
back on the
Yeah.
home state? Nothing in me doubts that Bump would root for the Cougs in any situation.
Right.
Anyway, so Bump will be joining us at 10. Don't worry. You got me and Curtis with you right now, and we are going to get you ready for a Sunday 10 a.m. kickoff between the Seahawks and the Atlanta Falcons. This one, the way that this has been described, and I do agree with it to a large extent, Curtis, is like a mirror image.
Yeah.
And that these are two teams that not only struggle with some of the same things and excel at some of the same things, but can also either really disappoint or surprise. There's a lot of volatility, right? A lot of areas where their season can go. I was struck, though, by what Andy Bunker had to say about the pass rush, and I'll explain why, because Seattle's pass rush is not necessarily their biggest issue, but just listen. So Andy was asked, this was yesterday on the Huddle, his name's Andy Bunker, and he's with 92.9 The Game. UW alum, though. And we said, hey, this run defense with the Falcons is pretty bad. You know, giving up 142 per game, almost 144, just as worse as the Seahawks. What do you have to say about it? And cut number one.
But the pass rush is so bad that that's really all anyone's talking about. And it's been so bad for years now that it's just something that it just feels like a rinse and repeat conversation every single year. The Falcons have less sacks in the last 5 years than any team in the NFL. They were worst in the NFL 2 out of the last 3 years. I'm sure you guys have seen it, but through 6 games, they only have 5 sacks, and they got 0 sacks last week on Andy Dalton behind a horrible offensive line in Carolina. So that, I guess, if you want to look at it like this, that's protecting the run defense from being talked about because the pass rush is so bad, but the run defense is not good either.
They have been the worst pass rush in 2 of the last 3 seasons. They have 5 sacks. They are worst in the league right now, okay? So just think of what it's like to be a team. I couldn't imagine. Think what it's like to have a team that you cover or that you root for that struggles with the same thing over and over. How maddening, right?
What? That's not here.
Can't relate in any way.
Could never be us.
No, it could never be us. It is very much the Seahawks. And I would actually say with the offensive line, and here's why I point to that quote from Andy. I asked Andy, okay, Andy, be real. Be real with me. Be honest. Don't be afraid of hurting my feelings. Who are you taking to win this game? And why? Like, why are you saying that? He said, I got to be honest. I am taking the Falcons to win this one.
Right.
And he said, but one thing I'll say is if the Falcons can't get any sacks against this Seahawks offensive line, they need to get very serious about the trade market. So as part of this conversation about like, hey, how are we approaching this game for the Seahawks? Curtis, I kind of found myself focusing on that and wondering if the opposite is true for the Seahawks. If you allow, let's say, 3 sacks from a Falcons pass rush that is the worst in the NFL and has 5 sacks through 6 games, should you not be approaching the trade market for your offensive line?
Yeah, that would be one of the biggest wake-up calls I think this team needs. If this Atlanta pass rush, which is almost as non-existent as it can get in the NFL, 1.5 sacks is the most that anybody on this team has. And it's from a guy who's only been with them for like a month, Matthew Judon. If you cannot protect Geno Smith and give him enough time to throw, if you cannot create run lanes against this Falcons run defense, which Andy said the only reason that's not being talked about is because their pass rush has been so bad, then you really, really, really got to figure something out on that offensive line. Now, I get that they are down to like 3rd and 4th string guys on the right-hand side. Sure, that is not an ideal situation to be in, but this Falcons pass rush is abysmal. Like, there is no reason why Geno Smith should have a dirty uniform on Sunday. Like, he should be kept clean, and this offense should put up a good number of points against this Falcons defense. Like Andy said, he thinks it's going to be a shootout. I think he said something about whatever the over-under is in Vegas, put everything on the over because, both of these teams have had trouble stopping opponents. And yeah, I think these are mirror images of each other because you have a very steady veteran presence at quarterback. Geno Smith and Kirk Cousins are both very accurate passers. They both have two really good running backs. Well, I think Atlanta's are better than Seattle's.
Point being, they have a good run game.
But they have a good run game.
One's utilizing it.
They have weapons in the receiving game. So offensively, in terms of the skill positions, they're very similar. And defensively, I think you look at what Atlanta has done defensively, it is somehow I think it's worse than what the Seahawks have done over the course of this season. I think Seattle still has just the 5th worst run defense in the NFL. They don't have the pass rush issues that Atlanta has right now. I think this game will come down to the Seahawks offense against that Atlanta defense. Can you get this game to where you can establish the run? Can you get this game to where you're not playing from behind, which has been an issue for this Seahawks team, not even in just the losses, but even in the wins too. Yeah. I mean, the Patriots game, they were down at different points in it. The Dolphins game, they were never trailed, but the Broncos game too, they had some issues as well. So getting out to a lead and being able to establish that run against this porous Falcons run defense, I mean, that's going to be so important on Sunday.
509 says, so it sounds like you're saying we can beat the Falcons because their O-line is as bad as ours. No. Their defensive line, their pass rush is, I would say, as bad as the Seahawks offensive line.
Somebody on the 425 says, when a movable object meets a stoppable force.
That is actually exactly what's happening in this game.
A mid-off.
You are having an offensive line that has allowed 19 sacks, which is the 4th worst in the NFL, but is the worst offensive line faced by the Falcons. The only teams that have worse, the Falcons haven't played them yet. And then you're facing a Falcons defensive line in front 7 that has only had 5 sacks this year and is the worst pass rush in the NFL. And what I'm saying is that, as Curtis mentioned, all the ways these teams are mirror images of each other, I think that their solutions are also mirror images. Because if the Falcons, you heard Andy Bunker, if the Falcons enter this game and get no sacks against the worst offensive line they faced, they need to be talking about trade deadline. They need to be talking about how do we fix this problem we have with this pass rush. Likewise, if the Seahawks enter this game and your offensive line gives up 2, 3, 4 sacks to a team that is barely getting to any quarterback, how are you not getting on that plane, John Schneider or anyone else on this staff, and going, we need help?
This game sort of says to me that whoever wins it, I mean, you kind of expect them to win it, but whoever loses it, I think, is going to be feeling a lot worse about themselves and where they kind of stand in terms of the playoff picture in the NFC, because Atlanta, they're 3-2, could be 4-2 with a win. If they lose, then they're 3-3 with a loss. And then the Seahawks, if they lose again, they're 3-4, and you're going to have to answer some very tough questions about that offensive line. So it stinks in that it's a game where it's like whoever wins may not be feeling amazing about themselves unless it's like a blowout victory, but it feels like there's more to lose for both teams than there is to gain in this one almost.
I mean, look, the Seahawks badly need a win.
Right.
I wouldn't call it must-win territory because I personally am not looking at the Super Bowl as your goal this year. And if you were, it's the same reason it was must-win for the 49ers last week. Mm-hmm. Their goal, their plan, their expectation is to get to a Super Bowl. You can't lose that many games and fall behind in your division. Last week was a must-win for them, and they got it. Congratulations, I guess. For the Seahawks, for the health of the culture of this team, I think they badly need a win. Mostly, I just want to see them improve as the season goes on. But I also desperately want to see them improve the offensive line, and I don't know that you can do all of that in one off-season draft. I wonder if they're going to utilize this trade deadline at all, if there are opportunities there. And I think that giving up sacks and struggling against a horrible pass rush makes that incredibly obvious. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, how do you continue to go through the season knowing that, like, that might be the offensive line you're rolling out? And I don't mean to disrespect these men who are working very, very hard. And honestly, Charles Cross has had a solid season, right? Stone Forsythe probably shouldn't be in this situation.
Right. He's been forced into it because of the injuries
exactly.
ahead
He's given
of
up
him.
like 35 pressures. Most of any offensive lineman in the league, he frankly shouldn't be playing this many snaps. That's not really his job. I'm sure he would love the opportunity to start and is doing everything he possibly can, but you have your starter. He's just not out there.
Yeah, and we don't know when he's going to be back.
No, and it's not going to be this week.
No.
It's not going to be next week.
Well, and it got to the point where the Seahawks had to dial up 42-year-old Jason Peters again in the same scenario that they had to dial him up last year, where it's kind of like an emergency situation, like in case of emergency, break glass to free Jason Peters.
And if you're looking at a player born in 1962 to come in and save your offensive line,
this man is nearing AARP
he is
age.
truly maybe 87 years old.
He's so old.
So old.
He's the definition of grizzled.
We don't need to talk about how close in age he is.
He probably already
person.
has a Hall of Fame bust. Okay, like that's how great of a player he was in his prime.
Watch Jason Peters come out and dominate.
Oh, I love it.
And then we're jerks, and we're like,
We
oh
are,
my god,
yes.
we need to apologize to his face because he is truly like sun-up.
He's a legend for
We're
sure.
So embarrassed.
Absolutely, but yeah, like that just kind of speaks to the desperation of what it is on the offensive line, and it stinks too because you look at what the Seahawks can possibly do offensively and all these weapons that they have that we had talked about in the offseason. You've got this three-headed monster at receiver. You've got 2 second-round picks as running backs. Geno has been one of the most accurate passers in the NFL over his 2+ seasons now as the starting quarterback. Like, it's if there's just one thing that's holding this offense back, like that stinks because it's like we know what this offense could probably do if everything was moving efficiently, if Abe Lucas was at the right tackle spot, if there was just everybody at full strength. And I don't know if we're going to see that this season. And I don't know if we're going to see everybody sort of moving in unison, in harmony on that offensive side of the ball. Couple that with having to learn an entirely new scheme too. Like that's difficult for a lot of guys to pick up. And I mean, it's a bummer because I think we all feel like this offense can be better than what it's shown this year.
You're hearing Curtis Rogers in for Michael Bumpus right now. Curtis, I'm going to throw you the same question. Now, my answer to are we approaching must-win territory for the Seahawks was, no, I don't think so, but we might be approaching must-trade territory. That was my answer. So I'll throw you the same one. Are we approaching must-win territory for the Seahawks this Sunday against Atlanta?
I think yes, because you have quickly... we're on week 7 now. We're approaching the midway point of the season. We're already a third of the way done with it. And you don't have much more room to lose games. You talk about potential playoff records, 9-8, 10-7. That's usually what can get you in that 6th or 7th wild card spot. The Seahawks can only afford to lose, 4 more games the rest of the way. If you want to finish with 7 wins, you got to go 7-4 in your 11 games left to go. When we talked about it after their 3-0 start, it was like, oh, you only need to play 500 football the rest of the way. They have not done themselves any favors in that quest for 500 football after that 3-0 start. So, yeah, things are going to spiral on you quickly because there's just not enough time in a football season to turn things around because with each week you have played a significant portion of your schedule. It's, as the equivalent goes, it's a 10th of a baseball season every single game. So you have got to get this figured out quickly if you want to have a shot at the playoffs, which I think was a realistic goal for this team heading into the season.
Let's get to headline rewrites.
Extra, extra, read all about it.
Headline rewrites.
We must make headlines.
The real story behind the headlines in today's news with Bump and Stacy.
Headline number 1, in maybe the comeback of the year, the Guardians avoided a 3-0 deficit to the Yankees thanks to David Fry's walk-off home run in extras. What's the real headline?
I'll admit, with all my anger focused on the Houston Astros every season, I really do forget how satisfying it is to see the Yankees lose. I saw this walk-off and I thought, I feel lighter today. Like, I don't even. The thing is, like, fans of those fan bases always go, "You're such a hater." Yeah.
You have 27 championships.
You telling me like you're a hater for hating on the Yankees? 27 rings. That doesn't make me feel guilty at all. I feel better.
Which home run was the crazier of the two? You had Jhonkensy Noel's 2-run home run with 2 outs in the 9th.
I hear you, Fry.
1-0 to Noel. Swings and he kills it. Left field, we are tied. Oh, my goodness. Christmas does come early.
And then here's Fry's walk-off.
Naylor down there at third. That ball is smoked. Left field. Bat down. Game over. A home run again. David Fry does it. And the Guardians, in a shocking display of power, rally against the Yankees, and they win it 7-5.
I think Noel's home run was the more dramatic of the two. Down your last out, down 2.
Okay, you can make, you can make the case, absolutely. It was a wild swing, literally and figuratively, for both teams in those final 3 innings. Just back and forth, obviously the sac fly prior. It was, I think, my favorite game of the postseason outside of a couple games in that Dodgers-Padres series I thought were really, really fun.
Yeah, that game last night still just can't get it out of my mind just how crazy the comeback was for the Guardians. Also, I love the nickname Big Christmas for Jhonkensy Noel.
Fantastic.
That's great. That's a great nickname.
Oh, Papa Christmas would be a good one too. Big Christmas is, I think, better ultimately. Someone said, Gary from Federal Way, hey, Stacy. We were joking about Jason Peters. You got some seniors listening. Rage Against the Dying of the Light. Which, to be fair, our board op was born in what year?
Jason Peters is twice as old as I am.
Okay, shut up. Again, shut up. Just, enough. So if it helps you guys at all.
Headline rewrites.
Curtis and I are very washed.
We are. We absolutely are. Headline number 2, Thursday Night Football was mostly unwatchable as the Broncos destroyed the Saints 33-10. What's the real headline?
Yeah, go ahead and give your significant other the remote tonight if you sat through all 4 quarters of this. Yeah. You owe them that. Yeah. You owe them that.
Just be with your family tonight.
You know what I mean?
Be present. Be in the moment.
Bum.
Yeah. Well, he's in Pullman.
He
can watch whatever he wants on whatever hotel TV
now, but
he's
I
at.
guarantee you he was watching Thursday Night Football just like he watches every single football game that exists everywhere.
Every now and then I'll see, like on Thursday night or Friday night, just a random college football game. I think like Sam Houston State was playing the other night, and I'm just like sitting to myself. I see it on the channel guide, and I'm like, Bump is probably watching this. What a sicko.
I think that sometimes where I'll be like, what a psycho person.
Yeah, what a football pervert.
Or he'll just text about certain games and we're like, bro,
Yeah. He will send us like screenshots or videos of random games, and it'll be like, what they're trying to do here is, it's like, bro, it's a Saturday morning. Like, I'm sipping my coffee. Are you kidding me?
Headline rewrites.
Headline 3, the Kraken beat the Flyers 6-4 last night thanks to 4 second-period goals. They've now won 3 of their last 4. What's the real headline?
Why didn't they try this whole scoring goals formula last year?
Right?
This is great.
Right?
It works out pretty well.
I'm liking it. 3 of their last 4, they've scored at least 5 goals in. Last night in that second period, scoring a bunch, Shane Wright, 8 seconds after Jordan Everly had scored a goal.
Okay, Everly now. Look out, Wright scores! When it rains, it pours. Wright is right. His first of the season. And the Kraken stretch it out.
You love to see Shane Wright get on the score sheet.
Absolutely. Are your expectations for the Kraken that they make it back to the playoffs, or do you just want to see improvement?
I just want to see improvement. I would love for them to make it to the playoffs. I just don't know if they did enough in the offseason to ensure themselves of getting back to the postseason, but so far, so good in the Dan Bilesma era. I mean, we're only 5 games in, so not a lot to go off of. But
the only thing that you wanted to do was score more goals and have more offense, and you're doing it so far.
They're absolutely doing it. Grubauer got the start net last night, so I imagine it'll be Joey Decord next. How are you feeling about the split duties right now in goal?
Grubauer
and
Decord. Love seeing more time in general for Decord.
Yeah.
The newly paid Joey Decord.
Yeah, he got a nice raise.
Yeah, it is just one of those things that, like, it's I feel bad ragging on Grubauer, who obviously has a chance to have an improved year this year, but it really is one of those things that I'm in awe of our expectations before the inaugural season versus now everyone's looking at Joey Decord as being...
He's your future.
Yeah.
He's definitely your future in goal. They've gone Grubauer Decord every single game this season. So I would imagine we see Decord then tomorrow against Calgary if everything holds up. But hey, it was fun. It was a fun watch last night for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. I wanted to get back to, in the last couple minutes, Curtis, just a few listener responses on the Mac and Jacks text line. So this is going to be to a couple different topics, okay? Because obviously we've talked playoff baseball, we've talked Kraken, we've talked Seahawks so far. But just to incorporate some listeners, 509, you know what's nice about baseball? After someone crushes a home run, no one looks for the yellow flag on the ground.
That's right.
God, I know that's right. Another thing I want to say is I saw a couple people talking about the Seahawks offense, and someone said, this is the worst Seahawks offense I think I've seen since the 90s. And I was really confused by that because
there was a year where Russell Wilson scored like 99% of the
2017.
touchdowns. Yeah.
I don't think the offense is fundamentally the problem. The offensive line, I think the offense has a personnel problem. They need a better offensive line, and their offensive coordinator is learning to adjust to the NFL and learning how to incorporate, the play calls that he wants with the strengths that they have, et cetera. But they have good wide receivers, good running backs, really solid quarterback play, and they've been able to connect on that when protection's right. I don't look at the offense and think it's a problem. I look at the offense and think that your passing offense in particular is how you're going to win.
Yeah, I think the offense right now could stand to be so much better than what it is, where when you talk about that 2017 offense, I don't think there was anybody out there saying this can be better than what it is.
No.
I think people were just kind of resigned to the fact that it was going to be Russell Wilson having to make everything happen that year, which he did for the most part. He had a great season statistically. It's just they had no run game that year at all. I think, what was it? Was Mike Davis their leading rusher with like 200-something yards?
Yes, he was, and J.D. McKissick was the only running back with a rushing touchdown.
Yeah, it could be worse. It could be worse.
That was such a crazy stat. One running back had a rushing touchdown that entire season.
Ugh.
And it was fairly early, I think.
Yeah.
I don't completely
Jimmy Graham
remember.
was basically your goal line back. I think he had like 10 receiving touchdowns.
Jimmy Graham, best tight end in
Seahawks
franchise history.
That's right.
Interesting reunions this Sunday for the Seahawks. That's next.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to watch the Seahawks host the Buffalo Bills October 27th.
10-5, touchdown, Seahawks!
Head to the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter for your chance to win.
Holy catfish!
You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter via the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds will be. Do it every day October 16th through October 22nd. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup. Or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. I'm a 5th-generation Pacific Northwesterner, graduated from UW and Seattle U School of Law. At Warrior Injury Law, we have years of experience in the trenches, fighting insurance companies for the people of Washington, my people. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law, battle-tested.
Eddie's! Choose the right flooring for your home, right in your home, with Floor Coverings International. They bring the mobile showroom to you, loaded with samples of carpet, LVP, hardwood, laminate, tile, and more, so you can see the flooring in your light, not just in a store or on a screen. They handle every aspect of installation, ensuring your complete satisfaction. Visit FCIFloors.com and book a free in-home consultation. Floor Coverings International, the stars of flooring. Build better benefits for your employees with the MBA Health Trust. The Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties offers quality and affordable health benefits for local construction businesses. Learn more at mbahealthtrust.com.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Tune in Sunday, October 20th, as your Seattle Seahawks take on Atlanta. Kickoff at 10 a.m. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, proud sponsor of the Seattle Seahawks and the Northwest's biggest and best casino.
Heading outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app.
Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
The Atlanta Falcons have struggled to pressure the quarterback this season. They rank dead last in the NFL in sacks with 5 and are in the bottom 5 in pressures with just 30. But Geno Smith explained yesterday how they will force him into being patient Sunday.
Although it is zone, they play a matched-out defense, so it plays out like man a bunch of times. And so you can expect it to feel like man, even though it's zone. They'll match you. If you come into their zone, they'll play you like man. And I think what you see is they're trying to keep things in front. You know, they're trying to eliminate the big plays. They've been doing a great job at that. Eliminate the big plays, make you play mistake-free football, you know, have those long, 10-plus play drives where you got to, check it down a few times. You got to convert a few third downs in order to get into the red zone, and then that's when they get more aggressive in the red zone.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
Matt Coker here from West Coast Men's Health. Guys, Viagra is not the answer for your problem. I know you think it is, but Viagra has horrible side effects, and for most men, the longer you're on it, the less it works. Viagra is not a curative medication. It's not fixing your problem. It's a Band-Aid for a shark bite. Acoustic wave therapy is the newest technology that can correct your problem, not just treat it. We can do something that no pill can do. We can restore your blood flow naturally. Get off Viagra today. Change your life like the thousands of men who already have, regardless of your age or your medical history. If you're tired of dealing with Peyronie's disease or erectile dysfunction, then call West Coast Men's Health today.
With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. That's 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation. Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
Have you tried the dining district at the Bellevue Collection? Grab lunch with friends, meet up for happy hour, and stay for dinner and beyond. You can sample international flavors and local favorites from talented chefs. Try a new cocktail on a rooftop bar or watch the game with friends and explore the lively nightlife scene. The Dining District at the Bellevue Collection, where your taste adventure begins. Learn more at BellevueCollection.com/dining district.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Some interesting reunions this Sunday for the Seahawks, all surrounding former Washington personnel or staff members. Michael Penix, backup quarterback for the Atlanta Falcons, Is he going to help defensive coordinator for the Falcons, Jimmy Lake, former head coach for Washington,
Huskies.
scout Ryan Grubb,
Oh,
former
goodness.
OC for Washington, in his offense? This is what Michael Penix told reporters.
Yeah, I mean, I won't say it's awkward. You know, at the end of the day, whatever happened in this game, you know, I know we both had the same love towards each other. You know, he knows it's part of the game. You know, it's part of the game. But as far as like what I can help provide, like I'm not 100% sure because I haven't seen what he's done this year. You know, obviously he could be doing a totally different thing. You know, I wouldn't expect him to, switch up everything. But like I said, I haven't really watched their offense to see what they have been doing to see if I, know some of that stuff.
Look, let's be real. Michael Penix is going to know a lot about Ryan Grubb's offense, even if that offense is fresh to the NFL, because there are going to be a lot of the same principles. Ryan Grubb is ultimately the same person who has a lot of the same beliefs about football. Will it aid Jimmy Lake in, being able to stop anyone? Maybe, but.
Yeah, I think Jimmy Lake, what we heard from Andy Bunker yesterday, just talking about where this defense is at, I feel like he's under a lot of pressure to deliver a good defense for that Falcons team. It is weird seeing just all these ex-Huskies in Atlanta. Braylon Trice is there. He's not playing, but that's another one that is currently in Atlanta. I think right now this Falcons team is definitely leaning on Michael Penix's expertise of this offense to maybe gain an advantage. You heard that cut there, downplaying a lot of it, but I think he's well in tune with what the Seahawks are going to be doing.
Let's find out what Michael Bumpus thinks. He joins us now from Pullman. Bump, how's it going?
Squad, how we doing?
How's Pullman? How's the Palouse? How's it out there?
It's different this time around. It's like 38 degrees. Last time I was here, it was like 70. So I had to bring a jacket for sure.
I left my house today and it was a little chilly. It's like 20 degrees warmer here, and I still was like, ooh, Christmas right around the corner.
Of course,
That doesn't surprise you at all. Hey, we were just talking about Michael Penix, like the weird Washington ties between these two teams happening this Sunday, where Jimmy Lake, DC for the Falcons. Like, will he tap into Michael Penix's knowledge of Ryan Grubb? I have no idea if this is a real worthwhile storyline or not. I don't know. What do you think?
I think there will definitely be some questions, right? I heard the sound that Michael Penix is trying to downplay exactly what he can contribute, but he knows the offense. He was the best passer in the country under his offense. So I think there are some questions. I don't think they're sitting Michael Penix down in the room and saying, tell us what you know, like he's being investigated or something like that, But I think they're looking for some cues. But these guys are smart. They watch a lot of film, so they'll lean on Penix, but I think they'll lean on the film a bit more.
Yeah, I think that's a very, very good point. It's like a fun connection, especially as like a Washington alum, and there are many Washington alums listening, to be like, oh, look at all these people that are all interconnected here, but we're not going to see Michael Penix playing. Jimmy Lake is defensive coordinator, but obviously doesn't have control over personnel, and ultimately we're figuring out who Ryan Grubb is as a coordinator. We were earlier, before you joined us, talking about whether this is a must-win game for the Seahawks, and maybe it's silly to ask since they've lost 3 in a row. But is it? Is this a must-win game?
It feels like it's a must-win game, but I feel like it's a must-improve game. Like, come on, like stop the run, show that you can run the football. This is probably the most evenly matched team that they've seen in the last 3 weeks. I mean, you saw the Lions, Detroit had a better, the Giants had a better line. The Niners were just better all around. But you look at the numbers, you look at their strength and their weaknesses, it's a pretty even match. So you probably should win this game, not a must-win game. I just want to see some improvement. And I think that's what the coaches want to see too.
Tell me what you think of this. I told Curtis, I don't know that it's a must-win game. Like, my opinions overall of this team don't fundamentally change if they lose. I didn't think they'd be a Super Bowl team. I know you didn't either. We just wanted to see improvement as the season progressed. However, remember when Andy yesterday told us that if the Falcons pass rushers don't get sacks against the worst offensive line they will have faced all season long, maybe they need to be having talks about a trade? I feel like the same can be said about the Seahawks offensive line. Like, if you allow 3-4 sacks from the worst pass rush in football, how are you not leaving Atlanta wondering if you should trade for an offensive lineman?
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. Last night on Hawks Live, me and Brian Walters were talking about it, and we decided that we will allow 1 sack. You get 1. If you get more than one sack,
Like, what are you doing?
we're going to be questioning. Now, if, say, Geno is scrambling and he makes a poor decision and it's a Geno sack, right, then we'll accept more. But, yeah, I'm with you 100%. I mean, they already have to address the offensive line, but now you have to take advantage of a great situation. And I'm telling you, man, Forsythe, Anthony Bradford, all these guys, they need this game. They need to show that they can handle a pass rush.
Do you see these two teams, another theme that was coming up a lot during the huddle yesterday and this morning, do you see these two teams as being kind of mirror images of each other?
Yeah, it's crazy, right? You got two older quarterbacks. Yeah. Now, Kirk Cousins has made a lot more money than but he's in the back end of his career. You have defenses that have struggled stopping the run. You have a secondary that's pretty good against the pass. It really is, man. It's just one's in the South and then one is in the Northwest. But the difference is, the Hawks have been winning some ball games, right? They're 4-2, so mentally they're in a different place. Now you look at the physical and the running backs and receivers and all that good stuff. Yeah, it's almost like you're looking in the mirror, but the mental game, I think Atlanta has an edge right now. So those first couple series are going to be important for these guys.
Yeah, Atlanta, as Bump said, 4-2 heading into this one. They've won 3 in a row. Momentum are one of the differences between these two. I think that what I like about the comparison is that while it makes us look at some of the bad things about either team and things that both teams and fan bases wish they could change, both teams can also beat you. Like, these are not two bad teams and bad rosters. These are teams that are a little one-dimensional, right? Through personnel misses or injuries or what have you. They are just one-dimensional teams. And both can kind of beat you in the same way. Are you seeing a shootout?
Oh, man, if it is a shootout, I like the Hawks' chances. I really do, because I feel like Geno can throw the ball across the yard. But a shootout to me just means that no one has been able to get the run going, and the quarterbacks are going to have to win or lose this ball game. Can I see a shootout? Yes, but I hope it's not a shootout. I hope it's a 10-point victory for the Hawks. You put up 24 to 28 points, and you stop the run and contain Kirk Cousins. The pass defense has been pretty good for the Hawks all year, So can I see it? Yes, but I pray that it's not a shootout, because that means run game ain't going.
Oh, my God. Also, before I, get to our next bit here, we just peek behind the curtain, taped with Michael Lombardi. We're going to air that interview later. But he had one that I was like, if Bump was here, he would be like, that's a bar. Curtis, what was it that Michael Lombardi said about defenses?
He said the best defense is the one that's not on the field.
Ooh, yes.
I know. I was like, that's a bar. That is, it's purely and simply a bar. Is a defense that gets off the field very quickly is a really, really good defense. So I immediately thought of that when you said, a shootout would be cool. Like, offense is fun. I have faith in Geno, but I kind of hope it's not, because obviously that would mean that this defense is playing well. And I was thinking, you're right. And then I thought of that line, and I knew that you would love it. That interview coming up at 1 p.m. Get your takes in for Bold Take Friday, 866-979-3776. Coming your way next.
15-10, Laviska, our hero of the game so far.
After a third straight loss, the Seahawks are ready to get back to work.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Next up, the Hawks head to Atlanta to take on Kirk Cousins and the Falcons.
Fires, got his man, touchdown, Seahawks! It's Tyler Lockett!
Can the Seahawks get back in the win column? Seahawks, Falcons, kickoff 10 a.m., pregame starting at 7 on your home for the Hawks, Seattle Sports.
Someone asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? It is way more than I thought. So I actually went home and counted how many connected devices we own. It is more than a dozen, all to keep us connected to the good stuff, our streaming, our gaming, all our interneting, you name it. And Xfinity knows that the number of devices we have connected to our internet is only growing by the year. And that is why, they engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds, for real. And now through October 21st, get fast, reliable 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it, and then some. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to switch today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Some restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently, $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Make the call to 1-800-XFI-NI-TY.
For over 111 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington. From the Space Needle in Seattle and now all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist you with any lighting issue, as well as help with intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting expert since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
At Shane Company, we believe everybody is made to shine. So put on earrings that make you sparkle, diamonds that light up the room, a modern heirloom you'll treasure. We're all made to shine. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Miss anything from the Brock and Salk Show? Remember, you can always catch the show on demand on seattlesports.com, the Seattle Sports app, or wherever you listen to podcasts. This message brought to you by Ascend Hospitality Group, Famous Dave's, Ascend Prime, and Stanford's.
Bonneville International radio station contests are open to participants 18 years of age or older that are residents of Washington State unless otherwise specified. Employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or any entity associated with the contests are not eligible to win unless the station otherwise specifies at its own discretion. Persons who have won in the last 60 days from a station contest or event may not be eligible. Full general contest rules are available on seattlesports.com or in person at the station during regular business hours.
We are Seattle Sports, the home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Watch your favorite show live at seattlesports.com.
Paid political announcement. A Bob for Bob update. Public transparency is for other Bobs. Did you know Attorney General Bob Ferguson's office averaged 80 days to respond to public records requests? 78 days more than the average Washington government office. Can you afford that type of response from your governor as a Washington voter? You heard it here first. Bob wants you to vote Bob because he doesn't have time to respond to you. Paid for by the Bob for Bob Committee, 1283 Puyallup, Washington, 98371. Top 4 donors, Steve Gordon, Fremont Dock Company, Brian Haywood, and Susie Burke.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, and as you know, it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I'm honored to partner with the Harnish Auto family and the Carol Milgar Breast Center in the fight against breast cancer. For every test drive this month, they'll donate $25 on your behalf. Simply visit any of their 6 amazing dealerships, including Subaru, Volkswagen, and Chevy Buick GMC of Puyallup, or Kia and Chevy of Everett. No purchase necessary. Just take a spin and make a difference. It's the Harnish Auto family, where people matter.
What's one of the biggest issues when you're trying to hire a roofing contractor? Are they going to do what you hired them to do? On time, on budget? Asset Roofing knows in addition to putting the premier roofing system on your home, the most valuable things they can provide to you are communication and transparency. I encourage you to check out and see what Asset Roofing is all about. Head to assetroofingco.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
All right, guys, you looking for a fun night out? It's Mike Salk here to remind you that Snoqualmie Casino is just the place to go, unwind, and have some fun, and to eat some great food. Make sure to check out 12 Moons. And then Vista Prime Steaks and Seafood has the amazing happy hour menu that starts at 4 p.m. And Falls Buffet, they're serving up all your favorites like the prime rib every day, the fresh pasta, made-to-order stir-fry, noodles, pizza, salad bar, dessert bar. They make their pies every day. All with breathtaking views of the Snoqualmie Valley and Mount Si. It is Seattle's closest, only 30 minutes from downtown, Snoqualmie Casino. Please game responsibly.
It's time for Bold Take Friday.
Bold Take Friday. Get your boldest takes in for Seahawks Falcons 10 a.m. kickoff Seattle time. Send those to 866-979-3776. That is the Mac and Jack's text line. Bump, you got your bold take ready?
Stay ready.
I know, so you don't got to get ready. What is your bold take for Seahawks Falcons?
All right, my bold take, this is something that needs to happen.
Okay.
Geno is not going to throw the ball more than 30 times, and he's not going to do that because the run game is going to be popping. Ken Walker's going to have 20 carries, $135, and Charbonnet is going to have 8 carries for 35 to 40 yards.
I love when there's specific numbers that come with it, because let me tell you, the satisfaction of getting a bold take is absolutely amazing. It feels great. Bold takes into the Mac and Jack's text line 866-979-3776. Bump, tell me what you think about this one from the 360 bold take. The Seahawks won't trail at all in this game.
Ooh, okay.
Has that happened this year? I'm trying to think. Maybe the Dolphins?
Yeah, the
Dolphins
Dolphins.
or Broncos?
Yeah.
I know the Broncos didn't pull ahead early. I can't remember if they did at any point. I think Dolphins and Broncos, they weren't trailing.
Yeah.
That's I don't know. I've seen Kirk be pretty dominant in a game, and I've seen Kirk have a horrible game. So I don't know which version we're going to get, but there is a version where he throws for 400 yards. We've seen that version of him. So I don't know about not trailing, but I like it as a bold take a lot. 866-979-3776. Bold take. How about this? Gino's first 4-touchdown game.
Yeah. He hasn't had a 4-touchdown game in his career,
Never had
huh?
a 4-touchdown game, which is crazy to think about. I mean, he is really efficient as a passer. But yeah, he's never been that guy that goes off for 400 yards, 4 touchdowns, and a pick, and runs for, like that Josh Allen kind of crazy performance. It's just not him. It's not his profile as a passer, as you know. But I'm still in awe of that in that many years you wouldn't have had that.
It feels like he's due, right? He's already had a career record in completions in back-to-back games and attempts, so why not throw 4 tutties out there?
Bold take from another 360. Jimmy Lake gets the Falcons ready with their academic prowess, but he can't stop the Hawks. DK, Tyler, JSN, K9, and Charbonnet all get a touchdown. This is obscene.
Oh, wow.
That's a pretty massive game, though. I love the shot at the academic prowess line.
I don't think so. I think that is way more pumped up than it is.
Okay, not
Our
impressed.
battles are really the schools that we go against are way more have academic prowess, like the University of Washington, Notre Dame, Stanford, USC. We go with a lot of battles, toe to toe, all the way to the end with those schools, and so I think that's made up a lot and pumped up in your world. In our world, we battle more academically prowess teams.
When you have a friend, have you guys ever had a friend that is so in the wrong and you back them up publicly, but you're like, oh, this was so embarrassing.
Bro, you're embarrassing me.
That's how I felt about Jimmy Lake in this moment. It was to like a season. It was a horrible Apple Cup loss that season, the worst.
He got fired mid-season, I think.
Yes, yeah. After that loss too, it was a really controversial, as you guys remember. But yeah, with that line, I remember thinking like, okay, I have to stubbornly stand by this, but at the same time, this is massively embarrassing.
Got to stay loyal.
And then we'll talk in the car. We'll talk in the car about this, but in the moment, I'm going to be like, yeah, that's right. Academically prowess. I know he said it. Bold take. Michael Penix comes home with the team as the newest Seahawk. 360. I think that's wishful thinking, wanting to see Michael Penix reunite with a team in the Pacific Northwest. I don't know if that happens. Bold takes. How about this one, Bump? Hawks get 2 rushing touchdowns and 2 passing touchdowns.
Okay. Yeah, that's realistic. I could definitely see that happen. I think Gino is always good for 1 or 2. K9 has showed that he scores in bunches. And then Charbonnet has also showed that he can get it done, too. I like that one.
Bold take, Jake Bobo has a 2-touchdown game. Look, if Jake Bobo has a 2-touchdown game, he is 2 of 3 in this game.
That's hella extremely bold right there.
Hella extremely bold. Bold take, Seahawks win 2010, says the 206. And Byron Murphy will have not 1, not 2, but maybe 2.5, I think they meant. I don't think they meant 5.2 sacks. 2.5 sacks in this game for Byron
20% of a
Murphy.
sack.
I loved Byron Murphy's comments about coming back in this one, that they will feel my presence. Bump, what do you think about the return of Murphy here?
I love it. These big guys need a break, and Byron Murphy's going to be able to do that for him. And also, listen, 2.5 sacks would be great. I'll take some TFLs, some quarterback pressures. That's not really what he's here to do, but I will gladly accept that.
You know what I'll take? I'll take any game where I feel the presence of someone. Like that sentiment, that conversation that we've all been having all week long. I actually kind of think it's a fair point.
Yeah.
And I think it is a lot to ask, because usually that means someone takes over a game. But I'd love that game. Like, I still remember Jadeveon Clowney taking over that game against, I think, the 49ers. And he ended up getting hurt the following week and then just being kind of like not really available at full strength for the rest of the season. But that was a game where I was like, wow, this guy is amazing.
Yeah, he's. I'm telling you, man. I haven't encountered a football player quite like him as far as just his stature and his build. Man, he's special.
When's the last game you can remember watching? And it doesn't have to be a Seahawks game where a player just took over and you were like, this is his game.
Hey, it was Cody Barton last night, man. Y'all see Cody doing his thing?
Let's see. Bold take. Byron Murphy has a strip sack fumble return for a touchdown. Would that count as a big guy touchdown? He's a little undersized.
Yeah, that's a big boy.
That's a
big
thick
boy.
six.
That's a thick six. Okay,
Thick
we'll
six,
count it. We'll count it. Let's see. Bold take. Bump. Uh-oh. They're getting you every time. Jaden Daniels becomes a better quarterback over Mahomes in Week 7 after Bump admits it too.
Oh my God. That has to be the same person texting this in.
It's the same person who every single week says, is Jaden Daniels the next Patrick Mahomes? And Bump loses his dang mind.
You know what? I'm on campus. I have to be a role model to these children here. So I'm going to keep my cool this time. But you know how I feel about that.
Okay, tell me what you think about K9 against Atlanta's run defense. The next bold take is over 100 for K9 with 2 tutties.
Oh, yeah. That's a bold take, but we need that. You know, this offense needs that, man. Grubb needs that. Help him open up that playbook. If K9 can do that, Gino's going to have an efficient game.
Serious question, because obviously you've called games before and you know a lot about kind of the intricacies of play calling. There is a stubbornness you have to have with the run. Is there ever a point when the run just doesn't work and you go, I have to pull away, or you just keep at it? Like, what is that tension like when you keep trying something that's not working, but you know that you might just need to keep doing it?
Like, the run game is the one thing that you can keep doing as a play caller and fail, but still do it and still have to do it. I don't think you completely pull away from it, but I think that you don't go to it as often. But you have to show the defense that you are willing to do it, man. Because if I'm Gino and I'm dropping back for a pass and there are 7, 8 guys in coverage, it makes those throwing lanes that much tougher. But if it's not working, there's going to be a stretch where he calls 5 or 6 pass plays in a row.
Yeah, I think, again, it's one of those things that's fascinating to me because it's like, you know you have to do it, and you also know that there might be a drive where you go 1 yard, -2, 1 yard, and that's it.
Right.
and then 3 and out, and you're done, and you're like, I kind of did what I was supposed to do. It felt horrible. Like it didn't feel good, but you have to try it. Like you truly have to. All right, you guys, that was Bold Take Friday. We are getting you ready for a big weekend of football. A giant Week 7 preview with Ross Tucker is coming your way next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
John Morosi is here.
In many ways, Julio is the most talented player on this team, but the most vital one, the one that cannot be lost, is Cal Raleigh. He is a very valuable player at a high defensive priority position. When you've got someone who really gets into the back end of an MVP ballot conversation based significantly, obviously his power is a big reason why, but significantly on the defensive value, other managers, other coaches, they know how important he is.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one has been injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Summer's over and you've had your fun, but now it's time to get back on track. Stop feeling frustrated and overwhelmed and start being excited about the new you that's possible. We want to be your teammate. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs. Just teaching you how to turn your body into a fat-burning machine and keep it off for the long term. We know the secret for fast and lasting weight loss using real healthy foods and lifestyle strategies designed to reset your metabolism. Schedule your free consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
I'm somebody that needs to be held accountable for my actions, and that's one of the great things about Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. The support, the accountability in person on the app. They made sure that I actually lost the weight I needed to.
Our program has successfully helped thousands of people lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person in Kirkland or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation today by calling 425-588-0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Ooh, ma. What was that? That is business phone bliss with the Ooma Cloud Phone System. It handles all our voice, video, and messaging needs.
You sound very...
Calm. I am. Ooma has everything I need to run my business more efficiently, like virtual receptionist, call routing, and video conferencing. And it starts at just $19.95 per month per user, plus taxes and fees.
Ooma.
Nice. Find your business calm at ooma.com/radio.
This is the story of a very special woman. Just a few knew about her superpowers. In a matter of seconds, she turned herself into a great mathematician. She masqueraded as a regular person at work, but as a superhero at home. Everyone knows her as Gabriella. I still call her Mom.
Your hero needs you now, and AARP is here to help. Find the care guides you need to help, complete with tips and resources at aarp.org/caregiving. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
Febreze. So my home is also my office. And before I can focus, every room's gotta be clean. That means tidying up and spraying my Febreze Air Mist. Ooh, that's fresh. Febreze Air Mist scents are all high quality. They fight any weird funk, and they give my air an instant boost of freshness. So not only does my home smell good, I feel good too. After I Febreze, it's time to start my day.
Breathe happy, Febreze, la 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 la.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm.
Do you find yourself stuck in a timeshare? Get the real facts about the timeshare industry and your options for cancellation. Chuck McDowell, founder of Wesley Financial Group, has put together a free information guide that reveals the secrets the timeshare industry doesn't want you to know, including the 5 ways to get rid of your timeshare. Call now and get this timeshare cancellation guide absolutely free.
Call 800-838-6161. That's 800-838-6161. 800-838-6161.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Guardians beat the Yanks last night in a thriller for their first one of the ALCS. It was one of the best games of the postseason so far with a wild final 3 innings, including a walk-off homer in the 10th. These two face off again at 5:08 p.m. today. The Dodgers dominated the Mets in Game 4, 10-2. They've now outscored New York 30-9 and have taken a 3-1 series lead. Mets on the verge of elimination today. First pitch at 2:08 p.m. on FS1.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Floor Coverings International.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Let's take a look around around the NFL will obviously start in Seattle with this matchup against Atlanta. Ross Tucker joining us now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline. He is host of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. Hey, Ross, how's it going?
I am doing awesome, Stacey. How about yourself?
Fantastic. I sure wish this team, was coming off of 3 wins in a row as opposed to 3 losses, but that's okay because I think that this is a pretty fascinating matchup they got going on with Atlanta. I am curious as to just what you've made of a brand new head coach here in Seattle. We've got some conflicting opinions, as will happen when you obviously have a 500 record, but what do you think about Mike Macdonald and the job he's done so far?
Yeah, I thought he was an absolute home run hire for you guys.
Mm-hmm.
I called a game for CBS with him last year in Arizona. So talking with him in the production meeting and then getting a chance to talk with him in person before the game and then again before the AFC Championship game, he's just very, very impressive. And what he did last year with Baltimore's defense was incredible. I mean, if you think about it, they didn't really have that much talent on the defensive side of the ball, and I think that's played out this year. I mean, look at how many points and yards the Ravens are giving up this year with essentially the same personnel, and I think that says a lot for Mike Macdonald. Also, I would say, though, with the way the Hawks are playing on defense these last few games, might say something about the personnel he has there, or maybe just him needing to get a better feel for the personnel he has in Seattle. But I was so pumped up for you guys when you got him because I think he is very, very good.
Hey, Ross, we know that sometimes you're only as good as your personnel, right? Mike Macdonald has a system that's proven to work, but obviously there might be some missing pieces. And there's some fans here who are getting a little restless when it comes to this defense. How much time should these fans give Mike Macdonald to really figure this thing out and get the guys in that he needs?
Well, so it's always a marriage, right, between the head coach and the personnel department in terms of the players. I would like to think that Macdonald's good enough that, at least for the last half of the season, he'd at least have a good idea of how to get the most out of what he does have there in Seattle right now. But I also have a lot of faith in John Schneider. John actually was in charge of the personnel my rookie year in the NFL in Washington, 2001. I think he was like 28 years old or something crazy. I don't know how old he was. But obviously those guys worked towards it a little bit this offseason, but there's certainly still more work to be done in terms of making sure they have what they need for Macdonald to be able to get what he wants to be able to get from this defense.
Yeah, it feels like part of the problem, and I'm sure that you've covered this with a couple different teams, is like, how do you get a top 5 pick when you're winning, right? I mean, it would be great to have a shot at Aiden Hutchinson or Nick Bosa at number 2 overall. They just don't have the record to give you that pick. What do the teams you see that win a lot do to successfully build out those rosters?
Well, and so 2 thoughts, right? Number one, not having Nwosu really hurts. Yeah. Right? I mean, it felt like he was going to be their best edge rusher. So that's the guy they were counting on. What I will tell you, though, is I thought that was probably Mike's biggest strength last year in Baltimore. I mean, he got career years out of guys like Clowney and Van Noy that everybody thought was done, that everybody thought those 2 guys were done. So I thought that was crazy impressive what he was able to get done with those guys last year. And so I guess I'm a little bit surprised, disappointed, whatever, that he hasn't been able to get more production from a pass rush standpoint out of this group, because that was super impressive what he did last year. And maybe, like I said, they were counting on Nwosu to be that guy, and they haven't been able to do it as of yet. But I do think that's a strength of Mike's, is the way he was able to generate pressure without having a guy. I mean, you have to check. I don't know that Van Noy or Clowney had ever previously had double-digit sacks in a season, and then they get with Macdonald, and they both do, which is pretty crazy.
We're looking at this run game and trying to figure some things out. Offensive line is such a hard position for the average person to evaluate. And honestly, I think for scouts to evaluate and get the right guys in, there's not too many 6'6", 300-pounders just walking this earth, right? When you look at this offensive line, what do you think is missing? Is it as simple as Abe Lucas getting healthy and maybe getting a veteran in there? What do you see?
Well, certainly, it feels like in particular, the right side of the line is struggling. Just watching that last Thursday night game, both those guys are probably areas where the Seahawks would like to upgrade if they could, and they probably will and try to. It's another thing that's hard to do overnight, and obviously they lost that guard in free agency, which didn't help either. The thing I would say, though, is they really should be able to run the ball. I mean, I think Kenneth Walker is like a top 5 running back in the NFL. I mean, he is awesome, and we saw that against Detroit a couple weeks ago. But the bigger thing to me is, like, with having the receivers that they have and having Geno playing pretty darn well for the most part, they're getting a bunch of favorable looks to run into. When you look, it looks like there's a decent amount of, 2 deep safety looks being played, so you would think that they'd be able to run it more effectively than they have. I mean, it's really, really hard to win in the NFL if you can't run a team out of a 2-deep front, right, or 2-deep zone. Like, if you can't run when they don't have the extra guy there, it's going to make it significantly harder to be able to throw the ball.
Do you think that that's choice? Like, have you seen a couple moments where you go, why didn't they do that? And then in that case, do you think it's maybe Ryan Grubb transitioning to the NFL, or do you think it's an offensive line issue?
Always a combination.
Yeah.
I think Grubb is learning a little bit as he goes. I don't think people realize, and maybe you guys have talked about this, Stacey, but it is I'm always surprised, right? So, like, this weekend, I'll call 2 games again, right? So tomorrow, Wake Forest, UConn for college, and then Sunday night, I'll be in the booth radio, Westwood One, for the Jets and the Steelers. And just talking with coaches that have done both and have done both recently, I think people are really surprised, or maybe fans would be, at how different the games are, in large part based upon the hash marks, but also just colleges. It's so much tempo. It's so much no huddle, whereas the NFL is a lot different. Everything you talk to with a college coach, they'll talk about the boundary to the field. This guy, this defensive end plays to the boundary. This corner plays to the field. You won't ever hear an NFL coach say that one time. They'll never talk about to the boundary of the field because the hash marks are so much closer. And so I think that there's always going to be an adjustment period. I mean, Eric Bieniemy, I did the UCLA game earlier in the year, and he was really, that was really an adjustment for him. Pat Shurmur, I did Colorado State. He talked about that. They're much different than we think when we just watch them on TV, and they're both on 100-yard fields and 53 1/3 yards wide. So yes, it would kind of be weird if there wasn't any adjustment for Grubb.
Yeah, that's a great point. It really changes the game, those hashes, man. And I'm seeing Grubb kind of come into his zone. Granted, it's been hard for him to run the football. What have you seen out of Grubb? Like, what do you think is the best thing about the games that he's called so far this year?
Well, I do think he's creative, and I do like his pass concepts and the amount of freedom that he gives the quarterback. Obviously, part of that is the quarterback and the receivers have to be on the same page. But, I mean, that Monday night game against the Lions was awesome. That was electric. And, Geno's a guy that a lot of people like me are rooting for, right? Like any guy that was ever a journeyman in the NFL or ever was told by multiple teams that, you're not good enough to play for this squad. You're not a starter in the NFL. We're all kind of rooting for Geno. So I love when he's playing really well and when things are clicking for the Seahawks. I do think it's a good marriage with Geno, these receivers, with Grubb. And I do think, I don't know if this is a debate in Seattle or not, but I do think Geno is the guy for several years to come. I think quarterback is low on the list of issues for the Seahawks right now. I mean, to me, They need to get better on defense off the edge. They need to get better on the offensive line. Those are probably priorities 1 and 2 for this offseason.
It's interesting that you say the guy for a couple years to come because, Ross, I do agree with you, and I think there's a case to be made, but a lot of people they look at Geno's age and they go, well, yeah, he's fine. Like, I'm not saying he's a problem this year, but surely a quarterback who's turning, I don't know, I think 33, 34, can't be your guy for the future. What makes you look at Geno and go, I think he can for a couple years?
I just don't think that is as old as it used to be.
Yeah.
And in particular, in his case, he didn't really play for the 10 years before it. You know what I mean?
Right.
So it's not like he has – he should have plenty of tread left on his tires, so to speak, because the tires weren't really being used. Now, I don't think he's going to be a guy necessarily that plays till he's 40 or at a high level, but what I would submit to you is where the Seahawks are going to be drafting, which is probably, not in the top 10 would be my guess. I just don't I don't know who you're going to get that you feel confident is going to be able to be more productive than Geno Smith the next 2 or 3 years. I think you're better off trying to solidify some positions, and maybe getting Abe Lucas back helps at tackle instead of Forsythe, or maybe getting Nwosu back. Isn't it crazy, by the way, how wherever you have an injury, that's usually where the weak part of the team is. It's the same thing, like anytime you have a draft pick
Wild how that
and you
works.
bust, and you bust on a draft pick, that's going to be the position where you're going to have issues. I guess, look, if there's a guy that falls the middle of round 1 and they love him, even kind of like what the Falcons did with Penix, which is a head shaker to me, head scratcher. Look how well Cousins is playing. I would not have done that if I were the Falcons. But if someone falls to them that they love, then yeah, take him. And maybe it's ideal. Maybe he gets to sit for a year or two behind Geno, a la Aaron Rodgers or Jordan Love, or even Mahomes sat behind Alex Smith for you. I'm not saying you can't draft a guy. I'm just saying I highly doubt any quarterback you take that's not in the top 5 will be better than Geno really anytime soon. And I got to be honest, even this year, some of the top guys, Carson Beck and Quinn Ewers, Shedeur Sanders, Milroe, I don't think they're better than Geno. Like I think that they are very much a question mark. Now the positive for you guys for that is that perhaps they'll be available when it's your turn to draft. Although I doubt it, because there will still be a couple terrible teams at the top of the draft that will take these guys regardless.
Hey, Ross, let's stick with the quarterbacks and focus on these young guys, right? We saw 2 go at it last night, Bo Nix and Spencer Rattler. Drake May finally is getting some action, and then the 2 headliners, Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels, are putting things together. What do you think the future is for this group, and are things shaping out so far the way you thought it would?
Well, yeah, I would say yes. That I am super impressed by Jaden Daniels and not really surprised. I think every guy, or at least almost every guy that came on to my show, the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, all the quarterback gurus during the pre-draft process, they either said that they liked Jaden Daniels more than Caleb Williams, or they sort of intimated it with how they talked. I mean, every guy, trying to think like Dan Orlovsky, Chase Daniel, Phil Simms, Greg Cosell, Sean King. I mean, I might be forgetting some, but you would hear him say that Jaden Daniels was the best progression reader and Jaden Daniels was the best in the pocket. And I remember thinking, and we all could see with our eyes, that Jaden Daniels was the best when it came to running the ball, clearly the fastest out of all these guys. I remember thinking, okay, so what is Caleb Williams better than him at? And evidently the thought process is that Caleb is better in terms of, throwing on the move and extending plays. Okay, I mean, I guess I can buy that, but man, if Daniels is the better progression reader and he's the better runner, I kind of like that. I mean, I kind of think I'll take that guy. So Caleb's been better the last couple games. They've gone against some really bad teams. I still would take Jaden Daniels over Caleb Williams. As for Bo Nix, he's definitely more mobile than I realized. But I don't know. I mean, some of his throws, I don't know if he's going to get there. It's kind of remarkable to me that they have a winning record with the way Bo's played so far. Kudos to Sean Payton, I guess.
Last one here for me. You got something going on with My Front Page Story. What's that about as we kind of near the holiday season here?
Appreciate it, Stacey. Yeah, a buddy of mine started the company. It's by far the best, holiday gift, birthday gift, anniversary gift I've ever heard of. You literally talk to one of their writers or just fill out an email question in 10 minutes. Tell them how great your mom is or your significant other, whatever. They write this unbelievable story. Aww. It looks like it's on the cover of the newspaper. It's framed. It's beautiful. And to be able to give it, I've done this, my sister and I did it to my mom. To be able to say, Mom, we want to do something special for you, so we had a story written about you. My mom was blown away. And then when she read the quote from my sister, I wouldn't be the woman I am today if it weren't for my mom, she just started bawling. It was awesome. So if you want to make your mom or your sister or anybody cry or your wife cry, happy tears, good tears, this is the way to do it. MyFrontPageStory.com, MyFrontPageStory.com. And honestly, it's mid-October, so just go there, see what it looks like. Throw your email in because I think you get a 20% code. That way you'll get another email when it's Mother's Day or Valentine's Day, so you won't blow it this year, Bump.
I love the idea. If you want to make people cry, but for good reasons, My Front Page Story. You can also check out more from Ross Tucker, the Ross Tucker Football Podcast, a daily NFL podcast. He's got the latest update 7 hours ago for some Week 7 picks, fresh info, and there are also some takeaways, obviously, from Thursday Night Football. He is Ross Tucker. Follow him on all social media at Ross Tucker NFL. Thanks, Ross.
Thanks, Ross.
Absolutely. Great talking with you guys. See ya.
See ya. It's a Football Friday powered by the Snoqualmie Casino Sportsbook. Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game. What former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what positions will be the deciding factors in this game?
All right, Stacey, I need you to bear with me, and our guy, Curtis Rogers, will fill me on another level with this one.
All right.
So
I'm
thinking,
where this is going.
I'm thinking the Usos. I'm thinking the Hardy Boys.
All right.
I'm thinking the Hart Foundation.
Tag teams.
I'm thinking Harlem Heat.
That's
you
right.
Feel me?
Talking wrestling? Or?
This is
Absolutely.
wrestling. Tag team. It's going to be a tag team match between our linebackers and their linebackers, baby. Caden Ellis and Troy Anderson against Jerome Baker and Tyrell Dawson. Who is going to win that tag team matchup? Because those guys are going to be responsible for tackling these running backs and stopping the run. Which tag team is going to be able to do it, man? You got to look at these linebackers. That will be the deciding factor. Is it the Usos? Is it the Hardy Boys? Is it the Hart Foundation? Is it Harlem Heat, baby? Come on, LBs, get her done.
Tables, ladders, and chairs.
I don't know if you've ever seen anyone smile, but their eyes aren't smiling and their teeth aren't touching. That was me just now going, I'm so confused. Second down. What do you think Ryan Grubb can do to jumpstart the run game?
I say pack it in. I say, I forget it. 2 tight ends, 2 running backs. We are going to make it an emphasis to run the football. If you can't do it out of 10 personnel, if you can't do it out of 11 personnel, 1 running back, 1 tight end, then just pack it in and say, we got to get Ken Walker going. Get these guys some touches. Get these tackles some help with the tight ends over there. I say you just make it old school, man. You take it back to the 80s, to the 70s, and you pack it in. Get a fullback back there and just get Ken Walker the football. And when you do that, and if you do that, you'll still be able to throw out of it. Now the play action is ready to go. Now you pack it in tight, then you motion 1 tight end out, get a 1-on-1, or you get in bunch formation, tight bunch to one side, and you seal the edge. I think you got to pack it in at this point because spreading it out and letting the offense try to run that way just isn't getting it done. So if I am Grubb, but I am not, but if I am Grubb, I'm going to pack that thing in and let's run the ball.
724, wouldn't we be the Road Warriors, Hawk and Animal?
Yeah.
That's a good That's a good tag team.
See, I'm not even going to pretend to know. I'm just going to celebrate differences. And one of them is that I'm sitting here going, Road Warriors? Third down. You and Curtis bonded on a level I just can't relate to. Curtis is out here talking about breaking tables.
Oh, yeah.
I don't understand. What's something you think Gino will and should experience for the first time in weeks?
All right, so against New England, he got hit 6 times, 3 sacks. Miami, he was hit 7 times, 3 sacks. Lions, 9 hits, 3 sacks. Giants hit 10 times, 7 sacks. The Niners, 5, 1 sack. He should operate from a clean pocket this week. He should be able to sit back there, read a book, have a sip of coffee, then throw the football. I want him to do that because when he does that, he is great. And I think that will remind people of how good Geno Smith really is. I was just looking at X, and there's this meme that I saw. It's this guy riding on a bike, and he's riding on the bike, and it says Seahawks offensive line, and then he sticks a stick in the wheel of the bike, and it goes allowing the most pressure. Then the guy falls down, and it says, "Why did Geno do this?" This is exactly what it is. Like, the offensive line has been struggling, and yet Geno's been keeping this team afloat, and people are just pointing the finger at Geno. So I go, you know what? Let's give Geno a clean pocket and remind folks that he is one of the most accurate passers in the game. Not the best. He's not Pat Mahomes. He's not Lamar Jackson. I understand that, but he's the right quarterback for this team, and if he has a clean pocket, good things are going to happen. I don't see why he should not have a clean pocket this week.
I'm going to shove my sister down and just go, why did you do that? The equivalent of, like, why? What are you doing? Fourth down. What's something you saw from DK on X during your flight to Pullman that he needs to tap more into?
So, one of the knocks I have with DK is that sometimes it seems like he doesn't have a plan when he's running his routes. Like, he'd be running a slant. The DB is inside. He leaves him there, then tries to run the slant. And because he's so big, he fights through the contact and makes the play. But I saw a route. He ran an out route from the slot. And he had a defender that was head up on him. He inside release, gave him a nice little tempo release, snapped it out, went to the outside and caught the football. He had a clear plan, and I got excited on the plane, and I probably made some type of noise, but I got the noise-canceling headphones, so I don't know if I did or not. And I go, ooh. Okay, there it is right there. He has shown that he can do it. I just want DK, man, to just be a professor when he's out there when it comes to his route running because he's shown that he can do it. Now it's about doing it consistently. So, man, come on, DK. You got it in you, baby. Go make some plays.
You understand everything about football. However, that being said, it's possible to be an expert in one thing, and that has to be receivers. I mean, you know everything about this position. What's something that is a fair critique of DK when you see it? You go, yeah, you're not wrong. And what's something you think that a lot of people get wrong about him?
A fair critique would be that he just relies on his size a bit too much. Like me being the average size man walking this earth, I couldn't even attempt to do half of the things that DK does, right? I know what it feels like just to be bigger, faster, and stronger than everybody. And he's probably been that way since he was like 3 years old, right? So he's lived this life that way. A fair critique is that he just, at times, he doesn't attack the football. Like, when's the last time you saw DK run a post and reach out with his hands over his head to grab the football out the air? He usually lets it drop into the basket. I understand why he does, though, because it's easier to run after the catch when you do that. But, yeah, man, just go reach for the ball, grab it out the air. I think it was against the Denver Broncos on the sideline. Yep. He reached over a grown man and snatched it, and I thought we were on to something. So give me more of that.
Last one. You guys were talking about wrestling earlier. With you and Curtis, would you rather be able to throw someone through a table or be able to be thrown at a table wrestling style? Like, what's more fun?
Definitely chucking someone through a table.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
What's the single most fun thing you would do if it was like a day as a WWE wrestler? You get like all the equipment, all the training. Would you want to like be dropped in to the square?
No.
Squared circle?
Square.
The ring? Yeah.
This is what I would want. I would want them to, Curtis, man, you got a match going on. Then all of a sudden, the random music shows up, my theme music, and I run out the dang tunnel, sprint down there, and then slide into the ring. That's what I want to do.
Okay, the entry, the original, just kind of like a heel. I mean, would you want to be a heel?
Oh, they have the most fun. Absolutely, you'd want to be a heel. Yeah. I think definitely coming out of the backstage area, seeing your music hit, that's got to be top one. But I would love to dive off a ladder onto somebody laying on a table and just sending them through it. Go Jeff Hardy, Swanton Bottom.
So not my idea of a great time. You're listening to Bump and Stacy on Seattle Sports and the Seattle Sports app, taking a look around the timeline. You got to hear the Spanish radio call from last night's game.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
The Daniel Jeremiah Show every Wednesday with us here at 8:30. Look, you build the house with the foundation first, and that's the line of scrimmage, and that's where they've got to get better. So if you can take resources to do that and from the outside and dump those resources on the inside, I get that. That's the identity that you're searching for. Yeah, it's hard for me to argue against that logic if that's the direction they really want to take the team.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Can't fix everything for everybody, but you can be there and listen and try to help with what you can. You're there to support them, and that's the best that you can do.
Justin Meek. He's the leader and caretaker of the 380 people who consider Lee Johnson their home.
This is my life. This is my family's life. The people that work here, they're my family. When something's not right with them, it's not right with us. My wife and 3 kids in the house, there's always something wrong with somebody at all times. And if there isn't, then something's wrong. When you have 388 employees, there's never a day that everything is good everywhere. You have to be okay with that. You have to look at that as opportunities to gain a better relationship with people and help them through what they're going through.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Seattle is home to Swedish CyberKnife, a non-invasive and highly precise treatment for prostate cancer. Compared with other radiation treatments, CyberKnife treatment is much shorter, typically 5 treatments. The vast majority of patients experience minimal side effects and can continue normal activities during treatment. Swedish CyberKnife patients enjoy excellent cancer control rates and minimal disruption to normal activities. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Uh-oh. Looks like your plumbing just threw a Hail Mary into the wrong end zone. But don't worry, folks. Flowhawks Plumbing and Septic is here to intercept the mess. From busted pipes to clogged drains, we've got the plays that'll turn your plumbing fumble into a winning touchdown. Why risk a penalty? Call Flowhawks, the hometown heroes who will blitz that plumbing problem before it costs you the game. Because when your pipes are on the line, we bring our A game. Talk to the Hawk. 1-800-FLOWHAWK. That's 1-800-FLOHAWK.
What's one of the biggest issues when you're trying to hire a roofing contractor? Are they going to do what you hired them to do? On time, on budget? Asset Roofing knows in addition to putting the premier roofing system on your home, the most valuable things they can provide to you are communication and transparency. I encourage you to check out and see what Asset Roofing is all about. Head to AssetRoofingCo.com.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Headed outdoors or on the water this weekend? Check in with Joey and Nelly on the Outdoor Line from 6 to 8 a.m. every Saturday on SeattleSports.com.
Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Will the Falcons be better prepared for the Seahawks offense than any opponent this season because of Michael Penix Jr.'s familiarity with Ryan Grubb's offense? Brock Hewitt thinks that could be a factor.
I honestly think in this case, Grubb and Huff and company are going to have to go back and make sure that some of their calls, some of their signals that they did use in the past, they have changed, because Jimmy Lake will never have a better scout team quarterback getting ready for Geno Smith than Michael Penix this week, right? Knowing all the calls, knowing all the shifts, knowing how to line up in this call and shift and move to this formation. And I mean, Michael is so well-versed in it, probably even more well-versed right now than the Seahawks are themselves in some ways with all of his years of experience.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY. Let's talk about hockey. Don't you love a sport where it's almost fair game to throw off your gloves and bare knuckle it in that gray area? Hockey brings excitement, intensity, passion, often drinking. It's like a party with a puck. If you enjoy too many shots at the bar while watching slap shots on the ice, don't try to make a breakaway because the police won't just stonewall your goal. They're much more likely to throw you in that penalty box. And it won't be just a few minutes to think about what you did. Go ahead, enjoy cracking one open. Just don't overdo it. Call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com for your free private consultation. Hockey is one of the only sports where you can wrap around the goal and there's no out of bounds. But the roadway is a different story. Call 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
1-800-DUI-AWAY. For many of us, it's happening. Your hair is thinning. Your crown is disappearing. Hair loss had me feeling like I was losing my identity altogether. Well, I've got some good news. It's a simple one-day treatment that worked for me. The Advanced FUE from Advanced Hair. It starts growing new hair the very next day, and it's guaranteed to grow for life. We've all seen the pills and lotions that come with monthly memberships. Those can help retain what you have. But what if you want your own natural hair in specific areas like I did? You decide how much, how thick, and where. From Advanced Hair's state-of-the-art facilities to the world-class leading doctors like Dr. Perungo, it's not a maybe your hair will grow. It's guaranteed that your new hair will grow. For your free consultation, $250 off and 250 free hair grafts, call 425-449-8185. Advanced Hair is the winner of the 425 Business of the Year, and they are the team that I personally recommend. That's 425-449-8185 or advancedhair.com.
This hour is brought to you by Floor Coverings International.
This is The Timeline
with Bump and Stacy.
Brought to you by 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
We're starting the timeline with some shocking news from college basketball. This was yesterday, but we have a few more updates about it. Former Virginia head basketball coach Tony Bennett stunned everyone by announcing his retirement on Thursday, just 3 weeks away from their season opener. I know a lot of you care about college basketball, and maybe some of you aren't as tuned in to UVA or what was happening with Tony Bennett, but Bump, as you know, and as I'm about to ask you about, this is really a more broad conversation about NIL and the changing landscape of college sports. This is what Tony said at a press conference.
And I've been here for 15 years as the head coach. And I thought it would be a little longer, to be honest, but that's been on loan. It wasn't mine to keep. This position has been on loan, and it's time for me to, excuse me, I knew that would happen. It's time for me to give it back, but to give it back to gain what I can't lose, to be a better husband. I love Laurel with all my heart, and we're going to find out if you love me with all your heart, because I'm going to be around a lot more. To be a better dad to my daughter Anna and my son Eli. My parents are both 81 years old, and I don't want to live with any regrets. Just to be around them, to be a better friend, be a better brother. I know my sister, if she's watching, would be saying that to me. I look forward to the relationships with the former players and even at the current ones and the staff that you don't always get to have when you're grinding away. So I think about that, and it's mine to give back.
Many of you obviously already know and associate Tony with Washington State. He led the Cougs to the NCAA tourney in 07, 08, was named AP Coach of the Year in his first season at Wazoo in 2007. But in 15 seasons with UVA, he went 364, 136, making him the all-time wins leader there and the winningest coach in program history by winning percentage. As part of this that you didn't hear, he said, "I don't think I'm equipped in this new way to coach, and it's a disservice if you keep doing that." Bump, did Bennett's sudden retirement, shock you? And what do you think is behind some of these bigger names leaving the college ranks? Do you think any of it's connected?
Well, first, let me thank Tony Bennett, man. He was the coach here at WSU when I was here, and he changed his program. Him and his dad. His dad laid the foundation, and then Tony just took it to another level. So thank you, Tony. But, no, I think you're absolutely correct. Guys like Tony who have been around this game for so long and who have done it a certain way for so long, It's not like the schematics of the game is overwhelming him, or just the type of athlete is overwhelming him. It's the infrastructure of which college sports are right now. And when you're not able to affect or connect with kids the way that you would like to, because you know that they're pretty much on a loan. They can leave whenever they want to, and that's what you base your program around. It changes your love for the game. I'm sure he still loves the game, but he's frustrated at some things, and he can't do the things that he wants to do. He's not helped raising young men the way men that he used to. It has to be frustrating. So no, it's not surprising me at all. It's going to take a special breed to kind of work through this.
Tony Bennett also clarified as part of this quote, "I think it's right for student athletes to receive revenue. Please don't mistake me. I do. But the game and college athletics are not in a healthy spot. There needs to be change. It's going to be closer to a professional model." Bump, I know that you fundamentally think that athletes should be compensated, that some kind of compensation somewhere is fair for athletes, because we've talked about this a million times. I also know that you think there could be some changes and some new rules and maybe some new things introduced, because it's almost like the NCAA adapted, allowed kids to make money off NILs, and then didn't add any guardrails and didn't add any over. I mean, we just saw this in a very different way, but impact the game with UNLV and their quarterback situation, that there's no format, there's no guardrails, there's no oversight. I mean, what kind of changes do you think Tony might be hinting at?
Exactly what you're saying. There's no structure to this. You're literally allowed to come and go as you please. You have coaches and other entities promising money without any guaranteed contracts. It's just real sloppy right now. So if everything surrounding the athletes is sloppy, as far as how they're getting paid, if they're going to get paid, who's going to pay them, and them being able to leave whenever they want to, it has to be frustrating. If you got into this coaching business with the idea of helping develop the person, the athlete. And you can't do that if guys and women are able to leave whenever they want to. So, no, as I said before, there needs to be 2-year contracts, and there needs to be a salary cap. Like, you have to, if they're going to be treated as professionals, let's go ahead and call it what it is. Make college sports a profession, and add some structure to it. Because if not, man, you're going to lose great coaches like Tony Bennett.
All right, next story here in the timeline. Let's go ahead and jump to last night's Guardians win over the Yanks. You got to hear the Spanish radio call of that home run.
Plató, ¡Feliz Navidad! ¡Feliz Navidad! Acaba de empatar el encuentro la Navidad en octubre. ¡Qué bárbaro! ¡Qué monstruo!
John Quincy Noel's game-tying home run for Cleveland, a.k.a. Big Christmas. Why is everything better is a Spanish radio call, Bump.
It sounds so great in Spanish.
Truly.
Oh, my God. The passion, the joy, the excitement. That was a big moment, man. As soon as that happened, my phone started lighting up, and people were sending me that version of it. That's a classic. That will never be forgotten.
All right, last one here. Mike Tomlin has kept it kind of under wraps, but not really, about whether or not Russell Wilson will actually be starting on Sunday. But George Pickens definitely spoiled that with this one.
Have you noticed him putting in extra time this week, maybe working with you one-on-one just to try to get on the same page?
Yeah, getting on the same page after practice throwing, more than usual, because, this is first start.
You know the friend that spoils the surprise party? Like, oh, I'll see you Saturday, right? We're all going to be there for your party. That is George Pickens with Russell Wilson. Yeah, I've been getting in some overtime work with him because you know how he's starting Sunday. And reporters are like, oh. Well, thank you, George.
You know what I did? I did that one time recently.
No.
I was so
What
mad
happened?
at myself. So my sister-in-law, she was having her bachelorette party. And my wife set up for her and her friends to go to the Missy Busta Sierra concert that was in town. And for some reason, I'm talking to her. I go, oh, I'm so jealous. You get to see Busta Rhymes. She goes, what? I go, oh, snaps. I just spoiled your surprise. And my wife looked at me. Usually I'm good with this stuff, and I was so disappointed in myself. Oh, my God. It was so bad.
I hate keeping a secret. Like, don't tell me anything. I'll keep a secret. Like, I'm not going to spoil it. But the weight of it on me, it takes over my whole life. Like, if I'm told by anyone, like, oh, so-and-so, she's pregnant, she's going to announce it tomorrow, I'm like, don't tell me that. Don't tell me anything. Like, don't tell me a single secret. I don't want to know. This is obviously a friend of mine that I found out, and then I had to keep it a secret. And I was like, I wasn't going to say anything, but now I'm terrified that the next thing I'll say is this story. Time for the IRG injury report, brought to you by IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. This is from yesterday's practice report. Stone Forsythe, Trey Brown, Reek Woolen, Tyler Lockett, Kenny McIntosh, all non-participants. Good news is Boye Mafe obviously participating, Leonard Williams, some of those guys that have been dealing with injuries are not quite 100% all out there playing. And Anthony Bradford was a full participant in practice. Don't go anywhere.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
I don't want to trade a good player. DK's a really good player.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
But when you've screwed up your offensive line to the point that the Seahawks have for the better part of a decade, don't we have to have a conversation about doing things differently? And where are you going to find those kinds of resources?
And there's no assurance either. Oh, we trade DK and we get back to, okay, what if you trade for him and that team that you get that one from, you're picking 30, the 8 difference-making O-linemen are all gone.
Streaming on your smart speaker.
Welcome to IRG Sports Injury Update. We're with Shannon O'Kelly, physical therapist and president of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. And our guest, Julie Mahler, a registered dietitian and nutritionist at IRG.
Julie, welcome. Hey, a lot of stuff in the media literature talking about inflammation, body inflammation. You're a registered nutritionist. Tell us about the anti-inflammatory diet.
Shannon, the anti-inflammatory diet is so powerful because it can help a person decrease that inflammation in their body just through the foods that they eat. And it's not just like it can be through diabetes or rheumatoid arthritis, that it's those foods that can help improve those conditions, but also if you have sore muscles, or let's say you're in physical therapy and you're working on a body part, the food can help you make progress faster. It's an additional helpful tool. And so you can eat less of those pro-inflammatory foods, maybe salts and sugars, and you can eat more of those anti-inflammatory foods like fruits, vegetables, lean proteins, whole grains, things like that.
What you're saying, Julie, is that certain foods will enhance or cause inflammation and certain foods will decrease inflammation.
Absolutely, Shannon. And in addition, your immune function or your immune system is also very similar to that anti-inflammatory situation where those same foods can improve your immune function and improve your inflammation.
Julie, you did a webinar for IRG. You had over 100 people attend it. So we know there's an interest in the anti-inflammatory diet. How would people get a hold of you?
They can contact me via irgpt.com. I see patients both virtually and in person at our South Everett office.
Find Julie at irgpt.com. That's irgpt.com.
With over 40 neighborhood clinics around Washington, IRG has you covered. Let IRG be your family's physical therapist. Find the location nearest you at irgpt.com. That's irgpt.com.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
Does your snoring keep others awake at night? Choking or gasping can be even worse. Hi, I'm Dr. Nick Kugler with the Washington Center for Sleep. Snoring is often a sign that something is wrong. Don't ignore it. We can help fix it. We specialize in treating snoring and sleep apnea so that you can get better sleep, giving you more energy and a more fulfilling, healthy life. Visit us in Seattle, Bellevue, or at wasleep.com. That's wasleep.com. Sleep better, feel better. That's the Washington Center for Sleep way.
The noon hour of the Bump and Stacy Show is powered every day by the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com.
I'm attorney Rob Iddens, proud Marine Corps veteran and owner of Warrior Injury Law. I'm a fifth-generation Pacific Northwesterner, graduated from UW and Seattle U School of Law. At Warrior Injury Law, we have years of experience in the trenches, fighting insurance companies for the people of Washington, my people. If you've been injured, you need a lawyer that is tough, confident, and battle-tested. Call us at 253-WARRIOR for your free case review. Warrior Injury Law, battle-tested.
You know, someone asked me the other day, do you know how many devices the average home has connected to their Wi-Fi network? It is way more than I thought. So I actually went home and counted how many connected devices we own. It is more than a dozen, all to keep us connected to the good stuff. Our streaming, our gaming, all our interneting, you name it. And Xfinity knows that the number of devices we have connected to our internet is only growing by the year. And that is why, well, they engineered their gateways to handle hundreds of connected devices. Hundreds, for real. And now through October 21st, get fast, reliable 150 megabit Xfinity internet for just $19.99 a month for 12 months with a 1-year contract. Make sure your home Wi-Fi can handle everything you throw at it, and then some. Visit Xfinity.com, call 1-800-XFINITY, or visit a store to switch today. Xfinity, bring on the good stuff. Some restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto pay with stored bank account. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra after promo. Regular rates apply. Currently, $54 a month. Actual speeds vary. Make the call to 1-800-XFINITY.
For over 111 years, Pacific Lamp and Supply Company has been your #1 lighting specialist in Washington. From the Space Needle in Seattle and now all the way to the Riverwalk in Spokane. With the largest lighting inventory in Washington, Pacific Lamp's knowledgeable and experienced staff can assist you with any lighting issue, as well as help with intricate lighting and control designs. Plus, they work with all utilities in Washington to get you the best available lighting rebates. Pacific Lamp and Supply Company, Washington's lighting expert since 1912. Visit pacificlamp.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
So coming up in 15 minutes, we've got a Week 7 NFL preview. So I wanted to get to baseball for just a minute. And this isn't necessarily to look at these games in particular that are happening. That's in part because they're going to be happening, the first of them, Mets trying to avoid elimination around 2 p.m. So instead, what I'm going to do is talk about MLB playoffs. Curtis Rogers in for Michael Bumpus. I was inspired by this text into the Mac and Jacks text line, Curtis. The 509 says, the lack of competitive balance makes baseball unwatchable. No coincidence, the ridiculous payroll Yankees will face the even more ridiculous payroll Dodgers in the World Series. I'll never watch another MLB game until there's a hard salary cap, not even the dumb luxury tax the NBA uses. Now, Curtis.
Is this John Fisher texting us?
I saw this and I thought, you know what? I do want to introduce this text for this reason. I think the Mariners, I don't have their numbers. I just think they could spend more. Like, it's not my money. I'm playing with house money, and I would love to see this team get to a World Series. I think that they have upped their payroll in each of the last couple seasons, but I think they could do it even more, and I would just love them to be aggressive. I also don't think the Mariners can or will be a top 5, 6, 7, 8 spender. I mean, if they can, that would be great.
Yeah,
but
we're not going to stop you if you want to do that.
However, so I say all of that. And I also think that spending has a very positive correlation with getting to and winning in the postseason. I also want to hit pause on the idea that a top 5 spender, certainly a top 3 spender, is always going to win every single year and that just evil prevails in baseball. Like, I just want to hit pause on that idea because even though that's reflected right now, Curtis, you noted with 3 of the top...
The top 3 spending teams are still alive.
In the AL and NLCS. And 2 of them may advance to the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
But that's not always the case in the playoffs.
No, it's not. And, I mean, you don't have to go that far back to see last year. The Arizona Diamondbacks, an 84-win Arizona Diamondbacks team, made it all the way to the World Series. I will say, though, that the equalizer in the payroll conversation is talent. Mm-hmm. You see teams develop their own players or make very savvy trades and get guys that outperform their expectations year in and year out. The Diamondbacks last year benefited greatly from Corbin Carroll's breakout season, and they also made a really shrewd trade in getting Lourdes Gurriel and Montero, their catcher, who played tremendous. They got great pitching from like Zach Gallen and Merrill Kelly and all those guys on that Diamondbacks roster. that is how they were able to narrow the gap between themselves and the Phillies, the team who they beat in the National League Championship Series, who I believe the Phillies, if I'm not mistaken, are team number 4 in terms of payroll. They've got, guys everywhere, Bryce Harper, Trey Turner, the rotation with Zach Wheeler. All those guys are making a ton of money, and that's how they've chosen to build their organization. If you choose to not go the route of spending, you absolutely have to nail nearly every single prospect that comes up through your ranks, from draft or an international signing to the big league level. And then you've got to be able to, if you don't want to extend them, you've got to have somebody who is right there nipping at their heels in order to get them, in order to get that spot filled. That's why the Rays have been pretty consistently competitive for the last about 15 or so years now, is because their player development system has been maybe the best in all of baseball. That's to say, teams like the Mariners, who have made the choice to not really dabble in free agency all that much.
And let's not talk about the Mariners like they're this mom and pop shop of like, baseball's unfair. In an ideal world, would I want a salary cap in baseball so that there's more parity? Yeah, it's what makes the NFL more fun to watch, is it's anyone's year, any given moment, and player development matters a ton. But the Mariners, you don't need to defend the Mariners as like this little 30th size market.
Yeah.
That's not what they are.
No, they're right in the middle. In fact, they're like kind of the second tier in terms of market size. Not a New York or LA or Chicago or anything like that, but they're within shouting distance at least. So I think if you look at the whole payroll, like, I'm not watching baseball again until there's a salary cap. Okay, but there are still many opportunities to compete in baseball, not just matching dollar for dollar with all these teams. I mean, you and we were talking about in the break, when was the last time the Yankees won the World Series? When was the last time they've been to the World
2009.
Series? 2009. They have not been to the World Series in the last 15 years. That's an organization that you kind of expect to be there every single year in October. They have not been. So spending for them it has allowed them to get to the playoffs more often than not, but they have not been able to turn that into a World Series championship. The Dodgers have won World Series since 1988.
Exactly. And I'm really glad that you brought that up. And 206 says, if you want a salary cap, why are you defending the reasons against having a salary cap? I think a salary cap can make things, can make more parity in sports. We've seen that. I also just don't think that's happening in baseball. And I also don't think that there's a point. I mean, maybe this is how you feel. I don't think there's a point in being like, I'm not watching baseball until they fix this. Like, because quite frankly, this doesn't happen every single year. Like, we're seeing a reflection of top payrolls in the NL and ALCS that aren't there every single season.
Right.
Curtis just mentioned the gap in World Series wins for the Dodgers and for the Yankees. By the way, neither in the World Series this year yet. These series still ongoing.
There's still chances.
I know the Mets are on the verge of elimination and the Dodgers are close to advancing, and you get this feeling of like, evil prevails when top teams go. But like, there are avenues to get a team to the playoffs when you aren't a top 5 payroll, and it's, as Curtis perfectly stated, widely surrounds just having the best talent. How to get the best talent on your team is the conversation we're having about the Mariners.
Yes, and if the Mariners want to make sure they have the best talent, then player development has to be, I think, priority number 1, 2, and 3 in your organization if you're not going to dabble in free agency. I think it is very much the top priority right now, but you also are still a couple of years away from that group of prospects that we've been talking about more and more recently, from seeing those fruits start to bear at the major league level. So it's not just having like 1 or 2 good prospects at a time. It's having like a wave of guys come up and be able to replenish the guys who you may not, be able to afford going forward. Like, let's be honest, the chances of the Mariners keeping George Kirby, Cal Raleigh, and Logan Gilbert, while I would love to have all 3 back here for the foreseeable future, it's going to be very tough to do all 3 of those guys, to get all 3 of those guys done and taken care of. So that's why you've got to have this consistent output of great prospects, because you're not going to be able to compete with the Dodgers or the Yankees or the Mets or what have you if you just don't have the talent.
Well, and to what a lot of folks on the Mac and Jacks text line are saying right now, if you're not up to par with player development, how are you going to fill in the gap? Like if you have not shown, I'm sorry, the Mariners have not shown in 20 years that they can just develop their way to a World Series. They've never appeared there. So what people naturally start wondering is, okay, well, if you don't have the player development to get there, can you trade your way to it? Can you pay your way to it? Like, what way can you go? So I do think, a fair critique is if you're not going to develop like Tampa Bay, then make your payroll higher. Like, that's a completely fair critique I don't disagree with. I am just, though, I wanted to introduce that idea because we are seeing kind of a unique championship series for, group right here.
Right.
We are.
A really good point by the 360 saying it's not the spending amount for the Mariners that bothers them. It's how they've spent that money, too.
1,000%.
They've missed on a lot of guys in what was it, A.J. Pollock. It was Mitch Garver this last year, Colton
Haniger.
Long. Yeah, Haniger.
Which was a trade, technically.
Yeah,
trading on that salary.
when you are not spending to the level of the Dodgers or the Yankees, you have to make sure that money that you're spending stretches beyond anything that the Yankees or Dodgers are
Anyways,
spending.
I just find this conversation fascinating. The idea of, yes, there is such a strong correlation between spending and winning, but at the same time, it guarantees very little. and say what you will about the Yankees and praying for their downfall. They have the most championships, obviously, 27 of them, but haven't been to a World Series won a World Series since 2009. So we'll see if they get it done this year. But lots of interesting conversations about spending. We are jumping back to the NFL, though, with a Week 7 preview next.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
John Morosi is here. In many ways, Julio is the most talented player on this team, but the most vital one, the one that cannot be lost, is Cal Raleigh. He is a very valuable player at a high defensive priority position. When you've got someone who really gets into the back end of an MVP ballot conversation based significantly, obviously his power is a big reason why, but significantly on the defensive value, other managers, other coaches, they know how important he is.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Now is your time to get into a new D.R. Horton home by taking advantage of their National Red Tag Sales event going on right now through October 20th. Stop by any of their participating communities and find select Red Tag homes at incredible pricing. So whether you're buying your first home or looking for an upgrade, you don't want to miss the Red Tag Sales event going on right now. Discover the D.R. Horton difference at drhorton.com. That's drhorton.com. D.R. Horton, America's builder, an equal housing opportunity builder.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
Is this house a good price compared to others in the area? Are prices going up or down? If I don't make an offer right this very moment, will I miss my chance? These are just some of the questions a home buyer might ask. And these are the sorts of questions an agent who is a realtor can help answer. Because realtors have the expertise, data, and access to specialty training to help you navigate the process of buying a home. They provide support, guidance, and have your back every step of the way. That's what realtors do, because that's who we are. Realtors are members of the National Association of Realtors.
What's that sound? That's the sound of Downy Unstoppable scent beads going into your washing machine and giving your clothes freshness that lasts all day long. There it is again. It's like music to your ears, or more like music to your nose. That freshness is irresistible. Let's get a Downy Unstoppable bottle shake. And now a sniff solo. Nice. With Downy Unstoppable, you just toss, wash, wow, for all-day freshness.
All right, guys, it's Mike Salk here, and the summer is definitely over. I know you've had your fun. So did I. Maybe you let it get away from you a little bit, but now you know it's time to get back on track. Stop feeling frustrated and overwhelmed and start being excited about the new you. It's all possible. You got a teammate in Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs, no injections, just teaching you how to turn your body into a fat-burning machine and then keep that weight off for the long term. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic knows the secret for fast and lasting weight loss using real, healthy foods that you buy at the grocery store and lifestyle strategies designed to reset your metabolism. So schedule your free online consultation at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. The program has successfully helped thousands of people lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days, including myself. You can do it in person or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation today. Call 425-588-0080 or go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, DC. Results may vary. Want to listen to Seattle sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
Uh-oh, looks like your plumbing just threw a Hail Mary into the wrong end zone. But don't worry, folks. Flowhawks Plumbing and Septic is here to intercept the mess. From busted pipes to clogged drains, we've got the plays that'll turn your plumbing fumble into a winning touchdown. Why risk a penalty? Call Flowhawks, the hometown heroes who will blitz that plumbing problem before it costs you the game. Because when your pipes are on the line, we bring our A game. Talk to the Hawk, 1-800-FLOWHAWK. That's 1-800-FLOHAWK.
Lead generation is one of the most important aspects of any marketing campaign. So let us help you identify your target audience and market your products or services to them. Go to aimyourdigital.com today. aimyourdigital.com.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
You know the guy who spoils the surprise birthday party? That was George Pickens today. Steelers head coach Mike Tomlin hasn't yet committed to naming Russell Wilson as the Week 7 starter against the Jets, but wide receiver George Pickens might have just given it away. He told reporters he's been getting extra work in after practice because, quote, this is Wilson's first start. Jerome Ford has been ruled out for the Browns this week with a hamstring injury, but Cleveland's getting help in the form of regular starter Nick Chubb. He's expected to make his return to football for the first time since a devastating season-ending injury suffered last September.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. This is Football Friday, powered by the Snoqualmie Casino Sportsbook. Curtis Rogers in for Michael Bumpus for the second half of today's show. We still have a game show coming your way where you're going to hear Bump. I'm not going to give away who won. I thought it was a great quiz.
It was.
It wasn't my best, but there was some fun trivia in there.
It was.
You know, we learned a lot about the Falcons and Seahawks. And the Falcons and Seahawks are where we're going to start for our NFL Week 7 preview. We are going to go through quite a few games here, not every single one. I ruled out the boring ones I don't care about, but we are going to start with the Seahawks taking on the Atlanta Falcons as part of that early window, a 10 a.m. start for Seattle fans watching from home. Breakfast ball.
Do you have your plans for what you're doing?
Yeah, I do. Every single 10 a.m. game the Seahawks play, which is why I personally get so excited when they have several East Coast road trips. Every 10 a.m. game the Seahawks have, I let myself get 2 pastries and a coffee. It's the only time I let myself have like scones or donuts.
You gotta have the energy to get through the entire slate of games that day.
It's just kind of an excuse to do it that keeps me from every single Sunday eating whatever I want. So I just go 10 a.m. starts. I'll get like a pumpkin scone and a donut and a coffee.
Double pastry.
I can't wait to get up and work.
Oh man,
I'm so excited.
Now, are you going to be an absolute sicko and get up for the London game? New England, Jacksonville?
No, I'm not. In fact, I skipped that game and did not include it on here because I'm not going to watch a single Jags game.
Yeah, that's especially on the West Coast.
Nobody
a
wants
6:30
that.
a.m. kickoff
To watch New England.
No.
I mean, yeah, what's Drake May, going to continue?
Those
He had a solid,
two really
start.
bad teams.
Yeah, obviously didn't get a win in that one. But so the only interesting thing about it to me is that. But no, I skipped right over that London one. Sorry to all those Jags fans listening from Seattle. No, we're going to start with the 3-3 Seahawks coming off a 3-game losing streak, taking on the Falcons, who are 4-2 off a 3-game win streak. Here's where you're really watching. The pass rush for the Falcons only has 5 sacks in 6 games. They are the worst pass rush in football against one of the worst offensive lines. They've given up the 4th most sacks in football with 19. Who wins this matchup?
Yeah, Seahawks not the worst according to Pro Football Focus. They're 29th out of 32, so it's not as bad as
Like
it
my
could
10th
be, I
place
guess.
ribbon, you know
right,
what I mean?
yeah. It's a brown ribbon, right? That's what 29th out of 32?
With gold writing.
That's what 29 out of 32 can get you.
Yeah.
The 10th place ribbon of the NFL.
My mom still has it.
Right. Like, look, the Seahawks have a very real opportunity to win. Like, I would not be shocked if the Seahawks picked up a victory on the road against this Falcons team. I believe this game actually it is tied for the highest over-under of the weekend at 51.5. The only other game that has the same over-under would be Carolina and Washington. So Vegas is expecting plenty of points in this one, which I think bodes well for the Seahawks offense. It bodes well for Geno Smith. The run game, for sure. You got to get it going against this Falcons defensive line. You absolutely have to. If you do not, it goes from just kind of like a concern to maybe like one of those like red alarms goes off and spinning. And we have those go off in the newsroom every now and then when like a station goes off air, like if our transmitter goes down or whatever.
The anxiety that dead air gives me.
People like run around out there.
It is so scary.
Yeah, as though
if we're quiet for 2 seconds, like that stresses me out.
It does. I got very worried
My
right
heart
there.
starts racing.
That's what's going to happen if the Seahawks cannot get this run game going against Atlanta's porous defensive line. Red alerts are going to be going off. It's going to be of the utmost concern heading into that Buffalo game the following weekend, because not only will you potentially, I think if they don't get something going against Atlanta's defensive line, then it's going to be very tough sledding. So you have to get a win in order to stop the bleeding, in order to stop this 3-game losing streak from becoming a 4-game losing streak. And then also you're going up against one of the NFL's best teams the following week in Buffalo. You don't want it to turn into a 5-game losing streak.
Next game on here, also in that early window, so you're just going to have to peek at it while you're watching the Seahawks. I only know one Titans fan. They're 1-4, not so great. But I do know a lot of people that are curious about Amari Cooper with the Bills, and so Titans at Bills is the next game I'm highlighting here. This is going to be a CBS game again in that early window. Obviously, the storyline is what Amari Cooper looks like in this offense.
Yes. Will the Bills go from a really good team to kind of that level that Baltimore is operating at right now, that Kansas City's operating at, one of the elite teams in the league? Do you root for Buffalo in a way?
Yeah,
I want to see them break through one of these years.
I can't get mad at any team that's never won a Super Bowl.
Right.
I feel that way about the Vikings, even though they're having a great season. Like Texans, I'd feel that way about, even if they're dominant. Like there are just teams where I'm like, that team feels like it's been cursed a few times, so I'll root for them.
Yeah. So there was a stat that went around that said Amari Cooper has the second lowest, I think, grade of any receiver in the NFL this season.
Yeah, he's got the most drops.
Right. Now, those are his fault, I think, for the most part. But also, the quarterback that has been throwing him most of those passes
not very good
is Deshaun Watson, who has been basura, to paint it nicely, here to start the 2024 season. So I would expect Cooper's production to go up with a competent quarterback in Josh Allen.
Next up, we're both taking the Bills in this one. I don't think any hesitation there. Sorry, Lefko. Speaking of teams looking to win a Super Bowl, I just don't know if it's going to happen. Next up, Bengals-Browns. Speaking of the Browns, I don't know how many people actually care about the Cleveland Browns. I'm curious to see if they have the number 1 pick, whether they take a quarterback. That's the extent of me caring about the Browns. However, This is the return of Nick Chubb, a person impossible to root against.
Yeah.
He will be playing in place, not just in place of Jerome Ford. Nick Chubb is your usual starter, but they won't have Jerome Ford. He's been ruled out with a hamstring injury. So Bengals going to be at Cleveland for this one.
Yeah, we haven't seen. I mean, Nick Chubb played week 1 of last year. That was, or week 2 of last year. That was the last time we had seen him. Prior to that, in 2022, he had a 1,500-yard season on the ground, 12 touchdowns, 1,200 yards in 2021, 1,000 yards in 2020, 1,400 yards in 2019. Like, this guy, starting his career off to, like, almost a Hall of Fame trajectory, and then he gets that devastating leg injury in 2023. I'm hoping, you're hoping, I think a lot of people listening are hoping that we can see Nick Chubb get back to just a fraction of that, maybe 75%, because what he was doing prior to that injury, I mean, he was definitely like the second best running back in the NFL behind Derrick Henry over that span of about 5 years to start his career.
Also penned a letter in the Players Tribune being like, Cleveland took a chance on me and I feel like I owe this city. And to think that coming back from yet another devastating knee injury, like I owe the city my best, is just a mindset that people love about diehard football fans. And it's really awesome when a football player has that mindset. I find it impossible not to root for Nick Chubb. I don't think the Browns are winning this game, but I'd love for him to have 100 yards. Moving on to a game that I would be glued to were I not actually going to be watching the Seahawks and Falcons. The 5-1 Texans taking on the 4-2 Packers. This is a matchup of two really exciting young quarterbacks. One, the former number 2 overall pick, who obviously had a breakout rookie season. And I was listening to the Ringer podcast, NFL show earlier this morning, Curtis, and they were saying, you know, God, it really is interesting how we've gotten to the point of which quarterback would you rather have on your team? Jordan Love, who people had kind of overlooked a little bit. Aaron Rodgers was still there when he was drafted. Or CJ Stroud, who obviously has taken the world by storm as a former number 2 overall pick.
I think I'd take Stroud over Love right now. You could definitely put yourself in a great spot building around either one of those two, but I think Stroud, just because he's younger than Jordan Love. I'm one of the lucky ones in that my duties on Sunday means I get to watch like the rest of the games going on in the NFL. So I'm definitely going to be checking in on that Texans-Packers game for sure, especially because like we've talked about the young quarterback talent. And that Texans team, 5-1 to start the year. Are you believing in them as an AFC contender?
Yeah, I think so. Again, the AFC is really, really tough, but they've got the formula, which is have a couple superstars, a couple solid players on defense. Will Anderson Jr. has 5.5 sacks through 6 games this year, but ultimately they're winning with their quarterback. It'd be great if they were a little healthier in their receiver group, still with Diggs there, though, and obviously all the other guys that they have who are so reliable. This should be a high-scoring matchup. I think I'm taking the Texans, but I found this of all the games to be the toughest to predict in terms of which winner I would go.
Yeah, Packers only favored by 2.5 in this one, and they're at home. The Packers debuting their white helmets in this game. That's going to be an interesting look.
I feel like the white helmets.
I feel like we're entering an era where every team is going to have an all-white look and probably like an all-black look,
Well,
too.
I think all-black looks, the problem is I think it's the coolest color to introduce, but works for significantly fewer uniform combos than an all-white look because every uniform already has white.
Correct.
Yeah. That's my read on that. I am deepest apologies to Dolphins and Colts. I did skip over this one in favor of getting to the Lions Vikings, which I just find to be maybe the most exciting game of the weekend. Lions are 4-1. They are taking on the undefeated Minnesota Vikings.
This is setting up to be maybe the game of the day. Well, I mean, you've got a really good one in the afternoon slate. Well, I mean, a rematch of the Super Bowl. But this one has the most on the line because you've got first place in the NFC North. And I think this is going to be Minnesota's true test, whether or not they are actually for real this season, is if they are able to beat Detroit by any means necessary. They could beat them by a field goal, and I would still be like, okay, this Vikings team is here. They are for real. This is a team you have to take into account every single week. For the Lions, this is a big test because no Aiden Hutchinson now. Like, you are going to have to figure out how or kind of this is almost setting up the Lions for what they do heading into the trade deadline. It's like, okay, let's see what we've got right now. And then if things don't go so hot, then maybe they make a trade for a Hassan Reddick. Maybe they make a trade for Max Crosby. I know that Max Crosby has said time and time again he would love to stay in Vegas, doesn't see himself playing in any other uniform, but the opportunity to win a Super Bowl, especially, I mean, Max Crosby is not he's not old by any stretch of the imagination. I think he's like 28, 29, but in football years, that's starting to kind of be on the
It's the same as model years.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. It's the one area where young men and women really identify on age discrimination.
He's starting to, be viewed in a different light by NFL GMs. So Detroit's going to learn a lot about themselves this weekend.
I find this fascinating for two reasons. One is just the unexpected nature of where both of these teams, particularly the Vikings, are this season. From Eric Woodyard, the Lions have won 3 straight against the Vikings, but they are 2.5-point underdogs heading into this game. The Lions, I know a lot of that's impacted, as you mentioned, by not having Aiden Hutchinson, but the Lions have been so dominant. They've been so great, so balanced. But the real reason I love this is, yes, it is cool to see a team headlined by like Jared Goff in a second chance and Sam Darnold in like a third chance with a team. This is also a meeting of a lot of great minds. One of the keys to success for Minnesota this year has also been Brian Flores' defensive coordinator and what he's been able to do for them. He will have a huge test against Ben Johnson, a brilliant offensive coordinator for the Lions. So I love when you have a meeting of a lot of really exciting. It's kind of like when the Rams and 49ers play each other, part of what you're talking about is Kyle Shanahan and Sean McVay. You know what I mean? I love the meeting of coaches that are really exciting with Kevin O'Connell, Dan Campbell, coordinators that are really exciting, and just everyone in their bag.
Did you see the quote from Ben Johnson this week when asked about the number of trick plays that they had against the Cowboys, and people were kind of worried, like, hey, man, maybe you showed a little too much against the Cowboys. Like, teams might be expecting this. And he goes, I'm not worried about putting things on tape. If anything, it's going to set up the next thing down the road. The well is deep.
Ooh.
Dang.
Okay, I'm skipping over a couple more games, and I'm jumping into the afternoon slate. I am going to get to Jets Steelers, just obviously with the Devontae Adams trade. I'm interested in that one, but you hinted at this one already. A Super Bowl rematch. The undefeated Chiefs at 49ers. The 49ers aren't in like must-win territory. That was kind of last week, but you don't want to fall under 500 again, especially not to a team that just beat you in a Super Bowl. What do you see with this one?
Yeah, especially with the Seahawks slumping right now. The 49ers probably recognize the magnitude of this, where they could take control of the NFC West with a victory, but never, ever count out Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. I know that their offense hasn't exactly been rolling right now. The most points they've scored in a game is just 27.
Can I hit you with a stat?
Hit me with a stat.
From ESPN, they have outscored opponents by only 33 points total, which is the lowest point differential by any undefeated team since the 2004 Jets.
That would have been, I think, like Chad Pennington on that Jets team.
You know what I mean? And anytime someone's like, oh, that hasn't been done since the Jets, you just kind of like, I already know it's not a compliment.
But I think the difference between that Jets team and this Chiefs team is that yes, absolutely, the quarterback, but this Chiefs team has always gotten better as the season goes along. They've never really been quick starters. I think Kansas City is going to start to play some good ball here, especially once they get into their division, like the meat of their division, because the Raiders are not good. The Broncos have played better. Their defense has definitely stepped up. They're 4-3 right now, but the Chargers, they kind of leave a little bit to be desired as well. I think once we start to see them play a little bit more in the AFC West, then things are really going to take off for Kansas City.
I have 2 more games to get to, so I'll probably blow through headline rewrites just because we can make a couple picks here. But who are you picking in this one? I'll let you know that 2 of 3 ESPN experts for this panel chose the 49ers, and all had the 49ers scoring at least 4 touchdowns.
Really? Because Kansas City's defense has been really good this season. That has been the one thing that I think everybody is believing in with Kansas City. They have not allowed more than 25 points in a game, and that was to Joe Burrow and the Bengals. They held Lamar Jackson to 20 points in the opener. The Falcons, who have really been putting up points as of late, only managed 17 against this Kansas City team. I think Kansas City's defense is their calling card to start this season. 4 touchdowns from San Francisco.
I did the math wrong on one of them.
Okay.
One of them is 26 points.
That still could be 4 touchdowns.
It could
you
be.
miss a couple extra points.
But yeah, it's surprisingly high scoring against the Chiefs defense.
I don't see it so much.
Well, and even though by whatever metric you want, yards, something more advanced, whether it's DVOA, the 49ers offense is still really good. You know what's weird is there's that what it feels like versus what it is. What I see is an offense that's really good. What I feel is an offense that just hits different without Christian McCaffrey.
Yeah.
And I say that knowing they just ran all over Seattle. But you just have this thing in your mind where you tell yourself, oh, well, surely you're not the same without your best weapon. I mean, it turns out they're still pretty dang good.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I don't know. I guess I've just been expecting all season long that will come back and bite them at some point. I haven't seen it yet.
How do you see the 49ers faring if Jordan Mason doesn't play? Because his shoulder's still banged up.
Really gross, annoying habit of succeeding in the run. Literally, no matter whether Jordan
Guerrero,
Mason or my own mom is playing, they could put Joe Hayes out there, and she would pick up maybe 75 yards.
I can see it.
I think she could.
I think so.
It's not even that it's just a perfect blocking scheme or a great offensive line. I don't think they have the best offensive line in football. It's just they just get it. It's Shanahan. It's the way that they run. It's the scheme, and it's they just. I mean, it's also a wonderful front office that's found talent in really unexpected places. Like I think Jordan Mason could succeed on other teams. So I don't want to take away from him.
It looks like Mason will play. That's kind of what I'm reading right now. I don't think I would imagine they go easy with him in today's practice before the Chiefs come play on Sunday. But that's good news, I guess, for the 49ers. I mean, we don't really like good news for the 49ers. But.
In fact, I'll take the Chiefs in this one. Next game here, we are now going to the evening slate. Going to be on Peacock, and it is Jets at Steelers. Why did I choose this one? It's obvious. I mean, yeah, you've got Aaron Rodgers and the Jets, and they're always going to get a ton of attention because of Aaron Rodgers. But Devontae Adams, recently acquired via trade by the Jets, who are in a must-win now Super Bowl window because this is it for us. And then on the other side, you've got Russell Wilson starting for the first time for the Steelers, which are surprisingly 4-2 to start the season.
A lot of intrigue, but the intrigue might be akin to looking at a car accident. Like that's kind of the intrigue right now where you're rubbernecking as you're trying to drive by and you see maybe something that looks a little off. It does look weird seeing Aaron Rodgers in Jets green and Russell Wilson in the black and yellow of the Steelers. We've talked about it a lot this week. This is not Aaron Rodgers and Russell Wilson of 2020. This is not these two guys of 2017, 2018. I mean, they've had a lot of great battles against each other over the years. But this one is not going to hit the same way it did all those years ago. It kind of feels like, I don't know, kind of like Old Timers Day at Yankee Stadium.
Well, and it might look like it too because while this hasn't felt like a Jets team that's going to win a Super Bowl, this is a Jets defense that is top 5, and they are one of we've just been talking about the Falcons being one of the worst pass rushes. The Jets are one of the best pass rushing defenses in football. Oh, and by the way, this from ESPN, Justin Fields has already been sacked 16 times, which is tied for 6th most in the NFL. You know who's not going to be as good as Justin Fields at getting away from that pressure? One, Russell Wilson.
Or getting the ball out quickly.
I frankly fear for Russell Wilson that in this need it now moment, he'll look like the worst version of himself, and it's going to be more reflective of, yes, it's not the Russell Wilson of years past, but in combination will be a struggling Steelers offensive line and a really good Jets pass rush that's going to make it all look worse.
It's wild because so often you were able to count on Russell Wilson as a guy to like kind of bail things out for you, a guy who in these moments he would come through more often than not. I'm with you, Stacey. I just don't have any confidence in him to be able to kind of meet the moment on Sunday night. I think this Steelers team is going to struggle to move the ball against the Jets. I think we're going to see a lot of, just frustrating decisions being made by Russ because he has not really been able to self-evaluate all that well, to look at himself and say, I'm 35 years old now. I'm not 25 years old anymore.
That's what I say to myself
move.
every day in the mirror.
Yeah.
All right. Coming up next, we're going to take a look around the NFL. And I just mentioned that Nick Chubb is one of the most exciting returns to play. And I can't wait to see that. There's another player making a recovery who could return this Sunday. And I'm even more blown away by that timeline. That's next.
Seattle Sports has your chance to win 4 tickets to watch the Seahawks host the Buffalo Bills October 27th.
10-5, touchdown, Seahawks!
Head to the Seattle Sports app, click the Win tab in the bottom right corner, and enter for your chance to win.
Holy catfish!
You can enter once per day, so the more times you enter via the Seattle Sports app, the better your odds will be. Do it every day October 16th through October 22nd. Details and rules at seattlesports.com/win.
To me, the LJ way is to provide an experience that people really enjoy being a part of. And they enjoy being a part of it because they're getting great service. They're talking with somebody that actually they feel cares about them. They care about what their impression is going to be walking away. It's also understanding you're now part of our family, and thank you for doing the business with us. And this is how we're going to show our appreciation through customer service. We're going to show our appreciation with taking care of you if you ever have an issue. Majority of the people that are coming to see us are within our community. These are people who are providing maybe services that we also use in our community. So the LJ way, to me, somebody can come into a retail setting and not feel like they got to have their guard up. And that's been a long-standing thing in the car business that, we've tried to shake.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Roof now, pay later. Hi, I'm Sam Thomason, owner of State Roofing. Take advantage of our 0 down, 0 payments, and 0 interest for up to a year. We've partnered with leading lenders to make the replacement or repair of your roof affordable. Flexible financing options are available to take the worry out of an unexpected expense. Call us today at 866-ROOF-ROOF to schedule a free no-obligation estimate or visit us at stateroofing.com. That's stateroofing.com.
State Roofing, the last roof you'll ever need.
Do you wrestle with your CPAP machine every night? Tired of lugging it through the airport and on vacation? Hi, I'm Dr. Nick Kugler with the Washington Center for Sleep. We specialize in treating sleep apnea with CPAP alternatives. My patients have ditched the CPAP and get restful, healthy sleep every night. If you're tired of wearing a mask to bed, let us help you. Visit us in Seattle, Bellevue, or at wasleep.com. That's wasleep.com. Sleep better, feel better. That's the Washington Center for Sleep way.
You gotta love football season, but when it comes to your windows and doors, you don't want any fumbles. Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Right now, get 0% interest for 24 months with equal payments or 40% off qualifying installs. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com.
The Mike McDonald Show, the first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino. Seahawks Insider, brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
The Atlanta Falcons have struggled to pressure the quarterback this season. They rank dead last in the NFL in sacks with 5 and are in the bottom 5 in pressures with just 30. But Geno Smith explained yesterday how they will force him into being patient Sunday.
Although it is zone, they play a match-style defense, so it plays out like man a bunch of times. And so you can expect it to feel like man, even though it's zone. They'll match you. If you come into their zone, they'll play you like man. And I think what you see is they're trying to keep things in front. They're trying to eliminate the big plays. They've been doing a great job at that. Eliminate the big plays, make you play mistake-free football, have those long, 10-plus play drives where you got to, check it down a few times. You got to convert a few third downs in order to get into the red zone, and then that's when they get more aggressive in the red zone.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into video only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Are you interested in investing in real estate in the greater Seattle market, but don't want to manage properties, develop real estate, or sign on debt? Hi, it's Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital, based in Bellevue. We've been running local real estate investment funds for over 15 years. We've had 0 investor losses and have averaged double-digit returns since inception. Find out why over 800 local investors have invested over $200 million in our Legacy family of funds. Legacy Northwest Fund returned over 12% in both 2007 and 2008. Are you looking at diversification opportunities, especially with what's happening in the market this year? Get in touch with us today. Legacy's family of funds has a limited opening for new investors right now.
Call 425-635-4700 or legacyg.com. That's legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investment performance based on average return of LOF1, LOF2, and LSF from 2007 through the date of calculation and after deduction of fees and expenses. Legacy family of funds investments are available to accredited investors only.
Mike Rowe here with a quick question. Have you noticed cracks in your drywall, chimney, or exterior walls? I hope not, because if you have, they could be indications that you've got a much bigger problem with your foundation. That's where Groundworks comes in. They can honestly assess your situation and create a plan to stabilize your foundation.
Schedule your free inspection at groundworks.com/row. And while you're there, check out my latest dirty job. It's a good one.
Licensed in all states where work is performed. See website for details.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
We are going to start with another return to football for another player. I already mentioned that Nick Chubb, after suffering a devastating season-ending injury last September, is going to return in Week 7 for the Browns. Couldn't come at a better time for them, by the way, losing Jerome Ford to a hamstring injury for this week. Another player in the NFC is returning. 49ers GM John Lynch says first-round pick wide receiver Ricky Pearsall has a chance to make his season debut on Sunday. If anyone forgot what happened to Ricky, he was shot.
In the chest.
In the chest. Thank goodness he was fine, and all credit due also to first responders who were then celebrated at a 49ers game for obviously the way that they handled that entire situation. Incredibly scary. Everyone lucky to be safe there. I don't know that I even expected him to play. There were reports at the time like, oh, he's going to return. He's going to be on the IR right now. But, like, this feels fast.
It does. Shout out to modern medicine, I guess, for bringing him back so soon. But, yeah, great to see that he's able to bounce back from obviously a life-threatening situation, something that no one should ever have to experience. Glad that he's okay. Glad that he's okay enough to play football again. I don't like that the 49ers are getting healthier, but glad that this is one of the instances where it's health, where he's getting healthier, because it's the 49ers, they have so many weapons. Mm-hmm. What do you need a first-round wide receiver for?
Yeah, honestly, you should just let him relax.
You have Debo, Brandon Ayuk, Juwan Jennings, and George Kittle. What do you need another guy to throw to?
They have at times benefited from obviously finishing 4th in the NFC West, getting things like a number 2 overall pick to get Nick Bosa. However, they found so much talent late too. Like, credit to John Lynch, credit to that front office. And I hate to do it. I hate to do a tip of the cap to a team that has just been bullying you, or obviously a rival. But you can also give credit where it's due and recognize some really great personnel moves. They traded to take Trey Lance, number 3 overall, then got basically nothing, trading away that pick, and they didn't feel it. It didn't matter.
Just pivoted to Brock Purdy.
You wasted first-round picks.
On a top quarterback, 5 pick,
on a quarterback that you didn't end up developing, he didn't end up mattering for you. It was a bad pick, and you didn't feel it.
No.
That's
and
crazy.
You're just like, oh, no, nothing to worry about, nothing to see here.
Yeah, keep it moving. All right, next up, Saquon Barkley makes his return to MetLife Stadium as a member of the Eagles on Sunday. This is what he said about facing the Giants for the first time.
I don't have to prove anything to them. I'm thankful for the opportunity for this organization, from Jeffrey to Howard to everybody, getting me here. So that's the people I got to prove it to, and my teammates. And at the end of the day, the most important thing is winning. Whether I go and have 300 yards or if I have 10 yards, as long as we win, I don't really get I don't have that big of a pride or ego that if I go out there and ball, it's like I'm looking at, I know those guys over there, like, oh, look what you guys let go. It's no hate over there, but at the same time, I do know it's a big game, it's an important game. It's a division rival, and I'm gonna go in there locked in and try to do the best I can to win the game.
This Kill Bill style serial killer whistling in the background?
Jaunty little tune.
Like, what's
jaunty
going?
little
I'm honest. So I just saw Derek and I went to see Smile 2 in theaters yesterday, and you know when you see a scary movie and you're a little scared after, like, you know that it's not real, but your adrenaline's going. I heard the whistling and I was like, it's creepy. It's a creepy vibe. It's very October. You know what I would love to see for Saquon Barkley in this return is not only
250 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Yes, that, and because I don't care about the Giants at all, like, go ahead and beat the Giants. Fantastic. I would actually love to see him involved in the pass game more. Never forget, against the Atlanta Falcons, he had 5 receptions, and there wasn't a ton of yardage in his first 2 games, 21 yards, 23 yards, respectively, 1 touchdown. But I like diversifying that attack with Saquon. I think he can be used as a pass catcher, and they've just kind of gotten away from it. I'd love to see him involved there more.
Did you hear Saquon Barkley also this week say he doesn't expect to get booed by Giants fans on Sunday?
He's mistaken.
My brother in Christ, Saquon.
Well, who's crazier? And Giants fans or Philly fans?
Philly fans,
Yeah.
but New York fans live to boo as well.
That's
and you were a New York Giant and then joined the enemy, joined probably the arch rival of the New York Giants. That's not going to sit well with the fan base. I get that the Giants didn't really make every effort to keep you around, like they never gave you that long-term extension you were looking for, but Saquon, you're entering the Coliseum here, and you're absolutely going to get booed.
Yes. I'm trying to think, like, Seattle fans aren't big booers. I was like, is there a player who came back that they'd boo? I was like, yeah, people boo Russ.
Yeah.
There are a lot of players I don't think they'd ever boo. Like, I don't think this stadium would ever boo, like, Marshawn Lynch.
No. They didn't boo Earl.
No.
Nobody booed Bobby when he came back.
No, God, no.
I just,
I don't
it's
think
just,
yeah.
But yeah, life's different on the East Coast, and for those teams in
I don't
particular.
remember if they booed him. They might have, since he joined the 49ers and kind of had a lot to say on his way out.
I don't totally remember.
Yeah, I don't remember that one
At
either.
the time, those tensions were strained, and then later Sherm, I think, had a lot more love for Seattle in hindsight.
You can always tell how Sherm's feeling about the Seahawks based off the hat he wears during his podcast. It's either a blue Seahawks hat or a red 49ers hat.
I've actually been digging him live tweeting Seahawks games.
Yeah, I think at the end of the day, he is absolutely more focused on the Seahawks than he is the 49ers,
Yeah.
but Sherm very volatile about his feelings towards the Seahawks and Seahawks fans. I think they're at a good place right now, but
I do too.
I think at one point last year there were a couple times on social media where Sherm popped off, and then the following day you saw him in a red 49ers hat on his podcast.
Speaking of being disappointed with your team, Saints running back Alvin Kamara was understandably frustrated with his team's performance this following New Orleans' blowout loss to the Broncos on Thursday Night Football last night.
I'm going to get away from your question for a second and just say it's a couple of unacceptable things going on. One, our play is unacceptable, and 2, the dome being empty or emptying out. I think I saw some fans leaving the second quarter. That's unacceptable, but I don't blame the fans. It's on us because they come to see us play and perform, and when we don't perform, that's the results you get. But I've never experienced that, and if I was a fan, I'd leave too. You know what I'm saying? Because it's just not good enough right now. For whatever reason, we got to figure it out.
I appreciate Alvin Kamara's very balanced response and his empathy for a fan experience. But can I say something shady? I kind of wish that he would have been like, and honestly, shame on fans for leaving, because it's a two-way street, okay? If a fan gets to criticize a player and be like, you're horrible,
Players
you're the
can
worst, or
criticize
whatever,
fans?
then a player can criticize a fan and be like, and honestly, you know, like, I hate seeing that many visiting fans here, or I hate seeing fans leaving early, or I hate whatever. And what he's ultimately saying is like, I don't blame you.
Right.
We were playing poorly and you're responding. You know what I mean? It's not your job to stay here. It's my job to perform and win.
Right.
But I kind of liked him being like, starting out strong. Like, I liked him starting out being like, and secondly, I didn't like seeing the Superdome half empty. Kind of like the fieriness.
Yeah, the Saints they're down bad right now. What's crazy is that they started the season off so great, so hot. They had put up 40 points in back-to-back games. Derek Carr was looking like the Derek Carr of old with the Raiders, and then now they are headed towards a top 5 draft pick.
Yeah.
That was really quick how fast things turned on them. And they're still in salary cap hell. I think next year they still have
they're always there. They live
like
there.
$75
they own
million
salary
over the
cap
cap.
hell. They're the underlord.
They're Lucifer.
Yeah, that's their house.
Yeah, they're what is it? Over the cap Lucifer.
Exactly. That's exactly where they are
Spot
and where
track.
they belong. They're like,
Yeah.
welcome. We were from the darkness. We were born here. I got a couple people saying we booed A-Rod. Yes, very true.
Right.
Famously. But Seattle fans overall are not as insane as Philly fans. I'll
Correct.
stand by that. I'll die on that hill.
Absolutely correct.
Next and last story here. Netflix has reportedly settled on their broadcast crews for their Christmas Day doubleheader. Noah and Ian Eagle will handle play-by-play duties. Nate Burleson and J.J. Watt, I love that combo, will join Noah in the booth for the Steelers-Chiefs game. And your favorite, Greg Olson, will be with Ian for the Ravens-Texans game later that day.
So it's only going to be one game I'm watching that day.
This ended up being, we didn't know how these teams would fare. We knew the Chiefs would be good.
It's a pretty good doubleheader.
This is a pretty good doubleheader.
Yeah, and it's on a Wednesday, which is weird. Those teams will be playing the Saturday prior to that Wednesday Christmas Day doubleheader. So little weird scheduling quirk in the NFL. But, yeah, that's a really good twofer on Christmas Day.
Mm-hmm. The Seattle Seahawks return home October 27th, and we're excited to give away 4 tickets for your chance to see them take on the Bills in person. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app and click the Win tab to find out how. If you don't already have the app, simply text the word app, APP, to 866-979-3776, and we will send you a link to download. Enter daily to increase your chances to win. The contest runs through Tuesday, October 22nd, continuing our preview next.
15-10, Leviskachino, our hero of the game so far.
After a third straight loss, the Seahawks are ready to get back to work.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Next up, the Hawks head to Atlanta to take on Kirk Cousins and the Falcons.
Fires, got it, man! Touchdown, Seahawks! It's Tyler Lockett!
Can the Seahawks get back in the win column? Seahawks, Falcons, kickoff 10 a.m. Pre-game starting at 7 on your home for the Hawks, Seattle Sports.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
Right now at Les Schwab, it's the deal you've been waiting for. The Score More sales event. Save up to $160 instantly on a wide selection of 4 tires and 4 wheels. Plus, every tire is covered by America's best tire warranty. 60-day satisfaction guarantee, no hassle road hazard protection, and free maintenance for the life of your tires. Just one more way you'll get more from less. Stop by the store or find your tires at leschwab.com. Limited time offer while supplies last. See leschwab.com/sale for details.
Lowe's knows it's easier to make the right calls when you have the right team. That's why our Lowe's Red Vest associates can help with game time decisions. Plus, use in-store mode on the Lowe's app to find what you need. Under pressure at home and want it soon? Order online by 2 p.m. to get it same day. Same day valid on eligible in-stock items and select zip codes only, subject to driver availability. Fees vary based on purchase. Exclusions and more terms apply. See Lowe's.com/same-day delivery for details.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited talk, text, and data for $30 a line when you buy 2. That's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, and as you know, it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and I'm honored to partner with the Harnish Auto family and the Carol Milgar Breast Center in the fight against breast cancer. For every test drive this month, they'll donate $25 on your behalf. Simply visit any of their 6 amazing dealerships, including Subaru, Volkswagen, and Chevy Buick GMC of Puyallup, or Kia and Chevy of Everett. No purchase necessary. Just take a spin and make a difference. It's the Harnish Auto family, where people matter.
Buy a heat pump, get a furnace free. Now from Deere Services. You heard right. Buy a new heat pump, get a new furnace free from Deere Services. Save now and combine the year-round benefits and comforts of both systems, giving you warm winters and cool summers. Make an appointment at DEARservices.net, and we'll be there within 3 hours, guaranteed. And get this, no service fees. Buy a new heat pump, get a new furnace free now at Deere Services. Seattle Seahawks, small business partners.
Subscribe to the Seattle Sports YouTube page to find new and exclusive content from your favorite shows and personalities daily. Just head to YouTube, search Seattle Sports, and click subscribe.
At Fisher Investments, we may seem like other money managers, but we're different.
Are you really that different than the rest of us?
We are. As a fiduciary, we always focus on what's best for our clients.
What services do you offer besides investing?
We have a team of specialists in financial planning, estate planning, and more.
Your clients rely on you for all that?
Yes, we ensure clients receive unparalleled service at every step of the relationship.
Okay, but you still sell commission-based products, right?
No, because we believe that's a conflict of interest. We prioritize service over sales goals.
So, then how do your fees work?
We have a simple and transparent fee that's a percentage of our clients' portfolios. So we do better when our clients do better.
Wow, we're more different than I thought.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good? Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup. Or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Someone texted into the Mac and Jacks text line, and they were like, hey, Stace, do you think that Jason Peters starts for Stone Forsythe? And I had heard mixed things. So I was like, I don't know. Maybe Stone plays. I'm not sure. And then literally 2 minutes later, the injury report came out, and I was like, this is when I look like an idiot. Stone will not be playing. In fact, here's the list of 4 players who will be out on Sunday against the Atlanta Falcons. Stone Forsythe with a hand injury. Trey Brown and Reek Woolen starting in backup corner, out, both with ankle injuries. And Jarek Reed is working his way back, but he's going to be out. He would be a great addition to special teams. He's still ramping up, so that's not shocking. Everyone else good to go, though. That includes Byron Murphy, who's obviously coming back in this game. So that's great news. Curtis, I don't want to point to injury and say that that is an excuse for anything that Seattle has struggled with, because you've seen starters and guys that you should be counting on making mistakes. However, it's been part of the story.
It really has. You cannot mention the 3-game losing streak without also adding the context of, well, the Seahawks have been very banged up. A lot of key contributors have been down over the course of the last 3 games. And that has made things a lot tougher for specifically the defensive line, also the offensive line too, with Abe Lucas continuing to be out. Now you've got Stone Forsythe out. Like, you're down to your fourth string right tackle. You're down to potentially Jason Peters, who was just signed off the street a couple weeks ago. I will say, though, that the good news in this injury report is that there is nobody from the defensive line on it. You are at full strength on your defensive line for the first time since what? Week 1? Week 2? Outside of Uchenna Nwosu, who's on the IR.
Yeah, I'm not counting Uchenna at all. I'm looking at Leonard Williams, Dre Jones, Byron Murphy. Man, maybe since week 2 or 3.
It's been a while since we have seen these guys at full strength. Now, again, even when they were at full strength, they were still allowing quite a few yards on the ground, specifically to the Patriots and even to the Dolphins and whatnot. So there's that. But I think for the Seahawks defensively, having Byron Murphy back is going to be a tremendous addition to what they're doing, because he looked really good when he was playing in the first 3 games of the season.
And he sounded really good, frankly, yesterday. This is what he told reporters.
I did hear that Atlanta was supposed to draft me, I heard rumors about that, but, they passed up on me, so that's their fault, That's a big loss for them, so they will feel me Sunday.
If I was the Seahawks, I would simply be creating fake bulletin board material for Byron Murphy. I'd be like, honestly, Byron, I'm not supposed to tell you this, but Atlanta's front office told me you weren't even worth a first-round pick. I want him to go out there being like, the Falcons are truly the rudest organization on the planet.
Yo, did you hear what Tyler Algier had to say about you?
You wouldn't believe. I'm just saying, Bijan Robinson said that you were washed.
Wow.
I know he's older than you, but he said that. And I couldn't believe it. You didn't hear from me. You didn't hear from me. I don't know if it's true. I just think Bijan doesn't like you personally.
Just got to gas Byron Murphy up to where he just kind of blacks out and just wreaks havoc.
Goes just monster mode. And honestly, I loved hearing that. I love trash talk. I'm such a sucker for it in football. I love those narratives and the idea of having a chip on your shoulder. I fall for it every time just because it makes it fun. Like, I love the idea of players having attitude, having an edge, having a bite. And I really hope Byron Murphy brings that, because, frankly, the defense has been missing a little bit of it.
It really has. And I think just having a road grader like Byron Murphy on your defensive line, somebody that the offensive line has to take into account every single time, him taking on those double teams, and just seeing the sort of the movement, the way he is able to push the offensive line back and make things uncomfortable on other teams. I mean, I really hope that he stays healthy throughout the course of this game, because his presence on that defensive line, I don't think it's a coincidence that the Seahawks played their best ball this season, at least so far this season, with him healthy and in the lineup.
Let's talk about the Seahawks offense, because that offensive line is going to be down to. We have to. That offensive line is going to be down to its fourth string right tackle. And I think what naturally happens is that when a player who has not been performing very well is out, maybe he's benched, maybe he's hurt, you naturally think, cool. I'm not worried about it. He hasn't been good. However, there's always a reason someone's starting over someone else. And rarely does that have to do with preferential treatment or draft status, though sometimes it does. But my guess is Stone Forsythe, who frankly is better suited to a backup role, and I feel bad heaping too much blame on him and making anything personal when he's your third string guy. He shouldn't be out there as much as he has been. Against really tough matchups too. Aiden Hutchinson, Nick Bosa. There's still a reason he's playing over at the time Jason Peters.
Yeah, and it's going to be, I hope it is a softer landing for whoever it is that gets the start at that right tackle spot, whether it be Michael Jarrell or Jason Peters. It's probably going to be one of those two guys. Jarrell, a 6th-round pick this year out of Finlay. He did look good in camp from what I heard and from what I saw, but camp is so much different than going up against a starting defensive line, even when it's the Falcons, who do not have a good defensive line. There's nothing that can replicate game speed, especially for a rookie too.
Yeah.
Somebody making their first start in the NFL. I don't know if Jarrell's going to be the starting right tackle in this game or if it's Jason Peters. Maybe you put Gerald in there just kind of hoping that Atlanta's defensive line allows for him to kind of get his feet under himself, that it's not such a tough landing spot.
You're not going against the Jets week 1.
No, you're not doing that. You're not going up against 49ers, Aiden Hutchinson with the Lions. And that's another thing, too, is that the Seahawks have been playing some really good pass rushers as of late, especially in the 49ers, especially in the Lions.
Honestly, the Broncos defense is pretty solid.
Yeah. It's been,
New England's was quietly solid last year, though
it's been
not filled with game changers.
Very tough. So this is their first real break. I mean, the Giants had a good defensive line. Dexter Lawrence played out of his mind that game. So hopefully, fingers crossed, things don't spiral on that offensive line.
You have an hour to get your questions in for What I Need to Know, but you don't have to wait an hour. You can send them in now if you got a couple. 866-979-3776. That is the Mac and Jack's text line, and it's where you're sending any and all questions you have. Curtis and I will be answering them at 1:45, about an hour from now. Coming up next, Mike Lombardi is going to help us preview Week 7 for the Seahawks.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
The Daniel Jeremiah Show every Wednesday with us here at 8:30.
Look, you build the house with the foundation first, and that's the line of scrimmage, and that's where they've got to get better. So if you can take resources to do that and from the outside and dump those resources on the inside, I get that. That's the identity that you're searching for. Yeah, it's hard for me to argue against that logic if that's the direction they really want to take the team.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Want to listen to Seattle Sports on your smart speaker?
Hey, smart speaker, play Seattle Sports.
This message is powered by the EQC Sportsbook at Emerald Queen Casino. Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Choose the right flooring for your home, right in your home, with Floor Coverings International. They bring the mobile showroom to you, loaded with samples of carpet, LVP, hardwood, laminate, tile, and more, so you can see the flooring in your light, not just in a store or on a screen. They handle every aspect of installation, ensuring your complete satisfaction. Visit FCIFloors.com and book a free in-home consultation. Floor Coverings International, the stars of flooring.
Did you know that most people wait 6 or 7 years before they buy a new TV? That's a lot of time in front of one TV. So why not get one of the best sets for the next 7 years, like one of the top-rated Samsung, LG, or Sony models? Too expensive? What if you could get up to $1,000 trade-in for your old set? Who would do a stupid deal like this? Right now, at Video Only, you can get big bucks for your old set as a trade-in and a hot price on the new models. Don't be sorry. Check out Video Only.
Hey, Riverside Roofing is back with us for yet another year, and we're so grateful for Don, Jordan, and Brandon for allowing us to tell their story. Local family business, excellent work, all rooted in trust. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com, the roofing company you can trust.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
I have a handful of stories that really affected me personally in my career and how I handle employees. Lee Johnson, coming out of his office as a customer, asked me where the service department is. I was like, yeah, go to the end of the hall, go up the stairs, go across the breezeway, open a door, go to the left, you want Chevy, go to the right, you want Mazda. Because I didn't even have enough time to say, hey, what kind of car do you have? Here comes Lee, and it's like, oh, man, come with me, let me show you. And then have him come back and not dress me down is just almost like with that fatherly disappointment of like, hey, that's not how we take care of people. I mean, the right way is to walk her down to the stairs, walk her up the stairs, open the door for her, go over, across the way, open up that door, introduce her to somebody. So she's comfortable, she's made it to the right place, and that we value the business. What you did was you made it seem like she was an inconvenience to you. Customers are the purpose of our day.
The LJ Way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
In the wake of recent hurricanes, many families are struggling to rebuild their lives. But together we can bring hope and help where it's needed most. Join Bonneville Seattle in our Hope After the Hurricanes initiative. We're partnering with the American Red Cross to deliver vital relief to those affected. Your donation, no matter how small, helps provide food, shelter, and medical assistance to those in urgent need. Donate now and help bring hope back to hurricane victims. Visit mynorthwest.com for more information. This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
Seattle Sports Snapshot.
The Guardians beat the Yanks last night in a thriller for their first one of the ALCS. It was one of the best games of the postseason so far with a wild final 3 innings, including a walk-off homer in the 10th. These two face off again at 5:08 p.m. today. The Dodgers dominated the Mets in Game 4 10-2. They've now outscored New York 30-9 and have taken a 3-1 series lead. Mets on the verge of elimination today. First pitch at 2:08 p.m. on FS1.
Snapshot, brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time. From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
this is Bump and Stacy
on Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross.
Here we go now. Joining us right now on the Emerald Queen Casino Sportsbook Hotline, he is host of the GM Shuffle podcast and co-host of VSiN's The Morning Line. You can listen from weekdays 4 to 7 a.m. Pacific. It's Mike Lombardi. Mike, how's it going?
It's going great. Thank you. Thanks for having me. I appreciate it.
We are very happy to have you on, and we do have a lot of questions about the NFL as a whole. So many fascinating storylines, though obviously, Mike, as you could have guessed, we're going to start with the Seattle Seahawks. 10 a.m. start Pacific against the Atlanta Falcons. I find these two teams to kind of mirror each other and some of their strengths and weaknesses, the big difference being the Falcons are on a 3-game win streak, and I wish I could say the same about the Seahawks. Tell me what you've made to Seattle's start to the season before we get to this game preview.
Well, I mean, look, Seattle struggled defensively. I mean, the Miami game was an aberration. Obviously, Miami playing with Skylar Thompson wasn't really what we saw. The New England game, they were able to win that. New England had a block punt, which killed them, and then the end of the first half really was an issue. So I think the defense and the injuries that they sustained have been a problem for Mike Macdonald as he tries to get his defense to the level that he needs to get it, which I think he will eventually. It's just going to take some time. And offensively, they've gone through this offensive line issue that they've been trying to deal with. Again, injuries seem to play a huge role in everything Seattle has done so far this year. But they've got enough skill players, and with Kenneth Walker healthy against an Atlanta team that doesn't really rush the passer. Statistically, their leading rushers, Grady Jarrett and and Matt Judon, who both have 1.5 sacks each, so they don't really get a lot of pressure on the quarterback. I think, to me, Geno should have a really good game. This could be a shootout. I mean, this could be a game where the ball's going back and forth and the punters really don't have much time. But I really think what Seattle needs to do is get an identity in terms of their run game. They're 32nd in the National Football League in rushing attempts. That doesn't really spell out very well. They're first in passing attempts. To me, I think that needs to be a little bit more balanced. I think Walker needs to be the main thoroughfare of the offense. He is the best player. And until they get that going, I think that's going to be the real issue.
How much is that run-pass disparity on the responsibility of the defense? Because we see the Seahawks, at least during this 3-game skid, kind of playing from behind a lot and kind of forced into obvious passing situations.
Well, they've given up 53 points in the second quarter, which isn't really good. They've been outscored 53-29 in the second quarter alone. So that means, they've just not been able to make that adjustment in there. And then, of course, in the fourth quarter, they've given up 43 points. So as the game goes longer on, it struggles. But I think, the games haven't really been out of control. I mean, the Detroit game they were there, and the Detroit game, even though it became a 13-point loss, and then the Giant game, I mean, if they make the field goal, it's going into overtime. If they would have realized that a 220-pound guy lined up in the A-gap is not going to power rush, he's going to jump. That would have been a good thing, right? I mean, that to me, one thing you notice with Seattle, they've got a lot of young coaches in the first year, and I think they're going to grow as just players grow, right? That's one of those, that was a coaching error. You see a guy in the A-gap who weighs 220 pounds, you certainly don't think he's going to power rush you. What's he going to do? He's going to jump. He's one of the most athletic players in the National Football League. So you could have avoided that. And then last week against the Niners, you can't turn the ball over against them, and you've got to be able to play run defense in the fourth quarter when they're going to run it. So there's a lot of things, and I think the 10 days off will certainly help them. But, look, Walker's the key. He only has 51 rushing attempts in these 6 games. Now, he was hurt. But I really think they've got to slow the game down. The problem with their team is they played, one of my tenet rules of the NFL is if you want to play good defense, play less defense. And the Seattle teams played 31 minutes and 30 seconds of defense. They played way too much defense, and that's been a real issue, and partly because they haven't been able to convert third downs on offense.
Hey, how much of an excuse do you give, and it's fair if you don't give any excuse, to teams that just don't draft high in the first round? Because for context, Michael, and I'm sure you can guess, it's clear that Seattle has a personnel gap between what they have and what a team like San Francisco has or a team like Detroit. And one of the excuses, and it's a fair one that people have made here, is, well, you haven't really had top 5, top 10 picks very often because you've been winning. But I don't know, man. I look at a team like Kansas City and go, well, you can say the same for them, and they're still making it work. Do you see it as a fair excuse? Are there other approaches you think teams that are successful often can take to add that personnel?
Well, I think there's no question that, when you're picking lower in the draft and you're making the playoffs, especially as the draft becomes watered down with every year, and now it's going to even become more watered down with NIL. We're going to see it more become a senior draft class than we are going to see a lot of juniors come out because they're getting paid really good money to stay in college. So I think that's one thing, and you're always picking lower. But the key has been, one of the reasons why the Chiefs are able to get away with it is, look, they got rid of one of the high-priced players, they added more draft picks, and they have a quarterback who makes everybody look better, right? I mean, that's the key. Patrick Mahomes make everybody look better. And I think ultimately Geno is a good player, but he's certainly not in Patrick Mahomes' category. I think the biggest criticism you could say is they just haven't been able to get that D-line or the O-line to the level it was when they were winning Super Bowls, when they won a Super Bowl, when they almost won another Super Bowl. I think that's been the key, and they're going to have to fix that. Now, they drafted 2 young tackles. Cross looks like he's going to be a real good player. Abraham, we're not sure about whether he's going to come back from that injury.
Mike, how far into a season do you wait before you start to believe what a team shows you? Kind of looking at the Seahawks getting out to that 3-0 start, but then they've lost 3 in a row since then. At what point do you say, all right, this is who they are?
Well, I think to me, I don't think if you believe in your coaching staff and you go out and you practice, you can't say who you are in October because you got to improve. Every team has to improve. And I think we saw that last week. I think, Jim Harbaugh's team down in Los Angeles, they've really improved. Their tackling's much better. Carolina's team hasn't improved. They miss tackles. They look sloppy. They really don't look like they're well coached offensively or defensively. They look like they have issues. And I think the longer the season goes, when you're more concerned about keeping your team healthy than keeping your team in rhythm in terms of practicing, that's the real key. You got to practice to get better. I mean, that's one of Pete's tenets when he was the head coach up there. You know, competition on Wednesday, competition on Thursday. You got to get your team better, because if you're not, the other teams that you're playing that are well coached are going to get their teams better. Now, a lot of teams take this approach. We rather, instead of practicing, we just want to get our team healthy. Well, you know, that doesn't work. That's not going to really work out very well.
All right, I really want to spend at least part of this interview looking at a couple other teams while we have you. I wanted to know what you think about the trade for Davante Adams for the Jets, who I find to be a very fascinating team right now. There are other teams I can't wait to talk about, but the Jets are an interesting one. What do you make of this trade, and what do you make of it feels stupid to say their window this year. This is it, but what do you make of it?
Well, I think it is their window. I mean, I just wrote a column about it online. I mean, I don't understand how they can think that this isn't their window, right? I mean, they are not very – I mean, they're all in. The guy's 41 years old. I think clearly if you look at what he did his last year at Green Bay to what he's doing now, he's not the same player he was when he was the MVP. I think we get so caught up on that, right? And I think that becomes the bigger issue. And look, this Jet team they're not explosive. Do you realize that in the last 6 games, they scored as many points in those 6 games as they scored last year with Zach Wilson?
It's wild.
I mean, this offense isn't the same. It's not the same. I mean, I know everybody thinks it is. And so when you add, to me, their problems aren't Davante Adams related. Their problems are offensive line related, as you see in Seattle. You know, this guy's getting hit way more than he's used to getting hit. That's pretty clear, right? And so because of that, it's taken a toll. They don't have an identity on offense. Their scheme is, you know, they change schemes, which I think certainly could help them. But I think when you look at them, they're just not good enough. I mean, they're just not good enough. And I think you have to be able to be honest with it. And I don't think Davante Adams is going to be better than Lassard. I mean, Lassard averages 13 yards a catch the last 3 seasons. Davante Adams the last 2 years is under 12 yards a catch. He's not the same explosive player. See, what we always lose sight of is we remember when. We have, and as they said in The Sopranos, remember when is the lowest form of conversation.
Mike, in Cleveland, I just do not understand why they continue to run out Deshaun Watson as the starting quarterback. And that's we don't even have to talk about everything off the field with him, just on-field production. I mean, he's one of the worst quarterbacks statistically in like 15, 16 years in the NFL. At what point does it kind of have to be made, the decision to move on from him in Cleveland? I know his dead cap number would be ridiculously high because of the guarantees that are left, but it just seems like we're getting closer to a point of no return.
Yeah, well, here's what I don't understand is that this is a team that bases everything they do on analytics, right? Their president of their team was a former baseball guy, right? And so everything they do there is predicated on what the analytics tells us to do. And you're right, the analytics is just horrendous here. It's just horrendous. I mean, let's put this in perspective. It's so bad that Jamarcus Russell was better in his first 6 games than Deshaun Watson's been in his last 6 games. That's fact. That's fact. And so, that's what we're talking about here. So, but, when you use analytics to benefit yourself and you don't, and now you're not going to use them to look at some other things. I mean, what this is called a sunk cost fallacy. This is when you basically are just, because you've spent so much money on the guy, you can't get rid of him. Look, they didn't even offer a contract to Joe Flacco. The guy took him to the playoffs, but they couldn't offer a contract to Joe Flacco because they know Flacco's better than Watson, and they didn't want him on the team because the players know he's better than Watson. Watch Amari Cooper this week; he'll feel like he got out of prison because he's going to feel like, oh my God, I can actually get somebody to throw me the ball in a decent location. It's going to be like a revelation for him. Okay. That offense is horrible, and I think Watson. And I wrote about this last week for VSiN Online. I think Watson has indifference. I don't think he cares anymore. He acts like he doesn't care because his bank account says $240 million.
I could listen to you talk about these teams forever. I want to ask about one more, and then we'll start to wrap up a bit. What's going on with the Cowboys? I'm so confused by this team, Michael. What do you see?
I don't think it's a complicated issue. I don't think they're any good. I think, to me, everybody evaluated them last year as if they're this star-studded team. They have star-studded players, but that doesn't mean you're a star-studded team. Last year in their 5 losses, they gave up over 140 yards rushing. Now, it was masked because they played from in front. They had one of the best first half point differentials in the National Football League at 124 points. And because of that, teams had to throw the ball. They couldn't really run it against them, and then they could use their pressure package to create sacks because of Parsons and because of the speed. But now that they can't do that, they have to go toe-to-toe. They can't with anybody. Their defensive tackles are the worst in football. Their linebackers are small. And so now when they can't get ahead of anybody, which they can't do, teams can run the football anytime they want on them. And I think that's the issue. I wrote this back last March. I mean, everybody wants to give McCarthy trouble, thinking the team's underachieving. No, I thought they overachieved last year. They weren't as good. They couldn't win on. How many times did we say last year, when are they going to beat a good team?
Right.
When are they going to beat a good team? You know, and they were able to win at home. Now they can't even win at home. So to me, I think this is more – there's two things in football. There's a design problem and a production problem. The design means that we fix the areas, and then the production is, are we coaching the team to get the most production out of them? To me, the Cowboys have a design problem.
How about that team that blew out the Cowboys on Sunday, the Detroit Lions, 47-9 over Dallas, but they lose their best defensive player in Aiden Hutchinson. Mike, what does the loss of Hutchinson do to the ceiling of this Lions team? I think a lot of people viewed them as potential Super Bowl contenders this season, but you lose a guy of that caliber, it's hard to replicate that production.
No question, but you're going to have to piece it together, right? I mean, the Patriots will trade you Josh Uche tomorrow if you want him, and he could come in there and give them a lot of pressure coming off the edge. So he could be a good piece. You're not going to do one player's not replacing Hutchinson. You're going to have to subcontract this out. And there's going to be enough players available once some of these teams lose this weekend, like Cleveland. They're going to start selling off their players. They already sold off Cooper. You know, you might be able to get Smith from there, the Zadarius Smith from them, the defensive end. I think certainly the way New Orleans looks, they're going to try to sell off some of their pieces to get draft picks. So I think Detroit has a chance to recoup it. Look, you're not going to replace a great player with one player, but you're going to have to piecemeal it together, and that's where Brad Holmes comes in, and he's got to find the right combination of guys.
Go check out the GM Shuffle with Michael Lombardi. It's a DraftKings podcast available wherever you get your podcast. The latest episode just uploaded a Week 7 preview to get you ready for this one. We didn't ask about Chiefs versus 49ers in that Super Bowl rematch, but Michael has you covered there with that preview. Seahawks fans, I know you are keeping an eye on the 49ers, so you're going to want to listen to that one. Michael, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Let's get to 4 Down territory.
This is 4 Down territory, going inside the game with former Seahawks and Coug wide receiver Michael Bumpus.
First down, what positions will be the deciding factors in this game?
All right, Stacey, I need you to bear with me, and our guy Curtis Rogers will fill me on another level with this one.
All right.
So
I'm thinking.
I'm thinking the Usos. I'm thinking the Hardy Boys.
All right.
I'm thinking the Hart Foundation.
Tag teams.
I'm thinking Harlem Heat.
That's
right.
Feel me?
Talking wrestling? Or?
This is
Absolutely.
wrestling. Tag team. It's going to be a tag team match between our linebackers and their linebackers, baby. Caden Ellis and Troy Anderson against Jerome Baker and Tyrell Dawson. Who is going to win that tag team matchup? Because those guys are going to be responsible for tackling these running backs and stopping the run. Which tag team is going to be able to do it, man? You got to look at these linebackers. That will be the deciding factor. Is it the Usos? Is it the Hardy Boys? Is it the Hart Foundation? Is it Harlem Heat, baby? Come on, LBs, get her done.
Tables, ladders, and chairs.
I don't know if you've ever seen anyone smile, but their eyes aren't smiling and their teeth aren't touching. That was me just now going, I'm so confused. Second down. What do you think Ryan Grubb can do to jumpstart the run game?
I say pack it in. I say, I forget it. 2 tight ends, 2 running backs. We are going to make it an emphasis to run the football. If you can't do it out of 10 personnel, if you can't do it out of 11 personnel, 1 running back, 1 tight end, then just pack it in and say, we got to get Ken Walker going. Get these guys some touches. Get these tackles some help with the tight ends over there. I say you just make it old school, man. You take it back to the 80s, to the 70s, and you pack it in. Get a fullback back there and just get Ken Walker the football. And when you do that, and if you do that, you'll still be able to throw out of it. Now the play action is ready to go. Now you pack it in tight, then you motion 1 tight end out, get a 1-on-1, or you get in bunch formation, tight bunch to one side, and you seal the edge. I think you got to pack it in at this point because spreading it out and letting the offense try to run that way just isn't getting it done. So if I am Grubb, but I am not, but if I am Grubb, I'm going to pack that thing in, and let's run the ball.
724, wouldn't we be the Road Warriors, Hawk, and Animal?
Yeah.
That's a good That's a good tag team.
See, I'm not even going to pretend to know. I'm just going to celebrate differences. And one of them is that I'm sitting here going, Road Warriors? Third down. You and Curtis bonded on a level I just can't relate to. Curtis is out here talking about breaking tables.
Oh, yeah.
I don't understand. What's something you think Geno will and should experience for the first time in weeks?
All right, so against New England, he got hit 6 times, 3 sacks. Miami, he was hit 7 times, 3 sacks. Lions, 9 hits, 3 sacks. Giants hit 10 times, 7 sacks. The Niners, 5, 1 sack. He should operate from a clean pocket this week. He should be able to sit back there, read a book, have a sip of coffee, then throw the football. I want him to do that because when he does that, he is great. And I think that will remind people of how good Geno Smith really is. I was just looking at X, and there's this meme that I saw. It's this guy riding on a bike, and he's riding on the bike, and it says Seahawks offensive line, and then he sticks a stick in the wheel of the bike, and it goes allowing the most pressure. Then the guy falls down, and it says, "Why did Geno do this?" This is exactly what it is. Like, the offensive line has been struggling, and yet Geno's been keeping this team afloat, and people are just pointing the finger at Geno. So I go, you know what? Let's give Geno a clean pocket and remind folks that he is one of the most accurate passers in the game. Not the best. He's not Pat Mahomes. He's not Lamar Jackson. I understand that, but he's the right quarterback for this team, and if he has a clean pocket, good things are going to happen. I don't see why he should not have a clean pocket this week.
I'm going to shove my sister down and just go, why did you do that? The equivalent of like, why? What are you doing? 4th down. What's something you saw from DK on X during your flight to Pullman that he needs to tap more into?
So, one of the knocks I have with DK is that sometimes it seems like he doesn't have a plan when he's running his routes. Like, he'd be running a slant. The DB is inside. He leaves him there, then tries to run the slant. And because he's so big, he fights through the contact and makes the play. But I saw a route. He ran an out route from the slot. And he had a defender that was head up on him. He inside release, gave him a nice little tempo release, snapped it out, went to the outside and caught the football. He had a clear plan, and I got excited on the plane, and I probably made some type of noise, but I got the noise-canceling headphones, so I don't know if I did or not. And I go, ooh. Okay, there it is right there. He has shown that he can do it. I just want DK, man, to just be a professor when he's out there when it comes to his route running because he's shown that he can do it. Now it's about doing it consistently. So, man, come on, DK. You got it in you, baby. Go make some plays.
You understand everything about football. However, that being said, it's possible to be an expert in one thing, and that has to be receivers. I mean, you know everything about this position. What's something that is a fair critique of DK when you see it? You go, yeah, you're not wrong. And what's something you think that a lot of people get wrong about him?
A fair critique would be that he just relies on his size a bit too much. Like me being the average size man walking this earth, I couldn't even attempt to do half of the things that DK does, right? I don't know what it feels like just to be bigger, faster, and stronger than everybody. And he's probably been that way since he was like 3 years old, right? So he's lived this life that way. A fair critique is that he just, at times, he doesn't attack the football. Like, when's the last time you saw DK run a post and reach out with his hands over his head to grab the football out the air? He usually lets it drop into the basket. I understand why he does, though, because it's easier to run after the catch when you do that. But, yeah, man, just go reach for the ball, grab it out the air. I think it was against the Denver Broncos on the sideline. Yep. He reached over a grown man and snatched it, and I thought we were on to something. So give me more of that.
Coming up next, Curtis and Bump face off in our weekly trivia game. Falcons, coming your way in just a few minutes.
15-10, Levinsky, our hero of the game so far.
After a third straight loss, the Seahawks are ready to get back to work.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Next up, the Hawks head to Atlanta to take on Kirk Cousins and the Falcons.
Fires, got his man, touchdown, Seahawks! It's Tyler Lockett!
Can the Seahawks get back in the win column? Seahawks, Falcons, kickoff 10 a.m. Pre-game starting at 7 on your home for the Hawks, Seattle Sports.
What's one of the biggest issues you face when trying to hire a roofing contractor? Are they going to do what you hired them to do? On time, on budget?
Hey, it's Bob Stelton here, and Asset Roofing knows in addition to putting a premier roofing system on your home, the most valuable things they can provide to you are communication and transparency. Those go a long way and hopefully are going to earn your business like it earned mine. Have them come out for a free inspection and find out how your roof is holding up before winter weather sets in. Whether you need a roof replacement or repair or just a roof cleaning, Asset Roofing is the best in the business. You'll get quality, reliability, and great service. Have the conversation and find out what Asset Roofing is all about. Ask about their metal roofs for a modern look and long-lasting protection. Go to AssetRoofingCo.com to find out more. That's AssetRoofingCo.com. With Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Certified work that's never in doubt. Asset Roofing, excellence is on the house.
Your business needs a network it can count on.
Power's out.
Comcast Business has you covered with Wi-Fi backup to help keep your business up and running, even when your power goes out.
Everybody in the warehouse good?
Lights are out, but the Wi-Fi's up. Let's power on.
It's from the company with 99.9% network reliability.
Break room, you good?
Can't microwave my burrito, but Wi-Fi's fine. Let's power on.
Power on with the leader in connectivity, Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Keep your business connected with Comcast Business Internet and Wi-Fi backup. Or get started with reliable internet and advanced security for $49.99 a month for 12 months with a 2-year contract. Plus, ask how to get up to a $500 prepaid card with a qualifying internet package. Don't wait. Call or go online today. Ends 11/17/24. Restrictions apply. New customers only with 150 megabit per second internet and security edge. EcoBill and autopay required. Equipment, taxes, and fees extra and subject to change.
Have you recently tried to get a loan to buy a piece of real estate? Are you tired of dealing with banks, credit unions, and their endless guidelines? Wouldn't it be nice to go back in time when we had common sense lending? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital based in Bellevue. We are one of the largest local private portfolio lenders in Washington. We've helped thousands of home buyers and real estate investors reach their financial goals by leveraging the Legacy Common Sense borrowing platform. What that means is we lend our own money, we make our own decisions. If your deal makes sense, we'll get it done. Whether you're purchasing a new piece of real estate or refinancing an existing loan, bridge loans, construction, or regular home loan, it doesn't have to be as difficult as banks and lenders make it. If you're trying to grow wealth through real estate acquisition, come talk to the experts in private lending.
Call 425-635-4700 or LegacyG.com. Legacy Group Capital, your common sense lender. LegacyG.com.
Harnish Auto Family is proud to partner with the Carol Milgard Breast Center in the fight against breast cancer. Hey, Brock Heward here, and all you got to do is simply test drive a vehicle during October, and Harnish will make a donation on your behalf. Harnish Auto Family, where people matter.
At Shane Company, we believe everybody is made to shine. So put on earrings that make you sparkle, diamonds that light up the room, a modern heirloom you'll treasure. We're all made to shine. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Seahawks Player Spotlight.
Man, it felt good to go out there and be able to contribute.
Exclusive interviews with your favorite Seahawks.
You know, we got a genius as the head coach.
Every day with Wyman and Bob. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
Will the Falcons be better prepared for the Seahawks offense than any opponent this season because of Michael Penix Jr.'s familiarity with Ryan Grubb's offense? Brock Heward thinks that could be a factor.
I honestly think in this case, Grubb and Huff and company are going to have to go back and make sure that some of their calls, some of their signals that they did use in the past, they have changed, because Jimmy Lake will never have a better scout team quarterback getting ready for Geno Smith than Michael Penix this week, right? Knowing all the calls, knowing all the shifts, knowing how to line up in this call and shift and move to this formation. And, I mean, Michael is so well-versed in it, probably even more well-versed right now than the Seahawks are themselves in some ways, with all of his years of experience.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
Hey, it's Dr. Coogan with Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. Summer's over and you've had your fun, but now it's time to get back on track. Stop feeling frustrated and overwhelmed and start being excited about the new you that's possible. We want to be your teammate. No gimmicks, no tricks, no drugs. Just teaching you how to turn your body into a fat-burning machine and keep it off for the long term. We know the secret for fast and lasting weight loss using real healthy foods and lifestyle strategies designed to reset your metabolism. Schedule your free consultation online at eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
I'm somebody that needs to be held accountable for my actions, and that's one of the great things about Eastside Weight Loss Clinic. The support, the accountability in person on the app. They made sure that I actually lost the weight I needed to.
Our program has successfully helped thousands of people lose 20 to 30 pounds or more in just 60 days. You can start our program in person in Kirkland or virtually from anywhere you live. Schedule your free phone consultation today by calling 425-588-0080 or eastsideweightlossclinic.com.
Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
I'm Bradley Johnson with 1-800-DUI-AWAY. Let's talk about hockey. Don't you love a sport where it's almost fair game to throw off your gloves and bare knuckle it in that gray area? Hockey brings excitement, intensity, passion, often drinking. It's like a party with a puck. If you enjoy too many shots at the bar while watching slap shots on the ice, don't try to make a breakaway because the police won't just stonewall your goal. They're much more likely to throw you in that penalty box. And it won't be just a few minutes to think about what you did. Go ahead, enjoy cracking one open. Just don't overdo it. Call 1-800-DUI-AWAY or go to 1-800-DUI-AWAY.com for your free private consultation. Hockey is one of the only sports where you can wrap around the goal and there's no out of bounds. But the roadway is a different story. Call 1-800-DUI-AWAY.
1-800-DUI-AWAY. This hour is brought to you by Mazda of Everett.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Bumpin' Stacy.
Weekdays 10 to 2.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Falcons.
You know, it almost sounded like a dolphin, and I fear that we almost had to mute that intro, Curtis. Falcons got pretty close to an expletive, but I'm very proud of you for doing that one. It's Falcons, a weekly game show that changes its name every single week based on the Seahawks opponent, wherein Bump and Curtis face off a series of 8 questions total, 4 apiece, to see who knows the most about this week's opponent. Now, this spans Falcons history, so quite honestly, because we're doing so much of a preview, most of these questions aren't about this current team, but that's okay because I think you guys know some major Falcon stars, and there's also some general NFL history in here. So here we go. Bump, are you ready?
Yeah.
As it has been the case in the last 2 weeks, there are double or nothing choices on each of these questions. One time during this quiz, you'll get to roll double or nothing. Get the question right, you get 2 points. Get it wrong, you get no points at all, even if you got the first part right. Here we go. Bump, former Falcons superstar receiver Julio Jones led the league in receiving yards in 2015 and 2018. In the year the Falcons actually went to the Super Bowl, though, the 2016 season, he was actually second to this former Indianapolis Colt.
Former Indianapolis Colt. So he was second behind him when it comes to receiving.
Mm-hmm.
An Indianapolis Colt.
He's played for a couple other teams.
Oh, man. It's the bald guy, right? No, it's not him.
That narrows it down.
Oh, man. Indianapolis Colts.
I'm trying to Google quickly to see if he played for other teams, but in my mind, Curtis, if you know,
I think I know who you're talking about. I think he played for maybe 1 or 2 other teams.
What?
Let me give you the other teams to make it a little more fair. Okay, so when he was the leader in the NFL in receiving yards, he was with Indianapolis. He played for Indianapolis from 2012 to 2021, and then spent 1 year with Dallas. This is
what?
Listen, this is a player that led the league in receiving yards, and I don't know how many people actually know the answer to this right now.
And he did it as a Colt.
He did it as an Indianapolis Colt in 2016.
When you hear the name Bump,
all I can think of is Reggie Wayne, but he didn't play for Atlanta, did he?
No, this is for so this is going to be an Indianapolis Colt player. He never played for the Falcons.
Don't even think about the Falcons here.
Oh, my God.
You have 10 seconds.
An Indianapolis Colt wide receiver led the league in receiving yards. It was the only year in which he did it.
Reggie Wayne, that's all I can think of.
T.Y. Hilton.
T.Y.
I knew that you'd be so mad, right?
Oh, my God.
That's like one of those weird, like, oh, my God, yeah, I remember Beanie Babies. You know? Oh, my God, I remember that TV show. Okay.
That's a good one.
Your double or nothing would have been,
Julio Jones played college football at Bama, where he was part of the 2009 team that won a national championship over which school?
2009? I don't know.
Texas.
That was the game
Curtis.
Colt McCoy's arm went dead.
Curtis.
Weird. Yes.
When Julio Jones was in high school, he was a very prolific receiver. In fact, his nickname was Waffle House because
He's always open?
A, he had sticky hands.
Oh.
B, he was always open. Or C, he'd flip-flop on big political issues.
What? I think it's got to be B. He's always
That's
open.
the easiest one you've ever given Curtis
Correct.
Rogers.
He's always open. He was always open. Do you want to go double or nothing?
No, I will stick with my 1 point.
Your double or nothing point would have been the Falcons selected Jones with the 6th overall pick in 2011, who was drafted 1st overall in 2011.
2011? Like Cam Newton, I think?
It was Cam Newton.
Yeah, okay.
Bump. The Falcons... You know, I'll add some context after this. It's going to seem like all of Bump's questions are harder. That might be how it just rolled out. The Falcons lost to the Patriots, and Super Bowl 51 featured, famously, the biggest comeback of all time. So much so the game is often nicknamed 28-3. It also became the first Super Bowl to go into overtime. In fact, there's only been one Super Bowl since to go into overtime. Which one? I'll let you know that I'll also accept the year. So if you want to say like the 20 blank Super Bowl, I'll accept that rather than just the number. And you also have to tell me the teams.
Oh, yeah. Awesome.
The only two Super Bowls to go into overtime. Basically, the last Super Bowl to go into overtime.
It was the Niners and Pats went in overtime, didn't they? I'm sorry, Chiefs. Niners and Chiefs went in overtime. Right?
Yes. What year was that?
That was that last year?
Was it?
Yeah, it was last year, right? The last Super Bowl.
That is correct.
All right.
Do you want to go double or nothing?
Heck no.
Okay. Your double or nothing question would have been, who was the halftime show performer?
Last year?
Yeah.
I should know that.
Bum.
Oh.
The CTE.
I should know that.
Bum.
Oh, no, who was it?
We had a whole
Usher,
thing about
right?
this. Usher.
Oh, it was Usher. Yeah.
Well,
CTE
you get the
is
point.
Hitting tough on a Thursday.
It truly is. Okay. Head in the game, Bump. Curtis. The Atlanta Falcons have drafted 2 Washington quarterbacks. Who was the last? Just kidding. Michael Penix this past spring, obviously. But who else?
Another Washington quarterback. I know Chris Chandler has played for the Falcons, but he was not drafted by them because he played a lot of other places before ending up in Atlanta. The other Husky quarterback drafted by the Atlanta Falcons. God. I am going to say it's not Warren Moon or anybody like that. Is it? I should know this, right? This is like, I don't know, Billy Joe Hobart.
Oh, you know what? I had this one wrong.
No?
Yeah, I had it as Chris Chandler drafted by the Falcons.
Oh, there it is.
No. Okay, well, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to make your double or nothing point your point.
Okay.
Okay?
Here we go.
It's still one you should know. At one point, Chandler was number 3 in passing yards for the Huskies. That's since been surpassed by several dogs, though. So all you need to do to get this point, your makeup point, my bad, is just tell me who holds the top spot for the Huskies in all-time passing yards.
It's Jake Browning, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. But yeah.
Make good point.
That would have been his double or nothing? Goodness gracious.
Well, Bump, we're moving on. Your next one's multiple choice. You might have seen this celebration after his touchdowns on SportsCenter. Which Falcons legend is credited with the invention of the Dirty Bird dance?
Anderson. Jamal Anderson.
Wow, yeah, correct.
Yeah, of the middle school.
Do you want to go double or nothing?
No, thank you.
Okay. Your double or nothing question would have been, let me get you your point to tie it up. Jamal Anderson was a 7th-round pick, but was he ever a first-team All-Pro?
No.
He was.
I'm glad.
Yeah.
I'm glad.
Really good year.
Curtis, Matt Ryan played for Boston College. What Seahawks quarterback also played for Boston College?
Matthew Hasselbeck.
What is going on?
What are you talking about?
What is going on? Everybody and their mama know that.
Curtis, do you want to go double or nothing?
No, because I'm a 3-1.
Okay. Your double or nothing was going to be where did Geno Smith play and in what year was he drafted?
West Virginia and drafted in 2012.
Bump's mad.
This is wild.
It's not wild.
Did you just like make this test on the 405 today? Just
no.
Like, you know what? let me whip something up real quick.
Bump, time for your question. Curtis has a point. You can tie it up with this, so you're still tied.
Don't be mad at me. I'm just playing.
Michael Vick is the NFL's all-time career leader in rushing yards by a quarterback. Lamar Jackson, who broke Vick's single-season record in 2019, is second. Who is third and fourth?
Third and fourth.
You don't have to do the particular order. Just tell me the next two quarterbacks.
I feel like, are they active? Can I ask a question? Are they active? Are they?
One is.
One's active.
But is he starting? I don't know.
Russell Wilson is one of them.
He's number 4.
And it's either Cam Newton or Steve Young, man. It's got to be Cam, right?
It's Cam.
All right.
Do you want to go double or nothing?
No, thank you.
Okay, your double or nothing question.
Wait,
what is it,
I think
Stacey?
you kind of have to go double or nothing, right? Because that was your fourth question.
This is it?
Go double or nothing.
Okay,
this is your only chance to win.
All right.
You've got a 50-50 shot on this double or nothing.
Oh, I like that. I like
okay?
those odds.
This is all you have to do.
Okay.
It's going to be over-under.
Okay.
Okay. Over-under Michael Vick's rushing yards. It's a college career high. In a game against Boston College. 200.
Ooh, I feel like Vic got it in him to go over 2. Boston College, that's one. I remember that game. He was going nuts. They were playing on AstroTurf, I believe, that game. That was really what inspired me to be a quarterback, honestly.
Bump is buying time.
And, I'm going to go. Goodness.
Over-under.
Over.
Don't be mad at me.
Dang.
Over.
Yay!
210. 210 rushing yards in a game against Boston
That's
College.
Crazy.
Fun fact, one Tim Hasselbeck was playing in this game.
Wow.
Yeah. Okay, so Bump gets 2.
So it's tied 3-3, but I still have a chance to win if I get this right.
I have 4-3.
4-3 me or 4-3?
No, 4-3 Bump.
I got 2 right.
But then if you go double or nothing, you win.
But if you got 2 right plus a double or nothing, that means you have 3 points, right?
No,
You got
2.
one
No,
more.
2. Yeah, 4. Because double or nothing is 2 points.
Yeah, but Bump had 1 correct answer prior to that.
2 correct.
He had 2 correct.
2? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
I'm the quiz master here, Curtis.
Okay.
But you can win it by going double or nothing here.
All right.
Which all-time great Seahawks center was originally drafted by the Falcons in 1993?
Robbie Tobeck.
Correct. Would you like to go double or nothing, or do you want to go to the tiebreaker that I worked really hard on?
I'm going double or nothing.
Okay.
Let's go.
Okay. Robbie appeared in Super Bowls for both the Falcons and Seahawks. Obviously, that would be the 2005 Super Bowl for the Seahawks. They lost both. Which quarterbacks did he snap to in both of those games?
He snapped to Chris Chandler in the Super Bowl for the Falcons, and he snapped to Matt Hasselbeck for the Seahawks.
That is correct.
There we go.
That is correct. I don't want to hear anything about the quiz. I don't want to hear any fights back. Curtis, how much time do we have?
We're just out of time.
Okay, well, we will skip the tiebreaker for today. That will do it for Falcons. Congratulations, Curtis, on what was in no way a biased quiz in any way, and I think a carefully and brilliantly constructed game show. What I need to know is coming your way next. Get your questions in 866-979-3776.
Seattle Sports, your home for Wyman and Bob.
John Morosi is here.
In many ways, Julio is the most talented player on this team, but the most vital one, the one that cannot be lost, is Cal Raleigh. He is a very valuable player at a high defensive priority position. When you've got someone who really gets into the back end of an MVP ballot conversation based significantly, obviously his power is a big reason why, but significantly on the defensive value, other managers, other coaches, they know how important he is.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app.
Key here is employee satisfaction. There is no expectation for customer satisfaction if the people that work with us don't feel taken care of and supported and loved. I'm proud of the Lee Johnson Auto family. I'm proud of our stores. And I need everybody to share in that mindset, because it makes a better experience for the customer. It also makes it a better place to work. Walking away from an interaction with a customer that says, I can't believe how easy this was. I can't thank you enough for helping me. Receiving a handwritten letter that's personalized to a salesperson or a service advisor or a technician expressing gratitude, and then taking that home and sharing that with your family and hanging that on your refrigerator, That's the difference.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto family.
Are you curious about who offers the best deals on top-rated Samsung, LG, and Sony TVs? The answer is surprising. It's not online, and it's not the warehouse clubs. The best deals on top-rated TVs are at Video Only. Don't believe it? Then check out the trade-in deals at Video Only. How about $500 for your old TV? Try doing that online. Before you buy that new TV, drop into Video Only. If you don't, you'll be sorry.
Progressive presents good news, bad news, dumb news, then great news. Good news. A letter in your mailbox says you could save money bundling your home and auto insurance with Progressive. Bad news. You saw it after your teenager backed the car into the mailbox. Dumb news. A new mailbox, basically a box on a stick, costs up to $400. Great news. You decide to see if you could save money bundling at Progressive.com and go with paperless mail instead. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and other insurers not available in all states.
Did you know your skin is the largest organ of your body? Huh? That's why you should shower with Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash instead of plain old bar soap. Love your skin by super hydrating it with vitamin B3 and glorious notes of vanilla and shea. Did you know that my super hydrated skin is the second largest organ of my body? The first is my heart. Old Spice. Men have skin too. Old Spice Super Hydration Body Wash. 24/7 renewing moisture. With daily use.
For top quality fencing, trust Contour Fence, locally owned and operated since 1984. For residential or commercial, visit contourfence.com. Use code HAWKS10 for 10% off repairs or replacements and schedule a free consultation today. That's contourfence.com.
Hey, Brock Ewart here, and the Harnish Auto family is so excited to team up with the Carol Milgard Breast Center in the fight against breast cancer. For every test drive this month, they'll donate $25 in both Puyallup and Everett. Harnish Auto family. People matter.
It's comedian Tom Segura at Emerald Queen Casino Event Center, Friday, April 25th.
My kids call me Tom. So unnerving. Every day, the older one's like, "How you doing, Tom?" I go, "Hey, I'm not your fucking stepdad, all right? I wish I was. It'd be a lot easier, but I'm not."
Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. One of today's biggest touring comedians. Tom Segura's Come Together Tour, April 25th at Emerald Queen Casino, the entertainment capital of the Northwest. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
For Down Territory, going inside the game with Michael Bumpus.
I like this. More quarterbacks should start doing this.
Every day at 11:15 and 1:15 on Bump and Stacy.
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
If you've been in an auto accident, you have the right to take your vehicle to any repair facility. Accurate Auto Body has been family owned and operated since 1994, and they work for you, not your insurance company. Your insurance company may not love them, but you will, because
We meet by accident, fixing every last bit, accurate auto body.
Hey, it's G. Scott. Since the beginning in 2014, Nourishing Neighbors has raised over $36 million to help food banks and other hunger relief agencies in Washington. The Albertsons and Safeway Foundation would like to sincerely thank all the customers, employees, and partners over the past 10 years. Nourishing Neighbors continues to support initiatives including food for kids, grocery cards for the holidays, and innovation grants, so please keep donating and volunteering. Visit nourishingneighbors.com to learn more.
Seattle is home to Swedish CyberKnife, a non-invasive and highly precise treatment for prostate cancer. Compared with other radiation treatments, CyberKnife treatment is much shorter, typically 5 treatments. The vast majority of patients experience minimal side effects and can continue normal activities during treatment. Swedish CyberKnife patients enjoy excellent cancer control rates and minimal disruption to normal activities. Go to swedish.org/cyberknifeprostate. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish CyberKnife.
Are you constantly dealing with a runny nose, nasal congestion, or stuffiness? Always having to clear your throat or coughing? I'm Dr. Ryan Stern with the Stern Sinus Center. Rhine Air is a simple, non-invasive procedure that can significantly reduce your symptoms. This long-lasting treatment is available here in my office. In a clinical study, 88% of Ryanair patients experienced a significant reduction in their symptoms. We're proud the Stern Sinus Center was recently named a nationwide center of excellence. Schedule your appointment in Auburn or Federal Way or go to sternsinus.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio,
This is Bumpin' Stacy
weekdays 10 to 2
on Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Football Friday, powered by the Snoqualmie Casino Sportsbook. Get your questions in on this Friday to the Mac and Jack's text line. Any question you have, text it now, 866-979-3776. Curtis Rogers and for Michael Bumpus, what I need to know, who will have a bigger impact on this game between the Seahawks and Falcons, says one listener. Jackson, Smith, and Jigba, or the Seahawks tight ends. Keep in mind, Atlanta's missing 2 linebackers in this one.
Right. I still think it's got to be JSN. Tight ends, I think A.J. Barner has been like the most pleasant surprise out of the tight end group this year. But I feel like if the Seahawks are going to have as big of a day as we're expecting them to have offensively, JSN's got to be a big part of it.
I'll tell you where you need the tight ends. Helping out your rookie right tackle.
There, yeah. Just
so
line up as many tight ends
Yeah.
as possible on that side.
I think you're going to get the tight ends heavily involved in this one, but it may not necessarily be strictly with a pass game. It's going to be like, can you chip? Can you help out? Help out with some protection here? What I need to know. Let's see. Stacy, why do you like Curtis more than Bump? Clearly a rigged game.
Wow.
It wasn't a rigged game.
It was not.
Also,
I did
look,
not know the questions
I just
beforehand.
want to say something. You guys don't understand the time it takes to every single week.
Stacy comes up with those questions on her own.
Trivia.
Yeah.
And then you have to come up with
bonus
2, 4,
questions.
6, 8, 16 questions because you need double or nothing questions. And people always pick it apart. Y'all don't know. You don't know the work.
It's a grind.
It's a grind
We
out
grind
here.
for this.
Okay? And then I'm done with my day at 2 p.m. I struggle like nobody knows. Just kidding. It's
We work
fun.
in a climate-controlled
It
environment.
is really fun. Maybe I should have balanced out the questions a little bit more, but I did like the jokes to come from it from the Mac and Jack's text line. Someone said, Curtis, who's the Seahawks leading passer? Bump. Who is the backup running back for the Chicago Bears in 1972? What I need to know, 866-979-3776. What's more fun? Mariners win a World Series, Seahawks win a Super Bowl, UW a Natty, or Kraken win Stanley? Oh, Mariners win World Series.
Yeah, Mariners winning a World Series for sure. That would be... this town would never be the same after that. Like, it would just be pure insanity seeing that happen. I have tried to play that moment in my mind. Like, what would I do in that moment? I don't know what I would do.
Yeah. Lose my mind. I don't know.
Yeah.
That's the one where I kind of let myself. I never professionally covered the Mariners. Like, I've covered the Seahawks as a reporter, so I'm still like.
I feel like
I don't know. I don't get fan about it, but I get about the Mariners, yes.
I feel like a World Series championship too would feel the most rewarding as a fan of that team,
It'd be
because the season is
sentimental.
and the season is such a grind. It is so long. It's from basically mid-February when
Yep.
pitchers and catchers report to like the first week of November. That's what, the whole year? There's no baseball in January and December. That's like 10 months out of your year.
It would be. Again, the scenes from the Dodgers-Padres series stick out to me so much because we had
Yeah.
conversations about, like, the Padres are the 30th, 28th size market. Like, there's no reason you can't be here.
Right.
And it doesn't mean you have to make the same moves they did or take the same swings they did, but, like, it's always cool to see those small markets. They didn't end up advancing, but it was a fun series. And then there was a rivalry. Like, that excitement of the postseason is just a different level. What I need to know, with rules different than in Steve Largen's day, some Seahawks wide receiver will eventually break his records, but does it mean they'll become the best Seahawks wide receiver of all time?
I don't know if his records are going to get touched. His numbers in a Seahawk uniform, maybe the touchdowns. He does have 100 career touchdowns, which is still a ton, but career-wise, he spent his entire career outside of that partial season he had with Houston at the beginning of his career. 819 receptions. No one's touching his 13,000 yards.
No.
Maybe the 100 touchdowns. I think DK's over 40 right now. If he plays
He'd
his
still
entire
have to
career.
stay. That's the thing, too,
Yeah.
that might keep people is, like, how often do players now,
Yeah.
post mid-90s, stay with a franchise?
I don't think Largent's yardage record anybody comes close to that.
No. So to answer your question, no, we don't think so. But I will say, anytime it's like, oh, the rules are different or, oh, there's an extra game, I do kind of look at it record-wise. Now, best wide receiver ever is subjective. It's whoever you feel. The vast majority of people would say Largent. But with records, like Geno Smith now holds the franchise record for passing yards in a single season. It's with an additional game than any other Seahawks quarterback. But the way I look at it, I don't know about you, is the record's the record.
Right. So Tyler Lockett is second in team history with 8,333 receiving yards. He's about 5,000 behind Steve Largent.
It's not happening.
So Steve Largent played 200 games as a Seahawk, had 100 touchdowns. DK Metcalf has 45 touchdowns in 88 games as a Seahawk. So he is
that would be
tracking.
On pace.
Yeah, he's tracking, but again, that's like halfway through his career. We don't know what the second half of DK Metcalf's career is going to look like.
Fun question, though.
Yeah.
Let's see. 866-979-3776. Do you think the Seahawks should use Byron Murphy as a running back in a goal line stance like he was used against the Huskies in the college playoffs? No. I mean, you know what? I always love creativity and craziness. I think you should throw a touchdown to an offensive lineman and use all kinds of big guy touchdowns. I'm very in favor of them, but no.
You've got professional running backs.
That too.
Like,
I think you should just run the ball. It's so much more complicated than that. I'm simplifying it in a way that's really unfair to how difficult that is, but I would love to see them run it more. And you have a chance against an Atlanta Falcons defense that's giving up 142 a game?
If you had serious issues with your run game where, like, no one could get forward momentum, no one could get positive yardage, then, yeah, sure, maybe you put Byron Murphy back there just to get you that 1 yard you need, but I don't see that happening anytime soon.
866-979-3776. I like this one. If the Seahawks trade for an offensive lineman, how much should they give up?
Depends on what you think their ceiling is this season.
I think they're going to be a mid-round first round. That's not what I think the cost will be. It's where I think Seattle will be, like 14, 15 overall or whatever.
Yeah, I'm not giving up a first-round pick that high.
But I don't think you need to.
No, I don't. I think if you can make trades similar to what they did earlier this week, where you're picking up veteran help for maybe no more than like a 5th or a 6th round pick, then it is probably, the route they should be taking.
Yeah.
I don't think they should be giving up a 1st round pick or a 2nd round pick in next year's draft, even though from what we've heard, it's not a great quarterback draft, what have you, but hey.
Find help where you can get it, though,
exactly.
on the other hand. Thank you to Curtis Rogers filling in for Michael Bumpus today for a good chunk of the show. This has been Bump and Stacy. Don't forget you can listen back to any of these episodes wherever you download the Bump and Stacy podcast. Wyman and Bob coming your way next.
15-10, Levinsky, our hero of the game so far.
After a 3rd straight loss, the Seahawks are ready to get back to work.
Touchdown, Seahawks!
Next up, the Hawks head to Atlanta to take on Kirk Cousins and the Falcons.
Fires, got his man, touchdown, Seahawks! It's Tyler Lockett!
Can the Seahawks get back in the win column? Seahawks, Falcons, kickoff 10 a.m. Pre-game starting at 7 on your home for the Hawks, Seattle Sports.
Hey, Brock Ewart here with Shannon O'Kelly, President and CEO of IRG Physical and Hand Therapy. And Shannon, we're not just rehabbing injuries anymore. Now we're in the business of speed and performance. Talk to me.
Yeah, Brock, we're really excited. We just opened up our IRG Physical Therapy and Sports Institute in Fremont. It's 5,000 square feet of AstroTurf rubberized flooring. We're not only going to treat your physical therapy conditions, but we're also going to help you as a patient athlete, a recreational athlete, work on strength, speed, explosion, vertical explosion, horizontal explosion. I mean, we're going to create an athlete out of you and get you back to activity at your best.
What was the genesis of this?
Oh, there's a huge need out there. I mean, you talk to people and you start looking at patients that are going through rehab. Rehab is just part of the process, getting people to a point, but then the next point is really doing the strength and function explosion and the athletic training skills that everybody wants and needs.
Schedule online right now at irgpt.com, irgpt.com.
Cars for Kids. Donate your car today. 1-877-CARS for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. You'll get a maximum tax deduction and a vacation voucher.
1-877-CARS for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877-CARS for Kids. Donate your car today.
Now accepting donations of land, homes, buildings, or any kind of real estate.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and Senior Vice President of Men's Sexual Health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/radio. That's hims.com/radio for your free online visit.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and we got some exciting news at the station. Riverside Roofing and 710 have renewed our partnership into a deal that will carry us into our 8th calendar year working together. A big thank you to Don, Brandon, Jordan. Not only are those guys terrific roofers and businessmen, but even better people. And I've been fortunate to get to know them, text them back and forth, playing golf together. Just truly awesome people. And all that matters when choosing who you want to work with. People want to work with people they like. And most importantly, they want to work with people they can trust. And that's Riverside Roofing. You've heard me say it for years now, and you'll continue to hear it for a whole lot longer because it's true and it works. We've had people text into the show. They say, Salk, you told me I could trust them, and you were right. If you have an upcoming roof replacement, they need to be your first call. Again, big thank you and congratulations to Riverside Roofing. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com, and they are the roofing company you can trust. That's riversideroofingllc.com.
How was your job to school?
Let me tell you, I had to get my iced coffee first. I just can't seem to put it down. My favorite rapper just announced a tour. My phone was buzzing like crazy. I'm so excited. I had to text all my friends right then to talk about it. Then someone started calling me and...
Let's try that again.
I turned my phone off right away. I never drive distracted.
Visit StopTextStopWrecks.org. A message brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration, Project Yellow Light, and the Ad Council.
Febreze. As a rideshare driver, I love keeping my car smelling fresh and clean. So when I'm driving, I only trust new Febreze car vent clips, now with 3 times greater scent control, because it's that little touch that sets me apart. I can turn the intensity down for subtle freshness, or I can turn it up for when I want lots of scent. So whether it's set to low, medium, or high, with new Febreze car, I know my car's going to smell amazing, which keeps my driver rating right where it belongs. Picking up Oscar!
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports. Seattle Sports Snapshot.
Former NFL quarterback Jay Cutler was arrested in Tennessee last night after a traffic accident. Faces 4 charges, this according to the police department out there. Cutler was charged with driving under the influence, possession of a handgun while under the influence, failure to exercise due care to avoid a collision, and implied consent. According to a release, he was involved in an accident around 5 p.m. During their conversation with Cutler, officers noticed a strong odor of alcohol, said he was slurring his words and had bloodshot eyes. He refused a field sobriety test, was taken to a local hospital where a blood sample was obtained through a blood search warrant. He also had 2 firearms in his possession, including a loaded pistol. So he is in a bit of hot water, Jay Cutler. Meanwhile, you got the NLCS getting set to kick things off. Dodgers with a 3-1 lead in that series, looking to close it out in New York. Later on, we will be giving this to you live. The Guardians playing host to the Yankees, as the Yankees are up 2-1 in that series.
Snapshot brought to you by Miller Lite. When it's game time, it's Miller time.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Construction Loans.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Wyman and Bob
On Seattle Sports.
Streaming live on the Seattle Sports app and at seattlesports.com.
Now, here are your hosts, Dave Wyman and Bob Stelton.
Welcome, everybody. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710 and seattlesports.com. Happy Friday to everybody out there. Hopefully you're having a great day in this lousy weather that we're experiencing and probably will experience moving forward. So I guess we just buckle up and prepare for that. Coming your way today, we got Best of the Rest at 3 o'clock. We'll give you a bit of what Mike McDonald had to say in his press conference at 3:30. Mean Text at 4:45 today, because at 5 o'clock we'll turn you over to the the ALCS between the Yankees and the Guardians, Game 4 of that series at 5 o'clock. Shannon Dreyer will join us at 4. So there you go. There's the show for today. You guys can text in throughout the show, 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. Again, Mean Text at 4:45, so you can start getting creative right now if you'd like. And for the texters, for those of you not creating your Mean Text right now, the question for you, call it right now. Do the Seahawks win or lose on Sunday? Because often people will say, they'll send in a text, I told you so. And then you look back at their text, their previous text, which we can all see, by the way, for those of you wondering. And no, you didn't tell us so. So this is your chance to make your call right now. Do the Seahawks win or lose on Sunday? Let's start with you, Mike Lefko.
Mm-hmm. Oh, right now?
Yes.
If they win or lose on Sunday. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think they lose. That's my call it right now. Do you want an explanation? Do you want me to throw it back to you?
If you want to.
Yeah. We'll get into this because there are some pretty significant injuries. But, yeah, I think when you're down to a 4th-string right tackle, you are really banged up in the secondary. I mean, it seems like Nehemiah Pritchett's going to get the start. It's on the road. It's a coaching staff that still is adjusting to all the pieces they have. So based on the Falcons having that home field advantage, with what the Seahawks are missing, I think the Falcons do win this one.
Yeah, the reality is the Seahawks, you remove the injuries, they haven't really given you reason to feel confident that they're going to go on the road against a team that's won 3 in a row, that's playing well. I don't think the Falcons are the best team in the NFC by any stretch, but I think they're a good team that's playing well right now, and they're at home. Seahawks are on the other end of that. They've lost 3 in a row. Their defense has been really porous, and they do have injuries we'll get into. So if you're putting your money on the line, I'm guessing most people would probably bet on the Falcons. I don't know what the spread is on this game, but yeah, unfortunately, I'm with you. I'll be happy to come in on Monday and go, man, I was wrong on that one. This is one of those predictions where you hope to be wrong and happy to be wrong.
And then have all the texters tell you how glad they were that you're wrong.
As long as I can look back at their text and they said, no, Seahawks are going to win, then I'll give them credit. But yeah, it's just I don't. They haven't given you the reason to believe. Give me that reason. Give me something to cling to, like we talked about as it goes for this game. Even if they lose, if they can take some noticeable steps forward defensively, stopping the run, limiting the mistakes, getting some decent O-line play. Maybe you don't feel good about a loss, but you feel like, okay, at least I saw something that I can apply towards the Bills game and the Rams game and these games that are coming up, other than, oh man, that was a replay of everything we've been watching. So where am I going to find optimism?
Can we alter this a little bit? The people texting in win, can they give a little reason? Because then that's easy enough to be like, win, told you so. Because we're giving some clarification about why we think they'll win or lose. So okay, if you think they'll win, why? Yeah. And if you're going to brag about it after the fact, yeah, just explain why you think they'll win.
Goodness. Seahawks win 56-10, says the 360. My goodness.
Because we're getting so many wins.
I hope they're right. I hope all of these people are right.
It's a lot easier to brag after the fact. You just say win.
Now, what? Now, how are you? 206 starts out with, I told you so. What do you mean you told us so? The game hasn't happened yet. You haven't told us anything. What are you talking about? It says the Hawks will lose on Sunday simply due to the fact people believe we should win against Atlanta. I think we'll give up 8 sacks to a team that sucks at pressure on the quarterback. Just wait. Wow. That's a very negative one, but okay. I'm not sure how you start that out with I told you so. Game hasn't happened yet. But
or so we think.
As far as I know,
this
it hasn't
is a reality
taken place.
that perhaps we're not living in. This person's engaging in.
Told you so. Text in your predictions, 866-979-3776. What this is designed to do is eliminate the Monday morning quarterbacking and the people that will say nothing and then jump back on and say, how did you not know that? Everybody knew they were going to lose, or everybody knew they were going to win. I told you. And then, again, we look and you didn't tell us. So there's that. Now, got a couple of other, categories I want to look at because they're areas that they've struggled in. And again, we're talking about trying to find some level of improvement. They're currently allowing 144.7 yards rushing per game, which is bad. Do they allow over or under 144 yards rushing?
I'm going to say under. I know the Falcons have good running backs. I know they have a good offense, but I think they like to utilize their passing game a little bit more, especially with those running backs as well. So even though they have a guy in Bijan Robinson who's good and Algier is pretty good as well, Bijan Robinson's a pretty good receiving back. So he comes out of the backfield. He has 24 receptions out of the backfield. So you throw in Drake London, a really banged up Seahawks secondary. We have seen, and you guys talked about it, Kirk Cousins, if he wants to, he can throw for a lot of yards. That's not necessarily the game plan every week. But because of how banged up the Seahawks are in the secondary, if they're just not generating any pressure on that defensive line, who knows what Byron Murphy's going to show in his first game back after a few weeks. I think the Falcons have a lot of success passing, and they don't have to run as much.
So that's your... Yeah.
So call it now. Yeah, they allow less than. The Seahawks allow
under 144 yards rushing. Mm-hmm. I'm going to go under only because I'm going to give them credit for the work that they've put in, that I'm assuming they put in this week to address that major problem of stopping the run. It's been a huge problem all year, and it flared its ugly head in the game against the 49ers most recently. They ran all over the place, especially the capper, the 76-yard run at the end of the game. So I'm just going to believe... I'm going to buy into Mike McDonald and his coaching staff addressing that issue and finding a way to stem the tide. I don't think they're going to stop them running the ball, but I think it'll be an improvement. It'll be, I'm just going under. And it's based on them making the adjustments, doing something to counter what they're going to do on the ground to say, all right, we're shorthanded, or we're missing this guy, we're missing that guy. Here's how we're going to fix it. And I'm going to put faith in their plan. Whatever their plan is, we're going to find out on Sunday. But whatever that is, I'm putting blind faith in it. So I'm going to say they go under. Now, they've forced 4 total turnovers in 6 games. Again, not good. Do they force over or under 1 turnover? I've set the line at 1.
Yeah, I was going to say, is 1 your sticking point? We can't put a little decimal on that, 1.5.
Well, you can't have 1.5. It's you're either going to get...
That's how you kind of generate betting action one way or the other.
Do you think they're going to have none or 2? Do you want to do that?
No, the problem is I think they're going to have 1. But for the sake of this, I guess I'm going under 1 turnover in this game because for all the reasons we've kind of listed, unless you're really getting that Peanut Tillman punch in there, Bijan Robinson, he's good at protecting the ball. Kirk Cousins, if he's not going to get sacked a lot, then... Yeah, they haven't been able to get a lot of takeaways, and that secondary, I keep harping on it, but this is not a ball-hawking secondary that jumps a lot of routes and has a lot of interceptions because you just read it. They have 4 total turnovers forced. So, all right, I'll go under then and 0.
I'm going to take the over.
Okay.
I'm going to take the over because of a little bit of what you said, that maybe they're going to try to attack this secondary because they're going to be down. Trey Brown and Reek Woolen are not going to be playing. Maybe they're going to go after Nehemiah Pritchett. Maybe they're just going to put the ball in harm's way a little bit more. So I'm going to say that leads to whether it's Kirk Cousins hanging on to the ball too long, waiting for a route to develop, or they get to him in that way, a little strip sack, or they just pick off a pass the old-fashioned way. I think I'm just going to have faith once again. Another problem that they've been facing all year, inability to force turnovers. They've had an extended period of time to address it. So I'm going to say we're going to see the fruits of their labor pay off, and they're going to have more than 1.
And they'll have precisely 1 probably. And then we'll both be wrong. But
well, yeah. All right. Here's the other one. Now, this is the other category that's been problematic. They're averaging 96.5 rushing yards per game. That's towards the bottom of the league. Do they go over or under that?
Yeah, I think they go over for a couple of reasons. Mainly because the Falcons are terrible, as Wes Durham told us. You know, they're close to the bottom
I think they're
in rushing
25th
yards
against the
allowed.
run.
Yeah, and the Seahawks are down there as well. We know that. So because of that, and then because of what Ryan Grubb has said over the past couple of weeks, and it was interesting what he said yesterday, that they really had targeted and kind of planned to run more against the 49ers. And then that game quickly changed. That it took them out of the game plan. You get to a situation where the 49ers score on the opening drive of the second half, and it's 23-3. You're not going to run. They did get it back to 23-17. I went and looked at the drive chart. They tried to run on that drive. Charbonnet, pass interference or defensive holding call led to a first down. Charbonnet run again. Didn't work. After that, it wasn't really close the rest of the way. So I know that they know it's an issue. And because the Falcons' porous run defense, you have a healthy Ken Walker, you have a healthy Zach Charbonnet, which you may be sure you had last time against the 49ers. But again, in that condensed stretch of 3 games in 11 days, you're not going to run one guy or the other into the ground in a brutal situation like that. So fully rested, fully healthy, I think the Seahawks take advantage of a pretty bad Falcons run defense.
Yeah, I'm going to go over on that as well. What's funny is I'm picking them to improve in every one of these categories they've struggled in. Turnovers, rushing yards allowed, rushing yards for. I've got them exceeding all the averages of their season, yet I have them losing. Yeah. So this is the cling to thing. This is them showing market improvement in all these areas, maybe not enough to lead to a win, but enough to look at and go, okay, that was better. That was better. Ryan Grubb, in talking about their offense, and you know they've had good days. They had a great day against the Lions. It's been a bit inconsistent, as we just talked about with the run game. Here he is just talking about how close he feels they are to figuring out their offensive identity, especially when it comes to running the ball.
Well, we'd obviously like to be way closer to 50-50, and I think for this team, with the type of runners we have and things like that, we do want a physical style play. And we want a style that, you know, we've been emphasizing that quite a bit over the last couple of weeks of what it should look like when we're finishing football plays, you know, and that's something that me and Mike are very much linked in a mindset. And one of the things that when we were going through this process of getting together that, you know, is something that I desire, you know, is that the offense has more of a physical mentality, a finish mentality, that when you put the film on, people are like, man, that's going to be a long night. And we're just not there yet, honestly. And I know the guys are committed to trying to get through that process and do what's supposed to be done.
So they're not there yet. Do they get there Sunday?
I think we see signs of them getting there Sunday. And back to what you said about what is progress if it's a loss? Well, if you can hang your hat on these milestones we've kind of set. We're setting the official milestones. Hey, if the Seahawks get more than 96.5 rushing yards, it's a success. Well, no, it's just if it looks like a cohesive offense, they do have success, they extend drives. That, to me, is what I feel like will be the most important thing. Can they leverage the run into long, successful drives? Because we've seen this defense have trouble when they have to stay on the field for a good amount of time. The Giants game kind of turned when the defense was out there for, nearly 31 minutes straight in real time, and the offense sat in the sideline. So, just to not have the defense wear down, guys are still coming back from injury. Back to Byron Murphy, if you haven't played a game in, 3+ weeks, that's a lot to ask for him to go out there, be fully in game fitness for an entire game. So the longer the ball can remain with the Seahawks, mixing in pass and run, keeping Kirk Cousins off the field, I think that will be the sign of progress and success. And that also helps, back to kind of the keys that they've talked about this week, getting off to that fast start. You put together that long, back-breaking drive. Hopefully it ends in a touchdown, but just getting out to an early lead, kind of like they worked in to get to that San Francisco situation where they got into Niners territory, didn't end with points, but they got down there in field goal range. So all of that, not turning the ball over, continuing long drives, and it leads itself to a situation where you're in a place to maybe win towards the end of the game.
Text coming in. Again, you guys can text in 866-979-3776, powered by Mac & Jack's Brewing Company. This one from Dave Wyman. If they've already played, I certainly missed the bus. That's from the person who, in the alternate reality, that said, I told you so.
To be fair, he still might have missed the bus.
He might have.
Haven't played yet.
And then he followed that with, and there's no way Lefko is the younger, more handsome version of me.
Did someone compare me to him? just because I'm sitting in this chair.
I think when Ryan Rowland-Smith was there, and I said we've got the younger, more handsome version of Dave Wyman here, and Ryan Rowland-Smith.
Ryan Rowland-Smith certainly. Me, I hope I'm not compared to Wyman in that aspect. But
yeah,
we do like to instigate the texters. We are similar in the fact that we revel in the title of being king of the morons. So maybe I'm similar to Wyman in those ways.
206. I can't tell if I'm going to assume this is sarcasm. They'll communicate and execute more, Bob. Just small issues that can be tightened up. Focus on their responsibilities. they incorporated every cliche we hear when asking what happened. I got to communicate more. We just got to execute. These are easy fixes. So I'm assuming that's sarcasm there. That's good. Fred in Birch Bay, Hawks 28, Atlanta 24. How about that? 509, Seahawks win 26-24. Due to we had a long week to prepare, and Atlanta is looking past this game. I don't think that exists. I'm sorry. I just don't. The idea, and I've talked to just too many of these former players and current players about, do you buy into that? Do you buy into trap game? Do you buy into that? And all of them are like, no. And Dave has said it a million times where they watch film on an opponent all week, and by the end of the week, they're convinced that team's a Super Bowl level team.
Problem.
So I just think that's, as Dave says, something that gets said. People like to throw it out there. That's the way you explain away losing to a team you feel like you've got no business losing to. Oh, you look past them. They didn't take them seriously. So I don't buy that one. But they are picking the Seahawks to win. So we'll see what they do. There's a lot of optimism here. We will win because we plan and scheme for an O-line, ours, with holes, short passes, options, run game plays, angry. Yep, it's a long shot. So they're calling it a long shot, but they're saying they're going to win. I think the Seahawks win if they control the ball, protect Geno. That being said, the fact that Atlanta has Penix, who will have insight into Ryan Grubb's offense, it will be tough. Well, all right. So they kind of pick the Seahawks, and they think Penix is going to somehow unveil all the secrets of Ryan Grubb. We'll see. We'll see what happens there. Right now, though, it looks like there's a lot of optimism. A lot of people picking them to win, which is cool. And I hope every one of you are right. I'm rooting for every one of you to join us on Monday and say, you guys were so negative. How did you not see that the Seahawks were going to win this game? I look forward to those.
Yeah, I think it comes down to what you've talked about, that Dave says you'll look at a team so much, you see everything that can go wrong. So we've had so much time to talk about this particular game because it was the longer week. So we've had Friday, then the whole week. And we've talked about the Falcons for much more time than you probably spend on a normal opponent. So, yeah, the Falcons look like, well, this is an explosive offense. Oh, on the other side, the Seahawks have a lot of problems with their health. Yeah, there's no way. They're on the road. So you kind of build it up and almost we kind of psych ourselves out to an extent of seeing everything that could go wrong.
Right. One more from our listener named Dave Wyman. Also, tell the texters they all suck. So there you go. If you needed some ammunition for mean text coming up today at 4:45 is when those are happening.
It's earlier, so they're not ready for that. They're not awake yet.
Hopefully
they can get them in. I hope Dave Wyman's still listening in a couple minutes, so hopefully he stays on the line, if you will.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. Injury report, Stone Forsythe, Trey Brown, Reek Woolen out. They will not play. So you're looking at now a fourth string right tackle. And no, it's not the 42-year-old Jason Peters we've been talking about. It is the sixth round project, I guess, is how he was deemed. But Coach McDonald announced that Mike Jarrell will get the start at right tackle.
Yeah.
So I don't know if we're going to see the tight end pinned to his side the entire game.
Welcome to the NFL.
Is sort of a de facto offensive lineman to help. We'll find out. But, yeah, so you've got a fourth-string right tackle going.
Not a good situation. On the road, in a place that can get pretty loud because it's inside. So it's going to be
It's a little worrisome.
Yeah.
Little worrisome. So there you go. We'll talk more about that. Football Fridays are powered by the Snoqualmie Casinos Sportsbook. Also, the Seahawks return home on October 27th, and we are excited to give away 4 tickets for you to see them take on the Buffalo Bills in person. All you need to do is open the Seattle Sports app, which I'm sure you have. You just click the Win tab to find out how to win. Now, if you don't have the app, just text the word app, APP. Text that to 866-979-3776, and we'll send you a link to download. You can enter daily to increase your chances to win. This contest runs through Tuesday, October 22nd. Let's take 2.
Well, we think Dave Wyman isn't here because he's getting ready to go on the road with the Seahawks, but I think really the true reason that Dave Wyman isn't here, he's too busy celebrating after what happened last night because Cody Barton had the best game of his career, forcing a fumble, returning a fumble for a touchdown that was then called back, but he actually did get a touchdown the other way because what looked like an interception was officially changed to a fumble, but Cody Barton did return that for a touchdown. So a defensive touchdown scored for Cody Barton, and the 33-10 Broncos win.
He also had a ball hit him right in the hands and dropped an interception.
Bob, we're being positive here. He had a great game.
But I mean, it could have been brilliant. I mean, it could have been epic if he comes up with that interception. You're like, man, what didn't he do? Did he not kick a field goal? He had a hell of a game. And the Saints got throttled in that game. So that was a very one-sided affair, but good for Cody Barton. He's taken a lot of slings and arrows from fans since he joined the NFL, and his lone defender and Dave Wyman is now looking at everybody going, see, told you guys.
Wyman holding on to
Told you so.
I can't think of anything worse, though, for Saints fans because they also honor Drew Brees. So to honor one of your greatest quarterbacks ever and then have to watch a completely anemic offense, and oh, by the way, your old coach comes back and gets to celebrate a win with a quarterback that still looks pretty terrible, but at least he got the win. Did you see the Bo Nix pass? The one that went perfectly over one open player, but underthrew another open player. So there was a play where he had two open receivers. It went over the head of one, but then was an underthrow for the other, so people didn't know who he was trying to hit.
I'll be honest, I forgot the game was on because it's on Amazon Prime, and I was watching the playoffs, baseball playoffs.
You watched a better event.
Yes, I did.
Well, there was another thing on last night. So if you really didn't want to watch football, you could have watched the Kraken. They picked up their first home win of the season, 6-4 win over the Flyers. That included the first career goal for Shane Wright, and it was in the second half of a stretch that was just 2 goals, 8 seconds apart from each other.
Yeah, was it Eberle and then Wright?
Yeah, and then
went back
a
to
goal
back?
before that happened about 2.5 minutes before. So 3 goals in the span of less than 3 minutes. And then, those two, Eberle and Wright, 8
But that was the
seconds
quickest
apart.
in their franchise history, which is not a long history, but that was the quickest back-to-back goals. And what is that, 12 goals in 2 games?
13, right? 7 the other day, 6 today.
They had they had 6. Okay, yeah. I mean, that's...
And 6 different goal scorers.
Yes.
Which, good and bad.
That's huge.
Yeah, we kind of talked about that last year where they didn't have a star emerge. So, all right, it's good.
If they all
the
want to
Flyers
chip
goals
in,
look terrible.
If they all want to chip in each and every game, I'm in. Doesn't have to be just 1 or 2 guys. All right, Take 2 is brought to you by Swedish Cyberknife. Treat prostate cancer with Swedish Cyberknife. Swedish.org/cyberknife prostate. Coming up, the Seahawks are down to a 4th-string right tackle on Sunday, but that shouldn't phase one part of this offense. We'll get into that next. It's Wyman and Bob. This is Seattle Sports on 710.
Seattle Sports, your home for Brock and Salk.
I don't want to trade a good player. DK's a really good player.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
But when you've screwed up your offensive line to the point that the Seahawks have for the better part of a decade, don't we have to have a conversation about doing things differently? And where are you going to find those kinds of resources?
And there's no assurance either. Oh, we trade DK and we get back to, okay, what if you trade for him and that team that you get that one from, you're picking 30, the 8 difference-making O-linemen are all gone.
Streaming on your smart speaker.
Hey, Mike Salk here, and we got some exciting news at the station. Riverside Roofing and 710 have renewed our partnership into a deal that will carry us into our 8th calendar year working together. A big thank you to Don, Brandon, Jordan. Not only are those guys terrific roofers and businessmen, but even better people. And I've been fortunate to get to know them, text them back and forth, playing golf together. Just truly awesome people. And all that matters when choosing who you want to work with. People want to work with people they like. And most importantly, they want to work with people they can trust. And that's Riverside Roofing. You've heard me say it for years now, and you'll continue to hear it for a whole lot longer because it's true and it works. We've had people text into the show. They say, Salk, you told me I could trust them, and you were right. If you have an upcoming roof replacement, they need to be your first call. Again, big thank you and congratulations to Riverside Roofing. You can find them at riversideroofingllc.com, and they are the roofing company you can trust. That's riversideroofingllc.com.
Build better benefits for your employees with the MBA Health Trust. The Master Builders Association of King and Snohomish Counties offers quality and affordable health benefits for local construction businesses. Learn more at mbahealthtrust.com.
Harnish Auto Family is proud to partner with the KIRO Milgard Breast Center in the fight against breast cancer. Hey, Brock Heward here, and all you got to do is simply test drive a vehicle during October, and Harnish will make a donation on your behalf. Harnish Auto Family, where people matter.
At the Home Depot, we know you can't control everything, like when your guests arrive too early for Saturday college football. But you can control your grill. With the Traeger Timberline XL, you can watch the game, not the grill. Monitor your football feast from anywhere using the Traeger app. With the Timberline XL, you can bake, smoke, sear, fry, and saute. That's Desmond Howard level versatility.
Huddle up, the food's done.
Defend your game time with Traeger and the Home Depot. How doers get more done.
It's football season, and Vivid Seats is your ultimate destination for all the action on the gridiron. With a game-changing rewards program, plus an amazing selection of tickets, Vivid Seats ensures that every fan can catch their favorite teams and players in action. Vivid Seats has you covered with deals that cater to every football enthusiast. And all tickets come back by a 100% buyer guarantee, giving you peace of mind with every purchase. Just visit vividseats.com or download the app today. Vivid Seats, the official ticketing partner of ESPN.
Meet Cheryl. Hey. She's on vacation and lost in the moment. Unfortunately, so is her Chase debit card.
It's got to be somewhere.
Maybe she lost it at salsa night.
These skirts should have pockets.
Or maybe she lost it at Pilates.
3 and 2 and...
But she's not worried. With the Chase mobile app, she can lock her card till it turns up. Tools that help protect. One bank that puts you in control. Visit chase.com/checking. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Chase mobile app is available for select mobile devices. Message and data rates may apply. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
FX presents American Sports Story. Aaron Hernandez.
Football is all I got. Everything's okay when I'm playing ball.
You can't make mistakes, Aaron. People are watching you.
From executive producer Ryan Murphy.
Is there something that you want to tell me?
You don't know the kind of thoughts I have.
Aaron! FX's American Sports Story. Aaron Hernandez. All new Tuesdays on FX. Stream on Hulu.
The Mike McDonald Show. The first word from the head coach after every Seahawks game.
We want to play a certain way, and you're just going to chisel away at it every day.
Presented by Emerald Queen Casino. Seahawks Insider. Brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. Now here's Maura Dooley.
The Atlanta Falcons have struggled to pressure the quarterback this season. They rank dead last in the NFL in sacks with 5 and are in the bottom 5 in pressures with just 30. But Geno Smith explained yesterday how they will force him into being patient Sunday.
Although it is zone, they play a match-style defense, so it plays out like man a bunch of times. And so you can expect it to feel like man, even though it's zone. They'll match you. If you come into their zone, they'll play you like man. And I think what you see is they're trying to keep things in front. You know, they're trying to eliminate the big plays. They've been doing a great job at that. Eliminate the big plays, make you play mistake-free football, have those long, 10-plus play drives where you got to, check it down a few times. You got to convert a few third downs in order to get into the red zone, and then that's when they get more aggressive in the red zone.
The Seahawks Insider is brought to you by Pacific Lamp and Supply. For the latest on the Seahawks anytime, go to seattlesports.com.
When an 18-wheeler ran a red light and took the life of a Tacoma man in 2021, his family trusted Davis Law Group to fight for them. And we recovered a $3.5 million settlement and held the trucking company accountable for his death. Accident victims have trusted Davis Law Group to win their case for the past 30 years. And hundreds of 5-star reviews from real clients are proof that we've earned that trust. Call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
You gotta love football season, but when it comes to your windows and doors, you don't want any fumbles. Steve Rabel here, reminding you to trust locally owned Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington to tackle your project. Their selection of windows and doors can't be beat, and they'll give you top-notch customer service with no trick plays. Right now, get 0% interest for 24 months with equal payments or 40% off qualifying installs. Schedule a free consultation with Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Go to PellaPNW.com.
This week's First Mark Challenge victory, well, it goes to Mike. Hey, Mike, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
My wife and I moved here from New York City and found this great guy. It got pricey, but because he was good to us over the years, we stayed loyal to him. But then one day I got an increase that was quite unacceptable. So I made one phone call. I didn't do any shopping. My wife told me to call First Mark.
Mike, were they able to save you and your family money?
Oh, yes. It was over $100 a month.
What would you tell others they can expect when they call First Mark?
The most competitive pricing that you can find. And they had terrific customer service. Even if you're on the phone with them, you can tell they have a smile on their face, so you can tell they love what they're doing.
Do you wish you would have made that call earlier?
I was just kicking myself as you were speaking because I didn't do it sooner.
Well, you just heard. Mike did it. My family did it. You got to do it, too. It's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge. See how much they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe
Maybe you will be our next First Mark Challenge victory. Just go to firstmarkinsurance.com. That's firstmarkinsurance.com.
This hour is brought to you by Legacy Group Capital Construction Loans.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Wyman and Bob.
Weekdays 2 to 7.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
Text line is fired up. 866-979-3776, powered by Mac and Jack's Brewing Company. I think Dave telling all of the texters they suck.
That got him going?
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Dave's taking a lot of fire here.
Oh, I can't wait.
Yeah. And predictions. We're still getting predictions on whether, call it now, Hawks win or lose Sunday. Don't join us on Monday. Text in on Monday saying, I told you so, and then we can't find any of your texts that told us anything. So you got to make that call right now. Call it now. They win or they lose. And there's a lot of positivity. I would say the majority are thinking they're going to win. Somebody said the Falcons are booty, so the Hawks by 20. I changed the word. But, yeah, they got them by 20. We had somebody else 56-10 in favor of the Hawks. I hope all of you are right.
56-10?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll celebrate all of these people. Okay. I want them all to be right, and I want to be wrong. This one, the 510 California, I think they're going to lose because I'm usually wrong. Well, then wouldn't they win? You're saying they're going to lose, and you're generally wrong, so wouldn't they then win?
Maybe he kept thinking they'd win every other week.
Well, he or she is saying, I think they're going to lose.
So hoping they'll win now, but
I guess. I don't really know. But yeah, there's mixed in between all the predictions. Dave's taking a lot of fire here. So some of them pretty good.
Yeah, I'm catching up on some of these now. These are good.
Yeah, some of them